This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Your Fault by Mercedes Ron, narrated by Hannah Carmona and Hugo Locke. Prologue. The rain fell, soaking us, freezing us, but it didn't matter. Nothing did, not anymore. I knew everything was about to change. I knew my world was about to crumble apart. There's no turning back now. I can't even look you in the eye. Desolate tears ran down his face. How could I have done this to him? His words sank into my soul like knives tearing me open from the inside. I don't even know what to say, I said, trying to control the panic that threatened to shatter me. He couldn't leave me. He couldn't. Could he? He looked full of hatred, contempt. It was a look I never thought I'd see from him. "We're done," he whispered, his voice cracking but firm. And with those two words, my world sank into darkness. Shadows, solitude, a prison designed expressly for me. But I deserved it. This time, I deserved it. 1. Noah. I was finally 18 years old. I still remembered 11 months before that when I started counting the days until I'd be an adult, able to make my own decisions, able to leave. Obviously, things had changed in those past 11 months, so much so that I could hardly believe it. Not only had I gotten used to living here, but I even struggled to imagine living anywhere else. I'd found a niche at school and in the family I'd ended up with. All the obstacles I'd needed to get through, not just over those months, but ever since I was born, had made me stronger, or so I thought. Much had happened, not all of it good, but the best thing I'd managed to hold on to was Nicholas. Who'd have ever thought I'd wind up in love with him? And yet I was so madly in love that it made my heart ache. We'd had to get to know each other, to learn to make it as a couple, and that wasn't easy. It was something we had to work on every single day. Our personalities often clashed. Nick wasn't easy to put up with, but I was crazy about him. That's why I was sad about my upcoming birthday party. Nick wasn't going to be there. I hadn't seen him in 2 weeks. He'd been spending a lot of time in San Francisco those past few months. He had a year left before he finished his degree and was taking advantage of all the doors his father had opened for him. The Nick who got into trouble was far away now. He was different. He'd matured, improved, even if I was afraid his old self might reemerge when I least expected it. I glanced at myself in the mirror. I'd pulled my hair back over the crown of my head. It looked nice, perfect for the white dress my mother and Will had given me as a birthday present. My mother had gone overboard organizing the party. She said this would be her last chance to play the mommy role, because in a week I'd be graduating from high school, and soon afterward, I'd be headed to college. I'd sent out tons of applications, but in the end, I'd opted for UCLA. I'd had enough of moving around and changes. I didn't want to go to another city, and I certainly didn't want to leave Nick. He was at the same school, and even if he would probably wind up moving to San Francisco to work at his father's new firm, I couldn't worry about that just then. There was still lots of time, and I didn't want to get depressed. I stood from the makeup table, and before I put on my dress, I looked down at the scar on my stomach. I stroked that place where I would be marked, forever damaged, and I shivered. The sound of the shot that ended my father's life echoed through my head, and I had to take a deep breath to keep from losing my composure. I hadn't told anyone about my nightmares, or how scared I was every time I thought about what had happened, how my heart started galloping whenever I heard loud noises too close by. I didn't want to admit that my father had traumatized me again, or that I couldn't stop thinking about him right beside me, dead, or the way his blood had splashed on my face. I kept all that to myself. I didn't want anyone to know I was even more damaged than before, on the edge of insanity, prey to the fears that man had awakened. My mother, on the other hand, was more relaxed than she ever had been because the fears she'd kept hidden had disappeared. She was happy with her husband. She was free. But I still had a long road to travel. "You're not dressed yet?" It was that voice, the one that made me crack up almost every single day. I turned toward Jenna, and a smile spread across my face. My best friend was stunning as always. She had recently cut her long hair to shoulder length. She tried to get me to do the same, but I knew Nick loved my hair long, so I'd left it untouched. It reached nearly to my waist by now, but I still liked it. "Have I told you already how much I admire that pert butt of yours?" she asked, slapping my ass for good measure. "You're nuts," I said, grabbing my dress and throwing it over my head. Jenna walked over to the safe, just under a shelf of shoes. I didn't have the combination, I'd never used it, but once Jenna learned about it, she started using it herself, hiding all sorts of stuff inside. I giggled when she brought out a bottle of champagne and 2 glasses. "A toast to our newly crowned adult," she said, filling the glasses and handing me one. I grinned. If Mom saw me, she'd kill me, but what the hell? It was my birthday. I deserved to celebrate, right? "To us," I added. We clinked our glasses and brought them to our lips. It was delicious. It had better be. That bottle of Cristal had cost more than $300, but that was just how Jenna was. She did everything big. She was accustomed to luxury, and she'd never had to ask for anything. "That dress is amazing," she said, gawking. I smiled and took another look. It really was nice. White, tight-fitting, with delicate lace sleeves descending to my wrists, letting my skin show through its geometric openings. My shoes were fantastic, too, with heels so high I was almost as tall as Jenna, who had donned a flounced burgundy dress for the occasion. "There's a ton of people downstairs," she said, setting her glass next to mine. I guess she wasn't in a rush. I needed a drink, though, so I picked mine back up and downed it in one sip, feeling the bubbles pop in my throat. "You don't say," I exclaimed, to conceal my nerves. Suddenly it felt hard to breathe. That dress was too tight. My lungs couldn't expand. Jenna looked at me and smirked. "What's so funny?" I asked, envious of her. What I'd have given not to be the center of attention. "Nothing. I just know how you hate stuff like this. Take it easy, though. I'm here, and I'll make sure we do it right." She kissed me on the cheek, and I smiled at her, thankful. Maybe my boyfriend was missing my birthday, but at least I'd have my best friend by my side. "Shall we?" she asked, smoothing down her dress. "I guess we've got no choice." The yard was completely transformed. Mom had gone all out, renting a white tent full of round pink tables and flashy chairs and balloons. The servers were wearing suit jackets and bow ties. On the far end was a bar and several long tables with trays of every food you could imagine. All this luxury wasn't like me, but I knew my mother had always wanted to throw me this kind of party. She joked about me turning 18 and going off to college, and we'd talked about what we'd have at the party if we ever won the lottery. And we'd done it. And she had gone totally overboard. When I went outside, everyone shouted "Happy Birthday" in unison. I guess they were trying to surprise me. My mother came over and gave me a big hug. "Happy birthday, Noah," she said, and as I pulled her close, I was surprised to see so many people lined up behind her. Not only were all my friends from school there, and all the parents Mom had made friends with, but even neighbors and friends of William's. Uncomfortable, I unconsciously began to scan the garden looking for Nicholas, the one person who might have calmed me down, but there wasn't a trace of him. I knew it, of course. He wasn't going to come. He was in a whole different city, and it would be a week till I saw him again at graduation. And yet, a small part of me still hoped I might find him bustling through the crowd. It took more than an hour to greet everyone, and afterward Jenna came over and dragged me to the bar. to the special section cordoned off for those not yet 21. "There's a fancy cocktail just for you," she said, bursting out laughing. "My mother is off her rocker," I said while the bartender served me. He smiled. It was obvious he could barely suppress his laughter. Great. He probably thought I was your typical rich girl. I was taken aback when I saw the drink. It was served in a martini glass and was hot pink, with a rainbow sugar rim and a strawberry garnish on either side. A ribbon was tied around the stem with an 18 embroidered in tiny white pearls. "It still needs a little something," Jenna said, bringing out a flask and pouring its contents into our glasses. I'd have to watch out if I didn't want to be stumbling drunk by midnight. The DJ was good. The music was varied, and my friends were dancing like they were possessed. The party was a success, no doubt about it. Jenna hauled me off to dance with her, and we started jumping all over like idiots. The heat was killing me. Summer was just around the corner, and you could tell. From the edge of the dance floor, Lion was watching us, leaning on a pillar and observing as Jenna shook her ass in a frenzy. I laughed and left her with the others. I was exhausted. "You bored, Lion?" I asked him. He smiled, but he seemed a little worried and didn't look over at me. "Yeah, happy birthday," he said, as though he hadn't heard. It was strange seeing him here without Nick. Lion wasn't friends with many people in my grade. He and Nick were 5 years older than Jenna and me, and the age difference was evident. The kids in my class weren't particularly mature, and our boyfriends never liked hanging out with them. "Thanks," I said. "You heard from Nick?" I felt a pang in my stomach. He still hadn't called or texted. "He told me yesterday he was up to his neck in work. At the office, they barely even give him time to eat lunch. He did manage to find the time to tell me to keep an eye on you." "Seems like you're keeping it on someone else," I said, noticing he was still staring at Jenna. She turned and smiled at us both, looking completely, genuinely happy. She loved Lion, was in love with him, couldn't stop talking about him on the nights when she'd stay over, about how lucky we were, being with two guys who were such close friends. I knew Jenna was incapable of falling for anybody else, and I was glad to know Lion felt the same about her. I couldn't get enough of Jenna. She was a true best friend, and I loved her. She had always been there when I'd needed her, and had helped me understand what a real friend was. She wasn't jealous, manipulative, or resentful like Beth back in Canada, and she was incapable of hurting me, at least on purpose. She came over and kissed Lion with a loud pop. He lifted her and I turned away, dispirited. I missed Nick. I wanted him there. I needed him. I looked back at my phone. Nothing. No missed calls, no texts, no emails. That was starting to piss me off. All he needed were a few seconds to write. What the hell was going on with him? I walked over to the bar for the 21 and overs. The crowd there had thinned out, and the guy who'd served me my birthday drink was working with the help of a young woman. I sat down and tried to figure out my approach, hoping I could flirt with him and get an actual drink. "Any chance you could make me something not pink, but with a bit of a kick to it?" I asked, thinking he'd tell me to piss off. But to my surprise, he glanced around, and when he saw no one was looking, he filled a shot glass with clear liquid. "Tequila?" I asked. "If anyone asks you, it wasn't me," he said, glancing away. I laughed and drank it down. It burned my throat, but it was good. When I turned, I saw Jenna dragging Lion off to a dark corner. It depressed me seeing all my friends hugging and kissing. Damn you, Nicholas Lester. Why can't I get you out of my head for at least 1 second a day? "Another?" the bartender asked. I knew I was overdoing it, but it was my party. I could have what I wanted, right? Just as I was about to knock it back, a hand appeared out of nowhere to snatch it from me. "I think you've had enough." That voice. I looked up, and there he was. Nick. Nick in a button-down and slacks. his dark hair starting to fall out of place, beaming with suppressed excitement, joyful. "Oh my God!" I shouted, bringing my hands to my mouth. A smile appeared on his face. My smile, the one he reserved just for me. I jumped into his arms. "You came!" I shouted, pressing my cheek into his, squeezing him, smelling him, feeling once again whole. He squeezed me back. At last, I could breathe. He was there. Thank God, he was there with me. "I missed you, Freckles," he whispered in my ear before pulling my head back and kissing me on the lips. I felt my nerve endings awaken. It had been 14 days since I'd felt his lips on mine, his hands on my body. He pushed me back and looked me up and down. "You're gorgeous," he said hoarsely, grabbing my waist and pulling me close. "What are you doing here?" I asked, trying to keep myself from kissing him again. I knew we needed to restrain ourselves. There were people everywhere. Our parents were there, and their presence unnerved me. "I wasn't about to miss your birthday," he said. I could feel the electricity between us. We'd never been apart for so long, at least not since we'd started going out, and I was used to having him all to myself every day. "How'd you get away?" I asked, not wanting to let him go. "Don't ask," he said, kissing the top of my head. I closed my eyes in ecstasy, smelling his cologne. "Lovely party," he laughed. I scowled at him. "It wasn't my idea." "I know," he assured me. I felt my heart swell with happiness and relief. How I'd missed his smile. "You want to try the Noah special?" I asked, winking to the bartender, who got straight to work. "You've got your own cocktail, Freckles?" he asked, raising an eyebrow when he saw the pink liquid with its strawberry garnish. His expression was hilarious. "I guess I have to try it." The poor thing drank the whole glass without complaining, even though it tasted like melted gumdrops. I grinned from ear to ear, and he couldn't resist doing the same. His hand reached out and pulled me in, and he brought his lips to my ear, just brushing the sensitive skin there, and that scant contact was enough to make me feel like I was about to die. "I need to be inside you," he said. My legs trembled. "We can't. Not here," I whispered, trying to control my nerves. "Do you trust me?" he asked. What kind of stupid question was that? There was no one I trusted more. He could read my response in my eyes, and he smiled in turn. "Wait for me behind the pool house," he said with one last peck on the lips. I grabbed his arm as he turned. "You're not coming?" I asked. "The idea is supposed to be that no one figures out what we're doing, babe," he said, turning around to greet the guests, exuding confidence. I watched him for a few seconds, feeling the butterflies shift in my stomach. I didn't want to admit that I was scared to go off by myself, away from all the people in the dark. I grabbed a shot that was sitting on the bar and drank it, trying to control my breathing. That was enough to calm me for a few seconds. I took a deep breath and walked to the pool, past the tent where everyone was dancing and having fun. I walked along the edge of the water, trying not to fall in, and finally reached the small cabin behind it. On the other side of it were trees, and farther off you could hear the sea, its waves crashing against the cliff. I leaned against one of the walls, trying to maintain my composure as I heard the guests chattering. I closed my eyes just before I heard him arrive. His lips covered mine so quickly I couldn't say anything. I opened my eyes. There he was, staring at me. His eyes said it all. "You have no idea how much I've missed doing this," he said, grabbing my neck and kissing me softly. I melted into his arms. "I've been dying just to touch you," he continued, holding my waist, burying his nose slowly in my neck. I wrapped my fingers behind his head and brought him back to my lips. We kissed desperately, warming each other like fire, our tongues twisting together and his body pressing into mine. I wanted to touch him, wanted to feel his skin beneath my fingers. "Did you miss me, Freckles?" he asked, caressing my cheek and looking at me as if I were his gift and not the other way around. I tried to say yes, but I was breathing so fast that nothing escaped me but a sigh that grew more intense when he planted his lips on my neck. "I'm not going to leave you again," he said. I laughed joylessly. "That doesn't depend on you." "I'll take you with me, wherever I have to go." "That sounds romantic," I said, kissing him on the jawline. He cupped my face in his hands. "I'm serious. I'm hooked on you." I tried to laugh again, but he silenced me with a kiss full of restrained passion. "I want to get you out of that damned dress," he grunted, rolling it up over my waist. As he looked at my tanned skin, I saw desire in his eyes, long buried, fed by the distance and time that had kept us apart. "I'd make love to you all night long," he said, his hand sliding under the elastic of my waistband and making me shiver. "Or do you want to wait?" he asked. "I'd take you to the apartment, but I guess people would notice your absence." "You guessed right," I said, biting my lip. I'd never done it with him in this kind of situation, but I also didn't want to wait. Nick pushed me into the wall and ground his body against mine ardently. "We'll make it a quickie. No one will notice," he whispered in my ear. I nodded, and he tugged at my panties until they slipped to the ground. I brought my fingers up to his thigh and tugged until it came loose. "I want to see you," I said. He smiled and kissed the tip of my nose, grabbing my hands and lifting them over his head. I stood still, watching him as he unbuttoned his pants. A second later, he had pinned me against the wall. His expression was gentle, his pupils dilated, transmitting me a million different messages as he prepared me to feel him inside me. Then he entered me. I'd started taking the pill a few months back, and I was grateful that I could actually feel him without any kind of barrier between us. I moaned, and he clapped a hand over my mouth. "Don't make a sound," he warned me. I nodded, my nerves taut as a bowstring. He moved slowly at first, but then sped up. With every thrust, the pleasure inside me grew. He took his hand from my mouth and touched me where I needed him most. "Nick." "Wait," he said, grabbing my thighs and lifting me. I closed my eyes, trying to hold it all in. "Let's come together," he whispered in my ear. He bit down on my lower lip, and a wave of ecstasy crested. I couldn't take it anymore. I moaned. He covered my mouth with his, and I felt him tense and grunt, accompanying me on my journey to infinite pleasure. I leaned back, trying to control my breathing. Nick was still holding me up. "I love you, Nick," I said when his eyes met mine. "You and I aren't made to be apart," he responded.
2. Nick. Jesus, I'd missed her. The days had been endless, and don't get me started on the weeks. I'd had to work twice as many hours so I could go home early. But for this alone, it had been worth it. "You all right?" I asked, my breathing still agitated. We'd never done it like that before. I tried to control myself with Noah, to treat her the way she deserved. But this time, I'd been unable to wait. As soon as I'd seen her, I'd wanted to make her mine. She smiled and said, "That was—" But I kissed her before she could say more. I was afraid of what she'd say, and my desire was too strong to talk just then. She was gorgeous that night, especially in that virginal white dress, and I could barely contain myself. "I love you like crazy. You know that, right?" I said. "I love you more," she responded, and as she did, I noticed there was a little blood on her lips. "I bit you too hard," I said, running my thumb across her lower lip and wiping away the tiny dot of blood. Fuck. I was an asshole. "Sorry about that, Freckles." She licked her lip, distracted. That was different, she said. It sure was. I stepped back and buttoned my pants. I felt guilty. Noah deserved to do it in a bed, not against a wall and on the fly. "What's up with you?" she asked, worry in her eyes. "Nothing, sorry." I kissed her again, pulling her dress back over her legs and suppressing the temptation to start right back up where we'd stopped. "Happy birthday, by the way." I took a small white box from my pocket. "You got me a present?" she asked, excited. She was so sweet, so perfect. Just seeing her put me in a good mood. Just touching her turned me on in a way I'd never known. "I don't know if you'll like it," I said, suddenly nervous. Her eyes opened wide with surprise as she looked at it. "Cartier?" she said. "Are you crazy?" I shook my head and waited for her to open it, revealing a tiny silver heart on a chain that glimmered in the darkness. She smiled, and I sighed with relief. "It's beautiful," she said, rubbing it with one finger. "This way, wherever you go, you'll always have my heart with you," I said, kissing her on the cheek. It was the cheesiest thing I'd ever said, but that was what she'd done to me. I was now an idiot in love. I could see her eyes were watering. "I love it. I just love it," she said, and then kissed me on the lips. I smiled and told her to turn around so I could put it on her. Her dress had a generous neckline, and I couldn't help but kiss her while I was back there. She shivered, and I restrained my urge to be inside her once more. When the clasp was closed, I turned her around and looked at her. She was radiant. "How do I look?" she asked. "Perfect, as always," I replied. I knew we had to go back, even if it was the last thing I felt like doing just then. I wanted to be alone with her. I mean, I always wanted time alone with her, but especially then, after so long without seeing each other. "Am I presentable?" she said innocently. I smiled. "Of course you are," I said, buttoning my shirt and picking my tie up off the floor. "Let me," she said, and I laughed. "Since when do you know how to tie a tie?" I asked, remembering that I'd always been the one to tie hers when I still lived there. "I have to learn because my hot-ass boyfriend abandoned me for his bachelor pad," she replied, tightening the knot. "Hot, huh?" She rolled her eyes. "Let's go back before everyone figures out what we're up to." I'd have preferred everyone did know what we'd been up to. That would keep all those little boys away from my girlfriend. But even after all we'd been through, most people still thought we were just stepbrother and stepsister. I let her go first and lit a cigarette while I waited. I knew Noah didn't like me smoking, but if I didn't, I'd lose my mind. Before I walked back, I noticed something. Her underwear was under my feet. Had she left without anything under her dress? Back at the party, I saw her talking with a group of friends. 2 guys, one of them with his arm resting around her back. I took a breath to calm down and walked over. When Noah saw me, she gave me a hug and leaned her head against my chest. That was enough to calm me down. "Have you seen Lion?" I asked her, looking around. I was a little worried about him. He had called me when I was in San Francisco to tell me his brother Luca was getting out of jail soon. He'd been in for 4 years. He'd gotten caught selling drugs, and there had been nothing they could do to keep him from going behind bars. I wasn't too happy about him coming home. I guessed I was glad for my friend, since he was on his own and his brother was the only family he had left. But I knew what the brother in question was capable of, and I wasn't sure having an ex-con around was what Lion needed at that point in his life. "Not for a while, actually," Noah said. "Anyway, it's probably a good time for you to go see our parents." Hearing that made me tense. Since Noah had been kidnapped, there was no more hiding that we were serious about each other, and our parents didn't like it one bit. And they tried to make that clear to us every time we saw each other. I knew my father wouldn't let something so scandalous get out. After all, we were a family in the public eye, and to the outside world, we would go on being step-siblings and nothing more, he insisted. What surprised me was that Rafaela refused to take our side after what she'd told me the day the police came to our house. In fact, her attitude had become increasingly suspicious. "Well, well, well, my son's returned," Dad said with a false smile. "Hey, Dad," I greeted him. "Hey, Ella." I tried to muster a friendly tone. To my surprise, she smiled at me and gave me a hug. "I'm happy you made it," she told me. "Noah was forlorn till you showed up." I looked over at her. She was blushing. I winked. "How are things at the firm?" my father asked. The bastard had put me under Jenkins, a bossy asshole who would run the firm until I had enough experience to take the reins. Everyone knew I was perfectly qualified, but my father still didn't trust me. "Exhausting," I said, trying not to scowl at him. "That's life," he said. Now I was getting in a bad mood. I was tired of hearing that shit. I'd matured a great deal in the past few months, was playing the part that was expected of me, and was busy every hour of the day. Not only was I working for my father, but I was still in my last year of law school and had my finals and the bar exam to think about. Most of my classmates knew nothing about the ins and outs of running a firm, and I already had more experience than most attorneys. But there I was with my father still not trusting me. "Can I have this dance?" Noah interrupted me, trying to keep me from talking back to him. "Sure." I walked with her out onto the dance floor. They'd put on a slow song, and I pulled her in tight, trying to keep my anger and frustration from affecting the only person at that party who mattered to me. "Don't get angry," she said, stroking my neck. I closed my eyes, letting her touch relax me. My hand slid down her waist and stroked her lower back. "I can't feel mad around you knowing you've got nothing on under your dress." "I didn't even realize it," she said, grabbing my biceps to stop me from caressing her. She was gorgeous. I leaned my forehead into hers. "Sorry," I said, disappearing into the beauty of her eyes. "Are you spending the night?" she asked with a grin. Damn it. Always the same argument. There was no way I was staying there. I'd moved out months ago, and I hated having my dad around keeping an eye on me. I couldn't wait for Noah to move into town. Everything would be better when she was with me. "You know I'm not," I said, looking over at the crowd. Occasionally, some bystander glanced back over. I didn't suppose brothers and sisters were supposed to dance like that, but I didn't give a fuck either. "I haven't seen you for 2 weeks. You can make the effort to stay over," she said, her tone changing. I knew that if this kept up, we'd be arguing, and I didn't want that. "So we can sleep apart? No thanks." She looked down in silence. "Come on, Freckles. Don't be like that. You know I hate staying here. I hate not being able to touch you. And I hate all the stupid shit my father feels compelled to say to me." "Well, I don't know when we're going to be able to see each other then, because I can't go into town this week. I've got finals and graduation. I'm up to my ears in obligations." "Damn it." "I'll come pick you up so we can hang out," I said, trying not to raise my voice. She sighed and looked away. "Don't make me feel guilty, please," I asked her. "You know I can't stay here." I grabbed her face, forcing her to stare into my eyes. "You used to," she said. "Back then, we weren't together." We kept dancing, The argument apparently over, Rafaela kept her eyes on us the whole time.
3. Noah. Almost all the guests were gone. Jenna was saying hi to my mom, and Nick was in the back smoking a cigarette with Lion. I looked around at the disorder left behind after the party and was thankful for the first time that we had someone who came every day to clean our house. After so long socializing, I was happy for that moment alone to appreciate the good fortune I had. The party had been incredible. All my friends had been there and had bought me amazing gifts that were now piled on a table in the dining room. I was about to take them to my room when I felt arms wrap around my waist. "You got a ton of presents," Nick whispered in my ear. "Yeah, but none of them can compare with yours," I said, turning around to look at him. "It's the prettiest gift I've ever gotten, and it means so much coming from you." "Will you always wear it?" he asked me. A part of me realized that was important to him. He'd put his heart into that necklace. A warmth radiated from the middle of my chest. "Always." He smiled and pulled me close. His lips grazed mine sweetly, almost too sweetly. I tried to step forward and kiss him more deeply, but he stopped me in my tracks. "Want more?" he asked. Why wouldn't he kiss me for real? I opened my eyes and saw those bright blue irises that gave me shivers. "You know I do," I responded, breathing fast, my nerves on edge. "Then come with me tonight." I sighed. I wanted to go, but I couldn't. To start with, my mother didn't care at all for me going to stay with Nick. When I did it, I usually pretended I was spending the night with Jenna. Beyond that, I had to study. I had 4 finals coming up, and if I failed them, I'd be putting too much at risk. "I can't," I said. He stroked my back softly, so softly that it made my hair stand on end. "You can, and if you do, we'll pick up where we left off outside." He brought his lips close to my ear. I felt butterflies in my stomach and desire growing inside me. His tongue slid across my left earlobe, and then his teeth sank into it. I wanted to go, but I couldn't. I had missed the way he looked at me, that body of his that intimidated me, while at the same time offering me a limitless feeling of safety. "I'll see you, Nick," I said, taking a step back. Irritated but amused, he asked, "You know, if you don't come, you won't get laid again until after you graduate, right?" That was a low blow, but it was true. I barely had any time, definitely not enough to go into town and see him, and if he wouldn't come here either because he was worried about running into his dad. "We could go to the movies," I stammered. Nick cracked up. "Sure, just as you say, Freckles," he agreed, pressing his lips chastely to my forehead. I could sense the irony in it. "I'll see you in 2 days, to go to the movies, and whatever comes afterward." I wanted to grab him, to beg him to stay with me, to tell him I needed him because only with him would my nightmares go away. But I knew there was nothing I could say that would make him spend another second between those walls. I watched him go downstairs with a casual attitude, get into his Range Rover, and drive off without a second thought. The next 2 days, I barely even went out for fresh air. I had to cram so much information into my head that I thought my brain would explode. Jenna kept calling me to complain about our teachers, her boyfriend, and life in general. She always freaked out when exams were coming up, and to make things worse, she was in charge of the graduation party, and I knew it was making her crazy that she couldn't devote all the time she wanted to it. That night, I was supposed to see Nick to go to the movies, but I was terrified of my Friday exam, the last one I had. I wanted to see him more than anything in the world, but I knew he'd throw off my concentration. Just having him around made me flustered, and if we did hang out, there was no way I would manage to study afterward. I needed to call and tell him, even if he might get mad. We hadn't seen each other since my birthday, and even when we spoke on the phone, I was pretty out of it. I decided to text him. I didn't want his voice to distract me. I didn't want an argument, so I just hit send, put my phone on silent, and tried to forget him for 24 hours. When exams were over, I'd do whatever he wanted, but right now, everything was on the line, and I was determined to get the best grade possible. 2 hours later, I was still in my room, looking like a madwoman, my hair undone, on the verge of tears or maybe murder. Just then, my door opened, almost soundlessly. Shit, he'd gotten dressed up to take me out. I smiled awkwardly and put on my most innocent face possible. "You look handsome." Nick raised an eyebrow in a way that made it impossible for me to guess what was going through his head as he came over to my bed. "You stood me up," he said calmly, and I didn't know if he was reproaching me or still trying to figure out what was up. "Nick," I said, feeling guilty and afraid of how he would react. "Come here," he said gently. His expression was strange, as if he were thinking about something. I was surprised he hadn't just laid into me. I wanted to kiss him. I always wanted to kiss him. If I had it my way, I'd spend every minute of every day in his arms. I got up on my knees and crawled to the edge of the bed, where he was waiting for me. "I think that's the first time in my life a girl stood me up, Freckles." He wrapped his hands around my waist. "I'm not sure what to make of it." "I'm sorry," I stammered. "I'm losing it, Nick. I'm worried I'm gonna fail. I don't know anything, and if I don't pass, I won't graduate. They'll revoke my college admission, and I won't get the job I want. I'll end up just being some idiot living with my mom." His lips hushed me with a quick kiss. "You are the hardest worker I know. You're not going to fail." "I am, though, Nick. I'm being serious. I think I might even get a 0. A 0, can you imagine? Mr. Lamb won't have mercy on me, and I used to be his favorite. I had the best grades in the whole class." From his face, I could tell he thought I was starting to go off the deep end. Okay, maybe so, but still. He grinned. "You want help relaxing?" "Please, God, don't look at me like that. Not now when you're so handsome in that shirt and I look like a wreck." "I am relaxed," I lied. "You want me to help you study then?" His hand pushed aside a lock of hair from my face, and I sighed at the tenderness of that gesture. Nicholas helping me study? There was no way that would end well. "No need," I murmured. I was scared that if he stayed there, we'd do everything but look over my notes for Chapter 8 from history class. Nick was hot, but I couldn't risk an F. He smirked in that seductive way of his and took a step back, rolling up his sleeves, taking off his shoes, and walking around the bed to sit down as he picked up my book. I felt tingly as I imagined us in that same bed, doing all sorts of things that weren't studying. Nick started turning the pages until he reached the section I had marked a few minutes before. I forgot everything, my tests, college, all of it. I just wanted to sit on his lap and run the tip of my tongue across his jawline. I edged over and he looked up, shaking his head. "Be still," he joked. "We're going to study, Freckles, and when you've got it all down pat, maybe I'll give you a kiss." "Just one?" He laughed and looked at my notes. "Let's get started, and if we make it to the end, I promise I'll make sure all that stress goes away." He said that as cool as a cucumber, but I was as anxious as I could be. 2.5 hours later, I knew the material forward and backward. Nick was a good teacher. To my surprise, he was patient, and he told everything in story form. More than once, I found myself eagerly listening to him, actually attentive and interested in the Civil War. He told me things that hadn't even come up in class or in my text. When he closed the book, he asked me to recite it all back to him, and when I managed to, chapter and verse, he smiled with pride and with a spark of desire in his blue eyes. "I'd give you an A." I smiled from ear to ear and pounced on him. He squeezed me tight. We spun around in the bed, and he kissed me thirstily. I slid my tongue into his mouth, and he toyed with it, nibbled my lip, sucked it. I moaned as his hands traveled down my hip, lifted my leg, and flung it around his waist. I felt a gentle pressure that sent me off to heaven. "I wasn't too happy when I read your message," he said, rolling up my shirt and kissing my stomach. I closed my eyes and leaned my head back. "I'll bet," I said. "But I had a good time studying with you, Freckles," he said, aroused and amused. "It reminded me of all the things I still have to teach you." When he said that, he pulled down my pants, and there I was in my underwear with him on top of me, his mouth too close to a certain part of my body for me to keep my thoughts in order. I tried to wriggle away a little, but a hand on my abdomen held me still. "I did promise you a kiss, didn't I?" I could have melted. I tensed when I realized what he was referring to. "Nick, I didn't know if I was ready for it. We'd never done that before, and I suddenly wanted to get up and run away." Nicholas climbed back up, propped his elbows on either side of my face, and looked at me calmly. "Just relax," he said, burying his nose next to my neck, smelling me and kissing me softly. I closed my eyes and writhed beneath him. "You're so good," he said, going down, his lips brushing against my stomach, making me quiver. When he reached his destination, he stopped for a few moments. It was incredibly erotic, seeing him there between my legs with an expression of pure desire on his face, desire for me and no one else. He pulled down my panties delicately, and I was so embarrassed I looked away, going along with it without knowing whether I would even like it, just trying not to think. He began kissing my thighs, first one, then the other. He opened my legs gently. I was already in tremors, and I had no idea what was about to come. "Oh, God," I said, squirming. He grabbed me around the waist, and I felt his mouth moving in circles down there where I was most sensitive. I let myself vanish into that perfect moment. When it got too intense, I brought a hand down to beg him for a break. "It's even better than I imagined," he said, stopping a moment before going back for more. He looked up to ask if I wanted him to continue. Jesus. "Yes, please," I groaned, and once again I let myself go until the feeling was so intense I found myself clutching the sheets and shouting, "God!" It was the most erotic experience of my life. When I recovered, Nicholas was resting his chin on my stomach and looking at me as if I were a treasure he'd found at the bottom of the ocean. I blushed and he laughed, coming up beside me and pulling me into his arms. "Shit, Noah. Remind me why I never did that to you before?" I turned around and pressed my face into his chest. He was still dressed, but it wasn't hard to see the erection outlined in his pants. Did he expect me to do the same? I was almost paralyzed by anxiety as Nick kissed my head, turned around, and got out of bed. "Where are you going?" I asked as he headed toward the door. "If I don't leave now, I'll stay here all night," he said, and I noticed something hurried in his tone. I grabbed my pants, which were next to me on the cushion where we'd left them, and slipped them back on, getting out of bed and walking toward him. "I'm done Friday, Nick, and then we'll have the whole summer to ourselves." I hugged him. He hugged me back and sighed with resignation. "If you don't get an A, you're going to hear it from me." I laughed and pulled away to look at him. "Thanks for everything," I said, feeling myself blush again. He reached out and caressed my cheek. "You're the most beautiful thing that's ever happened to me, Freckles, so don't ever worry about thanking me." I felt my heart swell with joy and grief when he kissed the crown of my head and left me there alone. I aced the exam. When I ran into Jenna in the hall 5 minutes after turning it in, we both looked each other in the eye and started jumping up and down like fools. People were staring at us, some of them laughed, some looked irritated, but I didn't care. My time there was over. I was never going to have to wear a uniform again. No one would be able to treat me like a girl. I would never have to show my report card to my mom or have her sign it. All of that was over. I was free. We were free, and I couldn't have been happier. I can't believe we did it, Jenna shouted, squeezing me tight the day we got our grades. We went to the cafeteria, and as soon as we walked in, we heard all our classmates wreaking havoc, shouting, laughing, applauding. It was a regular bash. The underclassmen looked at us like we were idiots, some envious, some depressed at the long years that remained until they finally got out of there. We're thinking of having a bonfire on the beach and burning our uniforms, one guy told me with a radiant smile. Are y'all in? Hell yeah, Jenna and I both shouted at once. As we giggled hysterically, we must have looked drunk on happiness. An hour later, after celebrating with our class, running through the halls and killing time acting like clowns, I left that school, which I had to admit had brought me more good times than bad. I remembered how I'd hated it at first. But if I hadn't gone there was no way I'd have gotten into UCLA to study English, and that had always been my dream. I hurried outside when I got a message from Nick, saying he was waiting for me in the parking lot. He was standing by his car and smiled wide when he saw how happy I was. Unable to control myself, I ran over and jumped into his arms. He grabbed me in midair, held me up, and gave me the kind of kiss you usually only see in romance movies. I'd made it through school. My grades were perfect. I was on my way to a college I couldn't have dreamed of before. I had the best boyfriend in the world, a boyfriend I adored, and in 2 months, I'd be living on my own on campus with a bright future in front of me. Nothing could be better.
4. Nick. My girl had graduated. I was the proudest guy in the world. I couldn't help it. Not only was she gorgeous, but she was smart as a whip. She'd come out near the top of her class. She'd had all kinds of schools begging her to attend, but she'd chosen to stay in Los Angeles with me. I don't know what I'd have done if she'd decided to go back to Canada the way she'd been planning at first. I couldn't wait for her to move into my apartment. I hadn't told her, but I wanted her to live with me. I was tired of dealing with all the bullshit restrictions our parents had imposed on us as soon as we'd started going out. Since Noah had been kidnapped, her mother had turned super paranoid, and both my father and Rafaela had made it known they didn't like us being in a relationship. I thought everything would go back to normal once I moved out, but actually, the opposite had occurred. They hardly ever let Noah come see me, let alone stay the night. We had to make up all kinds of dumb excuses and stories to be able to spend time together. I really didn't care what my father or his wife thought. I was 22 years old, almost 23, and I would do whatever the hell I wanted. But it was different for Noah. I always knew the 5-year age difference would cause us problems at some point, but I never could have imagined all these headaches. Still, now wasn't the time to think about all that. Now was the moment for celebration. I'd agreed to take Noah to the stupid bonfire on the beach her classmates had organized. I wasn't particularly into the idea, but at least it meant we'd be together. The next day, Noah would be busy with graduation, and her mother wanted to take her out to dinner afterward. So either we went out today, or I would have to go back to sharing her with everyone. I knew it was selfish. But those past few months between her school obligations, my travels to San Francisco, and the roadblocks our parents were throwing up, I hadn't seen her even half as much as I'd wanted to. So I was going to make sure tonight counted. The ride to the beach was pleasant. Noah was so happy about graduating. She couldn't stop talking the whole 20 minutes it took us to arrive. I liked the way she moved her hands around when she was excited about something. Just then, they seemed to have a life of their own. I parked as close as I could to the masses of people gathered there. It wasn't just Noah's classmates on the beach. It looked like every graduating class in Southern California had shown up. "I thought there were just going to be a few of us," Noah said, no less perplexed than I was. "Yeah, just a few million, maybe." Noah smiled, tried to ignore my response, and turned to look at Jenna, who appeared just then in a bikini top and skin-tight shorts, and shouted, "Let's start drinking!" A group of guys who had been trailing her cheered, raising their glasses in the air. After getting out, Noah hugged her and cracked up laughing. Then I walked up, towering over Jenna. I leaned down, snatched her drink away, and poured it out in the sand. "Hey!" she protested, indignant. "Where's Lion? He should be here," I said, not concealing my amusement at her irritated expression. "Idiot," she growled, turning around and ignoring me. Noah shook her head, wrapped her arms around my neck, and stood on her tiptoes to address me. "Are you sure you don't mind being here?" she asked, tickling my neck with her long fingers. "Go have fun, Freckles. Don't worry about me," I answered, bending down to press my lips into hers. They were so full, so soft, that I thought I'd lose my mind. "I'm going to go find Lion. When you miss me, you can come looking for me." "I miss you already," she responded. Just then, Jenna pulled her away from me and dragged her off to do God knows what kind of stupid shit. I scowled at her and let her leave with Noah to where their friends were getting ready to burn their uniforms. It was a tradition. I could still remember the day I had burned my own. I walked over to a smaller fire with just a few people standing around it and looked at the flames, my hands tucked into my pockets, thinking, fantasizing about all the things I wanted to do with Noah that summer, all the possibilities that would open up for us in the months to come. Then I saw Lion standing beside another fire as far as possible from the crowd. He had a beer in his hands and was staring into the flames just like me, but he didn't look like he was dreaming or making plans. He looked worried, even depressed. I walked over to talk to him. "What's up, man?" I asked, clapping him on the back and bending over to retrieve a bottle from the six-pack at his feet. "Just trying to make this dumbass party pass as quickly as possible," he replied, then took a long drink of his beer. "By getting drunk? Jenna's already tanked, and one of you will need to drive, so if I were you, I'd slow down," I warned him. But he ignored me and brought the bottle straight back to his lips. "I didn't even want to come here. But Jenna wouldn't shut up about it," he told me, looking straight ahead. "She just graduated, dude. You can't blame her for not knowing what the fuck's going on with you. I don't even know myself." He exhaled for a long time and tossed the bottle into the fire, where it shattered into tiny pieces. "Things at the garage aren't going well. And the last thing I want is for my brother to get out of prison and see me unable to keep the family business afloat. If you need cash, no, Nicholas, I don't want your money. We've already had this talk a million times. I can work it out. It's just things aren't going the way I'd like, that's all." By his expression, I could see he wasn't telling me the whole story. "Lion, before you get into some kind of trouble," he turned to me and I shut my mouth. "You used to have no problem with getting into trouble. What the fuck happened to you, Nicholas?" I stared at him without blinking. "Someone kidnapped my girlfriend. That's what happened." Seeming to regret his remark, Lion looked past me and took a cigarette from the back pocket of his jeans. "Speak of the devil. Here she comes now," he said. I turned around to see Noah approaching with a huge smile on her lips and her hair blowing in the breeze. I forced a smile and opened my arms to hug her as she reached me. She kissed me on the chest and then turned to Lion. "Jenna's looking for you," she informed him. "Great," he replied curtly. Noah's expression changed, and I suddenly wanted to beat the shitty mood out of him. Noah glanced over at me as he walked off toward the mass of people. "Is something up with him?" I shook my head. "He's having a bad day. Ignore him," I told her, kissing her cheek, which was warm from the fire, and then her neck. For days now, my lips had been longing for her flesh, and the last thing I wanted now was to see something as stupid as Lion's mood sour her evening. "I love you," I said, moving down to her throat, tasting her skin, enjoying the effect my caresses had on her. "Nick," she said a minute later, when I'd reached the curve between her breasts. I separated from her for a second, bewitched but also aware that more than a few people were looking at us, anticipating a show. I cursed, grabbing her hand and leading her away. "Let's take a walk," I said, steering her away from the bonfires and toward the dark night and the harmonious breaking of the waves. There was no better place in the world, and I liked experiencing it calmly, without all the racket from that stupid party. Noah was strangely quiet, lost in thought, and I didn't want to bother her. Eventually, she turned toward me. "Can I ask you a question?" she said, with a trace of anxiousness in her voice. "Sure, Freckles," I responded, stopping by a tree that had sunk its roots in the sand and spread out powerfully above us. I sat down and pulled Noah between my legs so I could look her more easily in the eyes. "What's up?" She shook her head. "Nothing. It was a stupid question," she replied evasively. She was blushing, and that piqued my curiosity in ways I hadn't thought possible. "There's no such thing." "What is it?" I pressed her. "Seriously, don't worry about it. It's dumb." "You're red as a tomato, and that's just making me that much more interested. Spit it out." I hated her doing this to me. I wanted to know everything she was thinking or feeling. I didn't want her ever to feel ashamed of anything. Plus, I was so intrigued that I couldn't let her off the hook without telling me what was going on in her mind. Her eyes met mine briefly, and she started playing with a lock of her own hair. "I was just thinking, about what happened the other night when you—" By now she was red as a beet. I tried not to smile. We'd never done anything like that. I'd wanted to take it slow with Noah, introduce her to sex a little at a time, always being sure she was ready. "When I went down on you for the first time, and it blew your mind?" I asked, looking forward to her reaction. "Nicholas!" she exclaimed, looking around as if it were possible for anyone to hear us. "Jesus, forget about it. I can't even imagine why I thought it was a good idea to talk about this." I pulled her in close and forced her to look at me. "You're my girlfriend. You can talk to me about anything you want." "So, the other day, what about it?" I tried to calm her down. These subjects always made her shrink with embarrassment. I knew that from the many times I'd made crude comments in her presence. "Didn't you like it?" Hell yes, she had liked it. I'd put my hand over her mouth so no one would hear her shouting with pleasure. But did we have to talk about this right now? The memory of it was getting me hot, and this was neither the time nor the place. "Of course I liked it. That's not what I wanted to talk about." She looked away. "I was just wondering if you wanted me to do the same thing to you." I almost choked on my own saliva. There was timidity in her eyes, but also desire. Yes, desire in those honey-colored irises. Damn it! I would have to make a new rule: no more conversations with Noah about sex in public places. I already felt myself getting impatient. "Christ, Noah, you trying to give me a heart attack?" She smirked. "So, You have thought about it, she replied. I don't think any guy with a pair of eyes who's had you in front of him could fail to think about that, my love. Of course I've thought about it, but we don't need to do it unless you want to. Noah bit her lip. It's not that. It's more like it's not fair. I mean, you had to do it with me and I burst out laughing. Had to do it? You say that like it was torture. Noah, I did that because I wanted to. I enjoyed it a lot, and I plan on doing it again whenever I get the chance. She opened her eyes wide, surprised but also excited. Sometimes I forgot how innocent she was. Then I'm going to do it too, she affirmed with some hesitation in her voice. No, I said. That's not how it works. The things I do to you and the things you do to me are independent. This isn't tit for tat. When you feel like it, just do it. And if that moment never comes, don't worry. I'll find someone who's more willing. Hearing my joke, she slapped me on the shoulder. I'm being serious. I know, I said earnestly. But I don't want you doing things you don't want to do, okay? I kissed her on the nose. She blinked a few times, then continued. So, you don't mind? I'm not saying I don't want to. It's just, maybe, I don't know if I'm ready yet. And that was why I had fallen in love with her. Any other girl without a backbone would have just given in to keep me happy. Noah wasn't like that. If she wasn't sure of something, it didn't matter what you did to try and convince her. She was going to go on being true to herself. Come here, I said, pulling her close and kissing her as if I would never kiss her again. Having you by my side is enough, babe. Noah smiled, and a few seconds later, we were in the middle of an epic makeout session.
5. Noah. I was graduating. I don't know if you've ever been through something like that, but it's amazing. I knew the hard stuff was still ahead of me. I still had to go to college, not to mention any number of other worse things, but still, you just can't compare graduating from high school to anything else. It's a step toward maturity, a step toward independence, a feeling so gratifying that I could barely contain myself as I waited in line next to my classmates and listened to our names being called. We walked out in alphabetical order, which meant Jenna was several places in line behind me. The ceremony was organized to a T, very classy. Out in the school's gardens with huge panels reading, Class of 2016. I still remembered the celebrations at my old school in the gym, with a balloon or two and not much more. Here, they even decorated the trees on the edge of the green. The chairs where friends and family sat were lined with costly green and white fabrics, the school colors, and our gowns were green too, and were the work of a famous designer. It was an insane waste of money, but by now nothing scandalized me anymore. I was surrounded by multi-millionaires, and this was just how they lived. Noah Morgan was the next name uttered into the microphone. I jolted, climbed the stairs nervously to collect my diploma, and looked with a huge smile on my face at the rows of families. I saw Nick and my mother standing and clapping, and they were as excited as I was. My mother was even jumping up and down. I shook the principal's hand and joined the rest of the graduates. The valedictorian, her GPA was 0.2 points higher than mine, mounted the stage once everyone had received their diplomas to give her graduation speech. It was sweet, funny, entertaining, and tender. I doubt anyone could have done better. A few tears slid down Jenna's face, and I laughed, to keep from doing the same. I'd only been there for a year, but it had been one of the best in my life. Once I'd put my prejudices aside, I'd not only prepared myself for college magnificently, I'd also made a lot of good friends. "Congratulations, class of 2016. We're free!" she shouted into the microphone, elated. We threw our mortar boards into the air. Jenna hugged me so tight I could barely breathe. "And now it's party time," she shouted, applauding and jumping all around. I giggled, and all at once we found ourselves surrounded by hundreds of people trying to reach their children to congratulate them. We said a quick goodbye to one another and went off to look for our parents. A pair of strong arms wrapped around me from behind and picked me up off the ground. "Good job, Brainiac," Nick said, setting me down and kissing me loudly on the cheek. I turned around and hugged him. "Thanks. I still can't believe it." I wanted to kiss him, but my mother appeared, pushed him aside, and embraced me. "Noah, you graduated!" she shouted like another one of the schoolgirls. Her enthusiasm was contagious. I shrieked and laughed and watched Nick shake his head, amused at my mother and me. William walked up beside her and gave me a hug of his own once my mother had let me go. "We've got a surprise for you," he announced. I looked at the three of them with suspicion. "What have you done?" I asked. Nick grabbed my hand and pulled me along with him, saying, "Come on," and the four of us walked across the garden. With all the people there, it took us ages to reach the parking deck. No matter where I looked, there were huge cars everywhere, some of them with giant colorful bows, others with balloons tied to the mirror. Who could be crazy enough to buy one of those cars for an 18-year-old kid? Nick covered my eyes with one of his big hands and started guiding me across the lot. "Where are you going?" I asked, tripping over my own feet. I was starting to feel nervous, but also excited. "No way." "Over here, Nick," my mother said, more animated than I'd ever heard her in my life. Nick turned me around, then stopped. A second later, his hand moved away, and my mouth fell open, literally. "Tell me that red convertible isn't for me," I whispered incredulously. "Congratulations," my mother and William said, both of them beaming. Nick dangled a ring of keys in front of my nose. "No more excuses not to come visit me," he said. "You all are crazy," I shouted hysterically when I was able to react. They'd bought me a goddamned Audi. "Oh my God, oh my God," I started squealing. "You like it?" William asked. "Are you kidding?" I replied. I was so overwhelmed I had no idea what to do or say. I ran over to Mom and William and hugged them as tight as I could. I'd been dropping comments about saving up to buy another car. Mine had broken down 5 times in the past few months, and I was spending so much money at the shop that it would have been cheaper to buy me a new one. But an Audi? I never guessed they'd give me something like that. "Honestly, I can't believe it," I said, getting inside. The car was precious, bright, gleaming red. There wasn't a single corner of it that didn't seem to be sparkling. I heard shouts of joy all around me. I wasn't the only one who'd gotten a car, obviously. All those giant ribbons made the lot look like a gift shop. "It's an A5 Cabrio," Nick told me, getting into the passenger seat. Still in shock, I started shaking my head. "This is incredible," I said, hitting the button and listening to the motor's soft roar. "You're incredible," he corrected me, and I felt a warmth spread through my interior. I was in heaven. I looked at him and for a brief moment was lost. My mother had to call out to me twice to get me to react, and when I did, flummoxed, Nick chuckled. "Shall we see each other at the restaurant?" William asked, resting his hands on my mother's shoulders. Mom had made a reservation at one of the best restaurants in the city. Afterward, my graduation party would be at the Four Seasons in Beverly Hills. They'd pulled out all the stops on the catering and gotten a hall that accommodated 500, apart from renting out 2 floors of the hotel so no one would have to worry about going home till the next day. I had complained at first, It was excessive, and the students had paid for all of it, even if we did get a discount, since the father of one of our classmates was an investor in the hotel. When I graduated, we had the party on a cruise ship and didn't come back for 5 days. Nick had said when I'd told him how shocked I was at what my class was planning. When I'd heard that, I decided to keep my opinions to myself. I nodded, dying to take off in my new car. The seats were beige leather. It had that new car look and that new car smell, a smell I was encountering just then for the first time in my life. I put it in gear, pulled out of the lot, leaving that school behind forever. "Noah, slow down. You're overdoing it," Nick said from the passenger seat. The wind was blowing in our faces, pushing back our hair, while I hooted and laughed like a banshee. The sun was setting, and the views just then were dazzling. Cars were driving past me. The starless sky was painted 1,000 colors, ranging from pink to orange, and the stars were just starting to twinkle. It was a perfect summer night, and all I could do was smile as I thought of the month and a half I had to spend with Nick. Together, no more exams, and then I'd move to the city. I couldn't imagine a more perfect future. "They shouldn't have bought you this damn car," he complained between clenched teeth. I rolled my eyes and slowed down. "You happy now, Grandma?" "You're still over the speed limit," he said earnestly. I ignored him. No way I was slowing down to 70. 75 was fine. Anyway, everyone in that city drove like a maniac. "This isn't NASCAR. You want to chill?" he said. He was joking, but the remark made my smile freeze, then slowly fade away. I had tried as hard as I could not to think about my father, and I definitely didn't want to remember him just then. But something brought him incessantly into my thoughts. Maybe it was seeing all my friends with their dads on that special occasion. I kept asking myself what it would have felt like if he'd been there, if he hadn't been crazy or dead. In that alternate universe, Nick wouldn't be the one beside me just then. He sure as hell wouldn't be telling me to slow down. But what kind of stupid thought was that? My father was a drunk, a criminal with killer's instincts. He had tried to murder me. What the hell was going on with me? How could I be missing him? How could I be sitting there imagining a life that never had existed and never would? "Noah?" Nick called to me. Without realizing it, I'd slowed down to 45 and the cars were honking and passing me. I shook my head. I'd gotten lost in myself again. "I'm okay," I said, trying to get back to that state of euphoria I'd been in just a few moments before. I stomped on the accelerator and ignored the nagging feeling in my heart. Soon we were at the restaurant. It was gorgeous inside. I'd never been there, and I was excited to try the food. I told my mom I didn't care where we went, as long as they had the best chocolate cake. That was my one request. Mom and Will must have been right behind us. I got out of the car, and Nick did too, walking around to see me. He looked fantastic in those dark pants, with a white shirt and gray tie. I fell in love with him all over again every time I saw him in businessman mode, as I called it. He smiled the way he only did with me and smirked as I looked down and realized I still hadn't stripped off my gown. I pulled it off, giving him a view of the pink dress I was wearing with the patterned lace back. It fit me like a glove. "You look incredible," he said, pulling me close. Even in my heels, I felt minuscule next to him. My eyes were level with his lips, which were tempting, the way every inch of him was. "You too," I said, tickled, because I knew how much he hated compliments. I didn't know why, but he always got really uncomfortable whenever I called him handsome. It wasn't a secret. We'd only been parked there 3 minutes, and 5 women had already turned their heads to give him a slow, shameless once-over. He kissed me before I could say anything else, and after a moment, I pushed him away. "Easy, we've got the whole night ahead of us," I said. I'm on the verge of taking you to my apartment and forcing you to live there all summer, he blurted out. That idea, the two of us living there with no parents to bother us, made my heart swell, but obviously it couldn't happen. I wouldn't say no, I told him. Really? He said, pushing me into the car. I wrapped my arms around him and tried to give him a kiss, but he jerked back, clearly expecting an answer. That allured me, and I wanted to keep playing. Yeah, I wouldn't mind spending the night with you, naked in your bed, I admitted, digging my fingers into his hair. In his eyes, there was hunger. I was seducing him. I'd figured out I had a talent for it. Don't start what you can't finish, he warned me, now ready to kiss. But this time I was the one who turned away. I was toying with him, but his expression promised passion and danger. I'd realized by then that the slightest contact with my lips was enough to completely disarm him. I knew I couldn't take it too far. We were in the middle of a parking lot, and our parents were about to arrive. But I wanted him so bad. Tonight, I said, kissing his chin, his throat, his neck. Make me yours, Nick. He held my waist with one hand, while the other forced my head back. I don't need to make you mine. You are mine, he replied, before kissing me the way he'd been wanting to do since before we arrived. His tongue pushed into my mouth immodestly, wrapped around mine, tasted me, maybe punished me. I wasn't yet sure. Just being with him, just touching him was enough to make me lose control. It didn't matter how much time passed. It didn't matter that we'd spent the whole previous day together. I never got tired of him, never lost that painful attraction that brought us together like two magnets. But before my body could melt in his arms or else undergo spontaneous combustion, a horn honked, startling us and making us step back from each other. Your mother, he said with a frown. Your father, I counterattacked. They glowered at both of us. Could you all keep it under control? We're in a public place, Mom reprimanded us, with an accusing look at Nick. She'd been doing that kind of thing a lot lately, and I didn't like it one bit. We'd need to have a talk about that. William appeared a moment later, glaring alarmingly at his son. When we went inside, I realized we weren't the only ones who had chosen that place for a graduation dinner. Several classmates waved to me as we passed. I smiled at each and every one of them. The maitre d' led us to the terrace. We were seated next to a swimming pool. Lit candles stood in the center of all the tables. It was a cozy place with relaxing piano music in the background. A live musician, as I would realize sometime later. Nicholas sat down next to me, and our parents sat across from us. For some reason, I felt suddenly uncomfortable. One thing was the four of us eating a pizza in the kitchen. Another was having dinner in a place like that, especially since Nick hadn't eaten with the family for months, and the tension in the air was palpable. Everything was fine at first. My mother couldn't keep her mouth closed, and nothing new there. We talked about my new car, college, Nick, his job, William's new firm, which I knew Nick was anxious to lead someday. I started to feel more comfortable. My mom ignored the fact we were a couple. In some sense, that was irritating, but it also smoothed things over. It wasn't until the end of dessert, when I'd swallowed the last bit of my chocolate cake, that my mother decided to blurt out something she must have been keeping under wraps for weeks. I have another surprise for you, she announced when we were all sitting there stuffed. I brought my glass to my lips, so happy I didn't see coming the bomb she let off a second later. You and I are going to Europe for a girls' trip for 4 weeks. Wait, what?
6. Nick. No fucking way. The look I gave that woman was enough to knock my father off guard. Noah glanced at me for a few seconds, unable to speak. Mom, have you lost your mind? she finally managed to whisper. Why is she being like that? Why the hell isn't she telling her that not in her wildest dreams would she go to the other end of the world and spend the whole summer without me? You're growing up. Soon you'll be off to college, Rafaela said, carefully avoiding me. Good for her. I'll bet one look at me would have made her freeze from terror. I think it's the last chance we'll have to do something like this together. And maybe you're not as excited about it as I am, but... Then she burst into tears. I took a sip of wine, trying to control my rage. I was squeezing Noah's hand so tight it must have cut off her circulation. But it was either that or lose my shit and start blurting out all the curse words I was struggling to keep down. My father looked askance at me for a moment and brought his glass to his lips. Had this been his idea? Had he been the one who put that ridiculous notion into his wife's head? Why the hell was I even asking? Of course it had been him. He was the one paying for the damn trip. Just then, my last hope faded away. Of course I want to go, Mom, Noah said. And her words were like a slap to the face. Did I not have any say in that decision? Why the hell was I even sitting there? I let go of her hand. I was getting more and more pissed off. I had to go or else I was going to let everything fly. But going wouldn't solve a thing, I realized. Nor would starting a scene. Not if I wanted to be taken seriously anyway. What I needed to do was stay there and make my opinion known. Tell them they weren't going to up and steal a month from my girlfriend and me. Noah turned to face me. I could see she was as tormented by the news as I was. That, at least, was something. Before Rafaela could say another word, I interrupted her. You don't think you should have checked with us before booking the trip? It had taken all the willpower I had to formulate that question in the calm tone of voice I'd used. Rafaela looked at me, and when I saw her eyes, it was evident that any hope I'd had that Noah's mother would accept me as her boyfriend had vanished. She didn't want me to have Noah. There was no more doubting that. Nicholas, she's my daughter, and she's just turned 18. She's still just a girl, and I want to take a vacation with her. Is that so hard to understand? Before I could reply, Noah jumped to my defense. Mom, I'm not a girl anymore, okay? She flicked her hair back and continued. And you shouldn't talk to Nick that way. He's my boyfriend, and he has every right in the world not to be happy about the trip. To say I wasn't happy was the understatement of the year, but I let her go on talking. Rafaela's eyes were damp. Her face made me sick to my stomach. I'll go with you, Mom. What? But next time, either we all go or none of us do, Noah added, unaware of how those words were echoing in my brain or how, all at once, I'd started to see red. Her mother smiled, but I felt feverish and had to stand. Despite my father's look of admonishment, I announced that I was leaving. I tried to control my voice, but my hands were clenched into fists, and what I wanted most was to hit someone. I didn't even know if I wanted Noah to leave with me. I was every bit as pissed at her as I was at her mother. Nicholas, sit down, my father ordered, not wanting to draw attention to us. Always worried about appearances. Always with that disappointed expression. I took off toward the door, not even stopping to wait for Noah. I needed to get outside and take a breath of fresh air. I headed for the car, but I realized I didn't have the keys. Why in the hell hadn't I taken my own car? I turned around and leaned on the driver's side door and saw Noah walking toward me. She couldn't keep up with me in high heels. I took out a cigarette and lit it. She'd probably bitch about it. I didn't care. When she reached me, her cheeks red, trying to meet my eyes, I looked away toward the people entering and exiting the restaurant. Nicholas. I didn't answer. I just listened to her breathing, and after a moment, I looked down. "What did you want me to do?" she asked. I grunted. A month. A whole month without Noah. All my plans. All the stuff I'd wanted to do with her. All that was in the trash can. I was going to take a trip with her. We were going to see the sights. I thought I'd make love with her every single day that summer. Enjoy her company. But no. She hadn't even hesitated to accept her mother's gift. It hurt, because I thought I would come first for her. And I'd been wrong. "Give me the keys. I'll take you to your party." I knew she wanted to talk, but the thought of her being gone, the thought of her being taken from me, even if it was just a month, was eating away at me. And of course, there was nothing I could do about it. After standing there in silence, she reached into her purse, handed me the keys, and walked around to the passenger side. It was for the best. If she decided to argue with me, I wasn't going to be responsible for what I said.
7. Noah. The tension in the car was unbearable. He was enraged. I could tell. I could see it in his eyes. I understood why he didn't like the idea of me leaving for a month, but what was I supposed to do? My mother had organized the trip. She'd even paid for it, and I couldn't turn her down. She was my mother, after all. We'd always talked about me graduating, about college, about how we'd go shopping together for furniture for my dorm room. We'd even joked about going backpacking through Europe to share a last summer together while I was still her little girl, as she liked to say. A part of me wanted to take that trip. I didn't want to lose the chance to be alone with the woman who had given me life, along with everything I had. I couldn't just reject her outright. But my body also ached when I thought about how I wouldn't see Nicholas for 4 whole weeks. I had plans with him. I, too, had wanted to spend every second of every day in his apartment. Even more now that I knew his work was piling up and that his trips to San Francisco would last longer than the 2 weeks the last one had. I looked over at him. His eyes were fixed on the road, his hands clutching the steering wheel with fury. I was scared of whatever might be happening in his head, but I didn't know what to do or say to keep him from getting angry with me. "Are you not going to talk to me?" I asked, gathering my courage. In lieu of looking at me, he ground his teeth, and the veins tensed in his neck. "I'm trying not to ruin your night, Noah," he said a second later. Trying? "Nicholas, you can't blame me for all this. You can't make me not go. This is my mother we're talking about." "And I'm your boyfriend," he screamed. There it was. We were going to end up arguing, and that was the very last thing I'd wanted that night. As my nerves frayed further, I wondered what more there was he wanted to say. "Don't do this to me. Don't make me choose between my mother and you," I begged him, trying not to whine or shout. Nicholas sped up so fast I had to grip the door handle. I caught a glimpse of the Four Seasons. A long line of cars waited in front of the valet stand, and lots of people I knew were there with their boyfriends and girlfriends. I envied the smiles on their faces. Mine was gone for a change. Nick stopped behind a Mercedes and looked over at me. "If I were given a choice, I would always choose you," he said so coldly. It chilled my blood. I looked at him incredulously. His tone hurt, and I felt guilty because of what he was suggesting. I shouldn't have to choose between the 2 people I loved most in the world, especially because I loved them in 2 totally different ways. I loved my mother above all else. But the love I felt for Nicholas was impossible to explain. It was a love that hurt. I adored him, but his intensity frightened me. I got out, turning back around when I realized he was still in the driver's seat. "You're not going to stay?" I asked, voice trembling. Shit. There I was again, feeling abandonment, dependency. I didn't want him to leave me. I needed him next to me. I needed to share that night with him, a night when my boyfriend was supposed to be with me. He looked away toward the people climbing the steep stairs toward reception. I don't know. I need to be by myself, he hissed in that tone I hated, the one that reminded me of the old Nicholas. I could feel the rage overtaking me. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair for him to take this out on me when I'd had nothing to do with it. Fuck you, Nicholas. We were supposed to spend the night together for the first time in weeks, and you're ready to waste the opportunity? My anger reaching a fever pitch, I shouted, "Just go. I'll have way more fun without you." The jerk didn't even wait to see me go inside, making the tires squeal, making my tires squeal because it was my car. He sped up and disappeared down a side street, leaving me with no options for getting away if I got tired of the stupid party. I walked over to the steps where my classmates were chatting excitedly. I could have joined any number of groups there, but I wasn't in the mood to pretend I was all happy. I wasn't. I was wounded and pissed. "Hey, Morgan." I turned around and saw Lion's smiling face. My eyes lit up. The last time I'd seen him, he'd been distant and cold. I was happy to see him so happy. Just as Jenna had become my best friend and confidant, so I'd grown to really care about Lion. He was great, caring, kind, and never intimidated me. I'd thought he would at first, especially because he was Nicholas's friend, but nothing could be further from reality. Lion was a sweetie. He walked over and I hugged him. "Congratulations," he said. "Thanks," I replied. "Where's Nick?" he asked, looking around, and my smile immediately disappeared. "He left. We had a fight," I said, and to my surprise, Lion laughed, provoking a bitter stare from me. "I'll give him half an hour and he'll come crawling back, and you won't get him off of you. That's the longest he can stand to be away from you," he said, ignoring my irritation and taking out his cell phone. "Good for him. I'd just as soon he stayed gone." Lion rolled his eyes with his attention on his screen. "Jenna will be here in 10. You want to go on in with me?" he asked. I nodded. It should have been Nicholas there celebrating with me, but screw him, he'd missed his chance. I'd gotten dressed up especially for him. I'd even bought underwear at this mega expensive shop Jenna had told me about, and now he would never see it. I was so bitter and disappointed that I had smoke coming out of my ears. The vestibule was impressive. The people were packed in like sardines, and lots of parents were there too, having drinks. A few guys in uniform showed us where to go, and Lion followed their directions with me behind him. Everyone was laughing and talking, and then we reached the terrace. It was spectacular. This must have been the greatest graduation party in history. Under the open sky, there were tall tables, with green satin tablecloths surrounding a dance floor. The floral arrangements were exquisite, white peonies if I wasn't mistaken. The waiters in their elegant uniforms came and went with trays of canapes and glasses of something or other, I didn't know what, but it couldn't be alcohol. Lion was as fascinated and intimidated as I was. Neither of us had grown up surrounded by such luxuries, and I'm sure we both felt out of place among all these rich, distinguished people. "They sure know how to throw a party," he said. "You're telling me," I agreed, bowled over by the beauty of that spectacle. Pale white lights lit up the terrace, and the aroma of the flowers was bewitching. The party music hadn't started yet, and I could hear the captivating sounds of the violin and cello players softly welcoming us. "There you guys are," a familiar voice said behind us. We turned to find Jenna with a huge smile on her face. "Can you believe how many people are here? What do you think? Did I overdo it? Or were you expecting more? Don't tell me you don't like it." Jenna had been one of the people responsible for organizing the party. She'd spent the better part of the year on it, and I had to say she'd outdone herself. She was crazy if she thought we didn't like it. "What are you saying?" I asked. "It's incredible." I hugged her, admiring her beauty. It was in her genes, of course. Her mother, Caroline Tavish, had been Miss California in her younger days. That title had opened doors for her, all right, since it made one of the richest men in America want to marry her. Jenna's father was a millionaire with oil rigs all over the world, and he was hardly home more than 2 days a month. But according to Jenna, that didn't mean he didn't love her mother like crazy. And why wouldn't he? She was the kind of woman who would leave any man breathless. Jenna had inherited her body and her height, but her face was warmer, sweeter, more childlike than her mother's, her beauty less stern and imposing. "I can't believe we've graduated," she said, leaping into Lion's arms and leaving a luscious kiss on his lips. He wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled her in close. They said something, I don't know what, and Jenna turned to face me with a furrowed brow. "Where's your Nicholas?" I don't know why she was so fixated on calling him that. Nicholas wasn't mine, was he? Honestly, at that moment, I had no idea. "I don't know, and I don't care," I responded. But of course I did. I didn't understand why, but Jenna always defended him whenever we had a fight or argument. Maybe she'd known him all her life, but she was my friend. She should be taking my side and defending me. "You outdid yourself, Jenna," I said. The night started with a bang. Someone, or more than just someone, had brought along alcohol, and in less than an hour, all those present were drunk and stumbling over the dance floor. The lights started blinking, and I found myself surrounded by people. Siblings, cousins, friends of the graduates were in attendance. It started to weird me out when I felt a bunch of guys I didn't know rubbing up on me and trying to get me to dance. I pushed them away and walked off the dance floor. I was sweating, and I stood to one side where a bartender was serving shots to the older people. I'd already had a few drinks. I wasn't drunk, but I was buzzing. "You want one?" a girl asked me when the bartender walked away for more ice. On the table were crystal glasses with a thick pale liquid in them over ice. "What are those?" I asked suspiciously. "White Russians." If she'd said red Frenchmen, it wouldn't have mattered. I had no idea what that meant. "It's vodka, Kahlua, and cream. Delicious. They say it's an aphrodisiac." She batted her eyes. Was she flirting with me? Just what I needed, a girl hitting on me. But the thought of coffee was enough for me to forget her sexual orientation and grab one of the drinks off the table. I put the straw in my mouth and tried it. "Oh my God, it's delicious," I shouted. The girl laughed. The vodka was hardly noticeable. It didn't burn at all. It tasted like a coffee-flavored milkshake. I looked closer at the girl. She wasn't familiar at all. She must have been a friend or relative of one of the graduates. Her black hair was pulled back in a ponytail on the top of her head. I went on drinking my new favorite cocktail. Jenna was dancing with Lion on the dance floor. Without realizing it, I drank 2 more and fell into conversation with the girl, whose name was Dana. She was nice, and either I was just drunk or she was incredibly funny. One of her jokes made me laugh so hard that I was unable to react when she grabbed the back of my neck and planted a kiss on my lips. It was so quick and so unexpected that I needed a second to push her away. "What are you doing?" I asked, feeling woozy. She just laughed. "I wanted to taste the vodka on your lips," she said. The situation was so surreal that I didn't know what to say. "I've got a boyfriend," I told her a few seconds later. Or maybe it was minutes. I don't know. The alcohol was coursing through my brain. Had I just kissed a girl? "It was only a peck. Relax," she replied, her eyes turning quickly to something or someone behind me. I shivered. I could feel him even before I turned to see if it was him. There Nicholas was, his bright eyes seeing straight through me even from far away. He hurried over. "You should go," I told Dana hurriedly. I was afraid for her life. She chuckled, grabbed her White Russian, and walked onto the dance floor, disappearing just as Nick came around in front of me. "So you like girls now?" he said, looking like he was trying to remain calm. I didn't let him intimidate me. "Maybe," I told him, irritated. I was furious with him. He'd left me hanging on the day of my graduation, surrounded by people I didn't want to see, feeling alone, and to top it off, someone had kissed me without my permission. "What are you drinking?" he asked, taking the glass out of my hands. I thought he was going to set it down, but instead he drank it. I should have been angrier, but already my only thought was to savor that liquid on his lips, just as the girl had done with me. A white Russian on those lips. Delicious. "You know how much alcohol this has in it?" he said after draining the glass and setting it down behind me. I wanted to feel him out. I wasn't sure what kind of mood he was in. I knew he was angry, but his eyes harbored something else. "I guess a lot, because if I were sober, I'd have already told you to go to hell." He leaned his head to one side, observing me, and brought his body close. Without touching me, he placed his palms on the table behind me, imprisoning me between his arms. I couldn't breathe. His sky blue eyes were seeking out mine. "There's no reason for you to be mad, Noah," he said, now serious. "I'm the one getting hurt here. You're going off to Europe on vacation." "I repeat, it wasn't my idea." Nick took a deep breath and stepped back, giving me space. "So we're at a dead end," he said with a poker face. Part of me knew he wasn't entirely wrong to be upset, but I wasn't ready to admit that. I didn't want to calm down. I didn't want to be understanding. I wasn't happy with the situation either. Going to Europe with my mother wasn't in my plans, and it made me angry and sad that I couldn't spend that month with Nick. My mother was the one I was really mad at, but Nick was there, and I had to get my anger out on someone. "Maybe you shouldn't have come back. You said you didn't want to ruin my night, but now you're doing it." Brow furrowed, Nick asked, "You want me to go?" Was there a touch of disappointment in those eyes? "What's for sure is I don't want to stand here arguing with you." Looking me over, he responded, "I think you've had a bit too much to drink, smarty pants." Feeling full of myself, I glared at him, reached across the table, filled a glass from the punch bowl, and downed it. It had been spiked so much that the liquor in it burned my eyes, but it was worth it to see Nick's furious face. "You're acting like an idiot," he said, "and the person who's going to have to deal with it later is me." I shrugged and walked off toward my friends on the dance floor, joining them without looking back. At some point, I dropped my glass, and it spilled on someone's feet, but I didn't care. Jenna came over to dance with me. After twisting and shouting until my stomach was upset, I stopped, looking around. I knew Nick hadn't left. He'd been staring at me the whole time. I hadn't expected that, certainly not when we were arguing. At some point I stumbled, and an arm grabbed me around the waist, a strong, muscular, attractive one. Nick's. I turned around and clung to him. "I see you're still here," I said. "And I see you can barely stand. If your goal for tonight was to get under my skin, congratulations, you did it." "I don't know about getting under your skin, but I'd be more than happy to get under those clothes you're wearing, or between some sheets." Nick didn't laugh. He seemed to be trying to figure out what to do with me. I tried to caress his neck and hair the way I knew he liked, but he grabbed my wrist and stopped me. "Let me take you upstairs, Noah," he said. Looking around, I saw other couples had had the same idea. "Okay, sounds fun," I said with a grin. Nick exhaled a breath and led me out. "Fun's the last thing it's going to be," he said to himself, but I heard him perfectly. Had he been trying to play it cool because other people were around? Damn it.
8. Nick. We left the patio and walked straight to our room. I'd already gotten my key earlier. When we went in, we stood there staring at each other, and neither of us knew what to do or say. Should I stay mad at her? Should I kiss her all over? Noah seemed to be asking herself the same thing. "So we're about to have fun, huh?" she asked, skillfully pulling down her zipper and letting her dress fall to the floor. I'd never seen that underwear and bra and those sexy heels. She left me breathless. She started to trip, and I quickly bridged the 2 feet between us, grabbing her around the waist, carrying her into the bathroom, and setting her down on the sink. "Noah, you're drunk." She shrugged. "Not so drunk that I don't realize you brought me in here to punish me for going to Europe." I frowned. "I'm the one who's getting punished tonight, Freckles, not you." "Well, I can think of a lot of other things we could do besides punish each other." I couldn't resist smiling. There she was, half naked, her cheeks red from alcohol or embarrassment of the situation or who knew what. Unable to take it anymore, I cupped her face in my hands and pressed my lips to hers, not using my tongue, just playing a bit. Because I had to. Otherwise, I thought I would lose my mind. She started unbuttoning my shirt and I stepped away. "I think maybe you should take a cold shower first." Noah shook her head. No cold. I'm good," she said, pulling me back in. When we kissed that time, it was more intense, and my hands climbed her back, unclasping her bra. She looked incredible, with those freckles all over her breasts and shoulders. I kissed them and moved up to her earlobe, catching it between my teeth, sucking on it like a piece of candy, making her quiver. "I don't want you to go," I confessed, picking her up and carrying her out of the bathroom while she squeezed her legs around me, forcing me to tense my muscles. Instead of answering, she kept kissing me as I laid her on the bed, holding back a bit to keep from crushing her, moving my lips down to the hollow between her neck and collarbone. She shifted beneath me, trying to rub me closer. I lay down next to her and stared at her, entranced. Her breasts were rising and falling with her labored breathing. "I could spend the whole night just watching you," I said, propping myself up on my right arm while my other hand stroked her ribs, passed over her flat stomach, and trapped her left breast between my fingers. "Nick, get on top of me," she said, her eyes closed, wriggling beneath my hand. "I want to watch your whole body flush as I touch you, Noah." Her honey-colored eyes opened and stared straight into mine. "But—" I hushed her with a kiss while my hand crept into the elastic of her waistband. "I don't want you to go to Europe," I repeated, serious now, reaching inside. She twisted and closed her eyes again. I started fingering her, and the sight of her face made me nearly gasp. There was nothing I would have wanted more than to be there, watching her react to my caress, seeing her bite her lip, listening to the soft sighs of pleasure she let escape from her lips. I couldn't go a month without her. I couldn't stand it. I loved seeing her happy. Doing this just one time since I'd returned from San Francisco wasn't enough for either of us, and the thought of her being gone a whole month made me want to show her just how bad I was going to miss her. "Are you going to go?" I asked her, rubbing her harder. "Yes," she said, and once more I was angry. "Are you sure?" I hissed as my hand moved faster. I knew she was about to finish, but I stopped at the moment of maximum intensity. Her eyes opened wide, as if she couldn't understand what was going on. Her pupils were dilated from desire and her mouth was hanging open, about to free a cry of pleasure that now wouldn't come. I couldn't look at her. I closed my eyes and lay on my back. My whole body hurt. This was punishment for me, too, but the rage was too much for me. I couldn't even explain how it was consuming me. "Why'd you stop?" she asked. How could I tell her how lost I felt just then? How could I make her see that leaving me was going to mean I'd be living in hell? I said nothing, and Noah crept close and rested her head on my shoulder, stroking my chest over my shirt. "I don't want this stupid trip to cause problems for you and me, Nick." I ran a hand over my face and looked over at her. "If it's that important to you, I'll talk to my mom. And we could—" "No," I cut her off. "Just give me time to get used to the idea." I want you with me all the time. I know it's impossible, but that doesn't make it any easier. It just pisses me off, that's all." She looked pensive, and I could tell she was unhappy with the situation, too. She bent over and kissed me on the cheek. "I love you, Nick. Do you love me?" "I love you more than I love myself," I responded, stroking her bare back. "That must be difficult," she said, smiling like a little girl. "Very funny," I said, rolling on top of her and trapping her in my arms. My lips hovered slowly over hers as she sank her fingers into my hair. "Are you tired?" I asked, pressing my mouth into her neck. "Finish what you were doing before," she whispered. I needed her. I had needed her since we'd fought in the car. I needed her to make me feel like I was the only one she wanted, the only one she lusted for. "You want me to make love to you, Freckles?" Blushing, she took off my shirt. I could see the desire reflected in her eyes. She licked the center of my chest, my neck, my chin, and my body stiffened as I pinned her hands over her head, feeling her teeth sink into my ear. She stretched up and I let her kiss my lips, darting my tongue in and out of her mouth softly as I pressed my hips into hers. "I love you, Nick," she said, arching her back as my hand had its way with her again. "I love you too." And that was how we finished the night, doing the one thing that didn't cause us any trouble.
9. Noah. The intense morning light woke me. We'd left the thick curtains open and were enjoying the panoramic view of the elegant houses in Beverly Hills, as well as, farther off, the taller buildings downtown and everything in between. Nicholas was pulling me into his chest, and his legs were intertwined with mine. I could hardly breathe, but I loved it. I loved sleeping with him. There was no better way to spend a night. For weeks, I hadn't been able to sleep straight through like that without waking up without nightmares. I turned gently until I was face to face with him. He was adorable when he slept, with those serene features, those big eyelids resting closed. He looked so young like that, resting there next to me. I would have liked to know what was going through his mind. What might he be dreaming of just then? I lifted a hand carefully and stroked his left eyebrow without waking him. He was so tired he didn't budge. Then I reached his cheek, his chin. How could one person be that handsome? At that moment, an unexpected thought popped into my head. What would our children look like? I knew I was losing it. I still had years before I even needed to think about starting a family, but the image of a little black-haired boy appeared in my mind nonetheless. Our son would be handsome, with Nick's genes. There was no getting around it. But how would he act with a baby? The only child he could stand to be around was his little sister. I'd even had to chew him out for being nasty around kids at the beach or at restaurants. Anyway, I wouldn't have to worry about it for a long time. Plus, there was that little detail, the fact I might not even be able to have kids because of the glass that had stabbed me that awful night. Thinking about it made me sad, and I was happy when Nick opened a drowsy eye and looked at me. I smiled. "Hey, handsome," I greeted him, watching him furrow his brow as he tried to get the lead out. Without a furrowed brow, Nick wasn't Nick. He reached out an arm and pulled me close. "What were you doing, Freckles?" he asked, and his breath tickled my cheek. "Admiring how extraordinarily pretty you are." He grunted. "For God's sake, don't call me pretty. Anything but that," he begged, lifting his head. I laughed, seeing him with mussed hair and that crabby face that was just like a whiny little boy's. "Are you laughing at me?" He distracted me with his eyes, then grabbed me and started tickling me. "No, no, no," I shouted, trying to wriggle away. "Nicholas!" Soon I attacked back, jabbing his washboard stomach with one finger so hard he leapt up and fell out of the bed. "Jesus!" I cackled. I was crying. My stomach hurt from giggling so hard. He got up, pulled on one of my feet, and jerked me to the edge of the mattress. Before I could fall, he threw me over his shoulder like a sack of flour and walked toward the bathroom. "Now you're going to get it," he warned me, turning on the shower. I'm sorry, I begged, still cracking up. He didn't care, and he stuck me under the cold water, where my t-shirt clung to me like a second skin. "It's freezing," I shouted, pulling aside and shaking. "Nicholas!" At my protest, he pushed his way in and turned the knob, and hot water began to cascade over us. "Silence. You've had your fun, now it's my turn," I said, pulling my t-shirt over my head and standing before him naked. His eyes traced out every curve of my body. "I doubt there's a better way to wake up in the morning," he said, bending over to taste my lips. A half hour later, I was wrapped in a towel, my hair dripping, sitting on the balcony while Nicholas ordered room service. It was strange not to hear people shouting in the halls. I had assumed all those drunk students would make it impossible to sleep, but I was wrong. Maybe the walls in the hotel were soundproof. I turned to look at Nick as he hung up. His hair was wet, same as mine. He was shirtless, and his sweatpants were hanging off his hips, revealing the dark hair that started at his belly button and went down from there. My God, what a body. His abs were rock hard, his obliques perfectly worked. How the hell did he do it? I knew he went to the gym and surfed, but that body was a masterpiece, something not of this world. "You looking at me?" he asked, sitting down next to me at the table. I felt the blood rush into my cheeks. "You got a problem with that?" I asked, ignoring the way the sunlight reflected in his blue eyes at just that moment. With a wry grimace, he continued, "Come here." He pulled me over onto his lap. I was naked under my towel, which slipped up over my thighs when I sat on top of him. "You don't have anything underneath there?" he asked in a tone that sounded surprised, then disapproving just 1 second later. I rolled my eyes. "There's no one here, Nick." He looked around. We were totally alone. Our only company, those spectacular views of the city. "There could be a pervert with binoculars watching us right now from one of those buildings over there," he said, holding up my towel. "Your loss. I'm getting dressed," I said, getting up and going inside. Looking at myself in the mirror, I wondered how it was possible that the sad girl from yesterday could have turned into the one staring back at me. I guessed that was love, a roller coaster of crisscrossing emotions and feelings. 1 minute you're up, and the next you're on the ground, and you don't even know how you got there. I bent over our suitcase. It was silly, but it made me feel special to see my clothes there next to his Marc Jacobs shirt. The dress I put on was simple, sea blue with yellow flowers. My mom had bought it for me. It probably cost a fortune. When I started putting my makeup on, my eyes settled on my neck, and I grunted, pulling my hair back to reveal 2 hickeys. I ran out of the bathroom, furious. "Nicholas!" I shouted. He was talking on his cell phone. Breakfast had arrived, and he was eating on the balcony, chit-chatting away like nothing mattered. "Hold on," he said to whoever was on the other line. I pointed to my neck and clavicle, and the dickhead smiled. I was so pissed. I picked up a pillow and threw it at him. He raised a hand to protect himself and cursed. "I'll call you back," he said, hanging up. "What the hell's gotten into you?" I hated someone leaving a mark on me. I couldn't stand anyone leaving marks on my skin. It brought back bad memories, and I didn't have to explain it. "You know I hate getting hickeys, Nicholas Lester," I said, trying to control my voice. He walked over, reached out to pull my hair back, and looked closer. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize," he said. "Sure," I said, pushing him away just as he started to stroke me. "I've already told you, Nicholas, I'm not a cow. I don't want anyone branding me." He laughed so hard I wanted to hit him. "Come on, Freckles. We fought enough yesterday. Let's relax in peace." He pulled me into a hug. I was stiff as a board, but he soon grabbed my hair and pulled my head back, forcing me to look at him. "Forgive me, and I'll do whatever you want," he said. "What?" I responded. His eyes clouded over. "Anything you want. I'm serious. If it comes out of those lips, I'll do it. I'm yours." I knew what that perverted mind of his was thinking. I smiled, enjoying the situation, feeling powerful. "Fine," I said, wrapping my hands around his neck. "There is something I want you to do."
10. Nick. "No fucking way," I said. We were parking in front of an animal shelter. "You said anything," my insane girlfriend responded, getting out of the car, excited as a 5-year-old. "I was talking about sex." Noah laughed. "I know. But since this is about me, not you, you're going to buy me a little kitty." Again with a fucking cat. I hated cats. They were stupid. You couldn't even train them. Plus, they were so needy. They crawled all over you constantly. I preferred a dog. I preferred my dog, damn it. The dog I'd had to leave at my dad's house because my apartment building didn't allow them. I've told you a million times, there's no way I'm keeping a cat in my apartment. Noah glared at me and shook her head. Before she could start back up with her nonsense, I pulled her into my chest and covered her mouth with one hand. "I'm not buying you a cat, period." Her tongue started licking at my hand, so I'd let her go. I squeezed her ribs, and it reminded me of the way she'd poked me that morning. We were both ungodly ticklish. I let her go before I lost my nerve. "Nicholas," she shrieked. "You slobbered all over me," I said, wiping my hand on my pants. She ignored me. "Okay, fine. If you won't buy me a cat, I'll buy it myself." She turned on her heels and walked into what must have been any man's hell. I followed her, exasperated, smelling animal fur, piss and shit, hearing hamsters running back and forth and cats meowing, all of it so loud. I had to struggle not to drag Noah out. With an Olympic effort at pretending I wasn't there, she turned to the employee behind the counter, a younger guy, her age probably. His eyes lit up when he saw her. "How can I help you?" She looked over, and when she saw I wasn't going to do anything, she turned indifferently to the guy and said, "I want to adopt a cat." Coming out from behind the counter with a huge smile on his face, happy to help her any way he could, the attendant headed down a hallway, and I followed behind Noah. "This way. Just yesterday we picked up some kittens from a parking deck. Someone had abandoned them there, and they can't be more than 6 weeks old." Noah said a long and aggrieved, "Aww." I rolled my eyes while the jerk-off took us back to a room with a bunch of cages full of cats of all shapes and colors. Some were sleeping, some mewing, some just being a pain in the ass. "Here we are," he said, showing us a cage at the end of a row. Noah walked over as if it concealed a magic treasure. "They're so tiny," she said in that voice girls have when they talk to kittens or babies. I came up behind her and looked at the mangy beasts lying on a blanket. 3 were gray with white spots on their paws and head. 1 was black all over. Right away, they gave me a weird feeling. "Look how they're playing," the guy said in a little bitch voice. I scowled at him and edged over to Noah. "Can I pick one up?" she asked, using all her feminine charms. "Yeah, whichever one you want." Of course. So which did Noah pick? The black one, obviously. "He's the calmest one. I haven't seen him playing since they got here." The other 3 were anything but. They were all jumping all over and slapping each other with their paws. They'd probably given the poor runt one hell of a time. Noah brought the kitten close to her chest and caressed it like a mother holding her baby. The damned thing started meowing, and at that point, I knew it was game over. I sighed. "Look, Nick," she said, her eyes tender. The cat was ugly as hell, black, its hair standing on end. But I knew Noah wasn't the type to pick the cutest or the most playful one. She would go for the outcast, the one that had been ignored, the one nobody loved. That reminded me of myself. "Fine, shit, you can keep the fucking cat," I conceded. A huge smile crossed her face. The employee led us to the counter while I had to sign a ton of papers promising to take care of the cat and get it vaccinated and a bunch of other nonsense. Noah started picking through a small selection of supplies for sale, and when she came back, she had a ton of stupid toys for this animal that didn't even have a name. "You gonna pay for that?" I said, needling her. I didn't give a shit about the money. I just wanted to let a little air out of her balloon. "You said whatever I wanted," she reminded me, grabbing a collar, some food bowls, and a soft blue bed, and laying them on the counter. The damned cat was in a little cage, which they handed over to us to take him away. "I hope he adapts well, and that you all enjoy him," the cashier said, eyes on Noah. "Don't forget to take him to the vet in a couple of weeks to get him fixed and take care of his vaccines." Fixed. Well, now I feel bad for the poor guy. 10 minutes later, we were on our way to my apartment. Finally, I would be able to be with her and do what I'd been thinking about for months. I turned to look at her, and an involuntary smile crossed my face. She looked just like my little sister did when she got a new toy. "What are you going to name him?" I asked, pulling off the freeway and heading into my neighborhood. "Huh? I don't know yet," she said, carefully petting the nameless one. "Don't call him something stupid like Nala or Simba, please," I asked, parking in my spot. I got out and opened her door, seeing Noah almost intoxicated. I glared at that animal that was trying to take my spotlight. "I think I'll call him N," she said, as we walked toward the elevator. "N?" I repeated, doubtful. Had she lost her damned mind? Offended, she replied, "Yeah, N, for you and me, for Nick and Noah." I laughed. "I think you had too much caffeine this morning." She ignored me as we walked into my apartment. "You're gonna have to take care of him when I'm not around," she said, letting him out in the middle of the room and watching him investigate his surroundings. "In your dreams, your cat, your responsibility," I said, dropping all its accessories on the floor. She gave me a salty look, and I pulled her close before we could start arguing again. "You're the one person in the world who can make me give in at times like this," I said, leaning over to kiss her neck. Noah closed in to give me better access. Her skin was soft and smelled so good. I saw the hickey I'd left on her. I liked it. It drove me wild to see the marks my kisses had left on her, but I'd never say that out loud, knowing how much it would piss her off. "What if I told you that I love the idea of sharing a pet with you?" she said suddenly. Seeing my confusion, she shrugged as if she felt guilty. "It's going to be ours. Our cat. Both of ours. Like we're its parents." That made me take a deep breath. I knew that phrase had something much deeper hidden behind it, something that would never let her go, and that made my blood boil. I kissed her gently on the lips. "It's fine. I'll take care of Kay," I said, stroking her hair, hoping to make light of the situation. She smacked me jokingly. "His name's N." I laughed, picked her up, and sat her on the kitchen counter. "There's something I wanted to talk to you about," I said, feeling unnerved, with no idea how she was going to react. "I want you to come live with me when you start school."
11. Noah. Are you serious? Go live with him? I'd need to think about that calmly because I could tell from looking at him that he was serious. "Please," he said, putting his hands on my cheeks. "Please say yes." That was too much. I couldn't be in that situation just then. I got down from the counter and walked toward the bedroom. "Nicholas, I'm 18 years old," I said. 18! I repeated it in case he didn't get it. As anxiety took hold of my insides, the thought that we weren't at the same stage, that he needed more than I could give, scared me in a way it never had before. "You're way more mature than any girl my age." "You don't even seem like an 18-year-old. You know that, Noah. If you lived here, we could see each other every single day, every night." He leaned against the counter and crossed his arms. "Do you not want to live with me? Is it that?" Ugh, how could I explain to him that I had nothing to do with wanting or not wanting? How could I tell him I was just too young to take that step without getting scared? Or that what actually worried me was that we would live together and he'd realize how fucked up I still was because of all the things that had happened to me in the past. That he'd end up getting tired of me or worse, dropping me. "Of course I want to," I said, approaching him cautiously. He looked at me, not moving a muscle. "What I'm afraid of is we'll go too fast and end up ruining what we have." He shook his head. "That's ridiculous, Noah. You and I can't go too fast. We're already moving at the speed of light. That's just how things are with you and me. You know me. You're perfectly aware I would never have even considered taking this step with anyone but you. And if I'm doing it, it's because I know it's right for us. It's what we need, because I can't be far from you, and you can't be far from me either." Calm down, I told myself. Calm down. Living with Nicholas, it would be like a dream. It really would. Seeing him every day, loving him every day, always feeling safe with him. "I'm scared I won't be what you expect," I admitted, my voice quavering. His body slackened, he stretched out, and his finger traced a line across my cheek. As his eyes roved my face slowly, I felt he was savoring every one of my features. "I want to see that face of yours when I wake up," he confessed, and now his finger stopped on my lower lip. "I want to kiss your lips before I go to sleep," he continued in a hoarse voice. "I want to feel you every time I go to bed, to dream with you in my arms, to watch you while you sleep, to take care of you every second of the day." I looked up and saw in his eyes that each of those words was coming directly from his heart. He was serious. He loved me. He wanted me with him. I felt my heart speed up. Something inside me swelled with happiness. I was melting. How could I love him so much? How could I give him so much of myself, and why did it feel so natural? "I'll do it. I'll come live with you," I said, not even believing my own words. A radiant smile spread across his face. "Say it again," he asked me. "I'll come live with you. We'll live together. No more nightmares, no more fears. With him next to me, I would slowly recover. With him, I could get over anything." He touched my face, pulled me close, covered my lips with his. I felt his smile. I made him happy. It was true, I could see it, and I loved it. "God, I love you so much," he shouted, squeezing me around the waist. I hugged him and laughed as I looked over his shoulder and saw N staring at us from the end of the hallway, small, black, with glowing eyes. The three of us would live together. Nick, N, and me. Unfortunately, the next few days flew by. My mother had no idea I'd be going to live with Nick as soon as our trip was over, and I wasn't planning on telling her until I absolutely had to. He had been in a good mood, but it got worse and worse as the date of my departure came closer, and the idea of me being gone for a month became more palpable. He was taking my going to live with him seriously. He had emptied half his closet and his dresser so I would have space for my clothes, which I took over on the sly when I visited him. The apartment, which had been a little too macho for my taste, was now turning into something more welcoming. We'd gone together to buy colorful cushions, and I'd made him change out the dark sheets in his room for some white ones that made the place look homier. Nick was happy. For all he cared, I could paint the place pink. As long as I was there, it didn't matter to him. I had taken some of my favorite books, and my mother seemed not to have noticed. The city was already getting hot. Gone were the days when we needed a sweater or long pants. Nick had taken me to the beach almost every day. We had swum, and I had tried unsuccessfully to learn how to surf. But still, the day came when Mom and I had to go, and we wouldn't be back till mid-August. My God, I was so excited, but I didn't know what I'd do being separated from Nick for so long. We were in my room with a suitcase open on my bed. Nick was sitting at my desk playing with Zen and deliberately ignoring me. He'd been crabby for 2 days. He didn't want to hear a word about my trip. He certainly didn't want to talk about it. But there I was, ready to leave in a couple of hours, and he'd need to get used to the idea. He had taken things out of my backpack and put them away 5 times without me realizing it. He'd even hidden my passport, which I found 3 days later among his work papers. He had threatened to tie me to the bed if I didn't stay. I had tried my best to ignore his attempts to sabotage the trip because I knew he was upset about it, as much or maybe more than I was. I'm warning you, the heat in Spain is awful, and you don't like shellfish, so you're going to hate it. Plus, the Eiffel Tower's overrated. You get to the top and you're like, is that it? Don't expect much out of England either. It's not special. The weather's garbage and the people are stiff and boring. Are you going to keep being a pain in the ass? I cut him off, losing my cool. I walked over and took N out of his hands. He'd bought him a stupid cat toy that he was crazy about. Nick's arms were covered in scratches. I tried to turn back around, but he pulled me and N into his lap. The cat was almost squashed between us. Seemingly unsure whether he should say what was on his mind, Nick finally asked me not to go. I rolled my eyes. Not again. Go, N, sick him, I said to the cat, lifting him and placing him in front of Nick's face. Or no, better behave, actually. You don't want this psycho throwing you down a drain pipe. I cuddled him and kissed him on his fuzzy dark head. Tense Nicholas said, So now you're ignoring me? Once I've answered the same question 10,000 times, yeah, I think I'll move on to ignoring you, I replied. But I couldn't be offended at that grimace. I would miss those eyes, those hands, that body, all of it. I don't like to repeat myself. My words had gotten to him, obviously. Put that fucking cat down and look at me, he grumbled, taking N out of my hands and placing him on the floor. I met his eyes, ready for a fight. I don't want you doing anything stupid or dangerous, he warned me, holding on to my hips, almost as if he thought he could keep me there that way. Don't drink and don't start conversations with strangers. Are you listening to yourself? I jerked away. Why did he have to be so jealous and controlling? I couldn't stand it. Did he not trust me, damn it? I started stuffing things into my suitcase without looking at him, then tugged on the zipper and, damn it, it wouldn't close. He pushed past me and tugged it until it unsnagged. With resignation, he admitted, I'm going to miss you. He looked crestfallen. He continued, What am I going to do without you? I tried to keep calm as I stood on tiptoe to get a better view of him. Before you know it, I'll be back, and you'll have me all to yourself, and once I'm back, I'll move in, I promised him, hoping that would fix his mood. He rubbed my arms up and down their length. How could his attitude change so quickly? I love you, Freckles. I don't want anything bad to happen to you. It makes me sick to think I won't be there to take care of you while you're away. I felt something warm inside me. I was going to miss him all right. Terribly. I kissed him tenderly on the lips. I love you too. I'm going to be fine. In his eyes, I could see those words weren't enough, and I realized this trip would be a major test of our relationship. I had no idea how we were going to deal with so much time apart.
12. Nick. I took them to the airport. My father said his goodbyes at the house because he had work to take care of. I wasn't at all amused to have to spend my last hour with Noah, with her mother in the back seat of the car, but once again, I just had to deal with it. The whole trip pissed me off. I'd made that evident, but there was nothing I could do. I glanced at Noah, who was sitting there, quiet and pensive. She had insisted on bringing the stupid cat along and was petting him as she stared absently out the window. I reached out, grabbed her hand, and guided it back over toward the gear shift. I felt a hole in my chest. I hated it. For Christ's sake, it was just a month. It wasn't that big a deal. Since when had I turned so fucking dependent? I had to get a grip. I couldn't be going crazy like this just because I couldn't see her for a month. I needed to clear my head. That separation would be a test to see how we could deal with being apart. When she saw I was staring at her, she smiled, but I could see the sorrow in her eyes. Her mother, on the other hand, had a huge grin on her face. She couldn't have been more pleased. Why did she not mind being away from her husband for a month? I didn't get it, and unconsciously I found myself squeezing Noah's hand even tighter. When we reached LAX, I parked and got the suitcases out while Rafaela went for a cart. Noah edged over and kissed me on the lips. "What are you doing?" I asked, trying to sound amused even if I wasn't. "Just getting a kiss in before Mom comes back." Did that mean she wouldn't kiss me in front of her mom when we were inside? I didn't know, but I kept the thought to myself, knowing that, for my part, I would kiss her wherever and whenever I wanted. A half hour later, we'd checked their bags, and Rafaela was agitating to get to their gate. It was still an hour till boarding. Honestly, she was exasperating. "Mom, you go ahead. I need to be alone with Nicholas for a little bit before I leave," Noah said. Her mother's only answer was a furrowed brow. She looked at me, at Noah, and at the cat. Her way of doing it made me feel suddenly protective. After all, that was our cat. At last, she said goodbye to me and walked off, leaving us alone. I wrapped an arm around Noah's shoulder and pulled her close, kissing the top of her head while we walked at a snail's pace toward security. "I shouldn't feel so sad, Nick," she confessed. It was true, damn it. We shouldn't be so depressed. It was a month. There were couples that didn't see each other for a whole year. I didn't want Noah to leave feeling sad. I didn't want her to suffer, especially not over something that was supposed to make her happy. I reproached myself for trying so hard to get her to stay. If I'd been supportive of that trip from the beginning, maybe she wouldn't be so down right now and wouldn't have that sorrow in her eyes. "Don't be, Freckles," I said, pulling her into my chest. N meowed. He wasn't enjoying being squeezed between the two of us. What I meant to say was that Spain is nice and warm, and the Eiffel Tower is beautiful. You'll love it. She smiled when I said this. "I'll see you when you get back. I'll be waiting for you with this little creature." I nodded toward N. "Nicholas, please take care of him. Don't even joke about forgetting to feed him. And don't give him alcohol, please," she said. "I just did that once. It was wine, and anyway, the cat loved it," I replied. She hugged him close to her once more, then passed him to me, saying, "Here, take him." I held him with one hand, while the other cupped Noah's chin as I kissed her. "I love you," I said, savoring her lips for the last time in a month. "I love you more," she said. I watched her leave, and my stomach was in knots. Her long hair and that ponytail hanging down from the top of her head. Her legs in those tight shorts. She was going to catch the eye of every guy she came across. I tried to put the thought out of my mind. Now it was just N and me. As soon as I got back home, I felt down. I dropped the cat. He could go entertain himself while I looked through the apartment with longing. I had no idea what I was going to do for those 4 weeks without her. I knew my life had changed in a way I could never imagine. I couldn't even remember what it felt like to be single without anyone at my side. It was like I could only see my past through a blurry lens, as if Noah had marked a definitive break. The apartment was impeccable. Noah was no neat freak, but the day before she left, she got a little hysterical and had to make sure every single thing was where it was supposed to be. That wasn't like her. She only did it when she was really stressed. That was something I had figured out in recent months. It made me nervous knowing she was 1,000 miles away, flying across the country to New York, where she had a layover before continuing to Italy. I'd never had a fear of flying, and I'd caught more planes than I could even count. But now that Noah was up there, I was surprised how horrible images of disasters flooded my mind. I saw the plane malfunctioning, plunging into the water, getting hijacked. The possibilities were infinite, and there was nothing I could do to calm that anxiety in the middle of my chest. 5 hours later, my phone rang, waking me. I hadn't even realized I'd fallen asleep. I woke up disoriented and unsettled. "Nick?" she said on the other line. "Are you there?" I asked, trying to focus. "Yeah, we're at JFK. It's huge. I'm so sad we can't stop here and go into the city. It must be incredible." Noah sounded happy, and that helped my mood a bit, even if I did miss her. "I'm calling dibs on New York," I said, and she chuckled. "What?" I could hear a racket around her. I could imagine men in suits with rolling bags heading into the city that never sleeps. Mothers with irritating snot-nosed kids. The woman coming over the speakers calling out to people about to miss their flights. "I'm saying I want to be the one who shows you New York. That's what I meant." I got up off the sofa and walked to the kitchen sink. "Promise me we'll come here together, Nick. In winter time, when there's snow," she exclaimed. The idea must have excited her. I smiled like a dummy, imagining me and Noah together in New York, walking the streets, stopping at the cafes. We'd have hot chocolate, and I'd take her to the Empire State Building. And when we got to the top, I'd kiss her until we were both out of breath. "I promise, babe," I whispered. I heard someone calling Noah from far away. It had to be her mom. "Nick, I gotta go," she said hurriedly. "I'll call you once we're in Italy. I love you." Before I could respond, she hung up. Noah reached Italy safe and sound, and called only briefly. According to her, any more would have cost a fortune. I wanted to tell her not to worry about the phone bill, but she insisted we wait and speak over Skype when she could use the Wi-Fi at the hotel. The problem was the time difference was huge, and she would be out when I was sleeping and vice versa. The days passed, and the Skype calls were brief summaries of what she'd been doing during the day. Whenever she called me, she was exhausted, and we never talked for more than 5 minutes. I hated that. I hated being so far away from her, not getting to talk to her for hours, not touching her. But I'd promised myself I wouldn't sour her trip. So whenever we did connect, I put on my best face, even if inside I was cursing the day she left. I devoted most of my time to going to the gym and surfing, and on the weekends I visited Madison. The Saturday after Noah left, I hopped in the car and headed straight for Las Vegas. Lion wanted to come along. I was glad, since I hadn't seen him all week. Maddie already knew him, and they got along great. "I'm curious to see how you'll deal with 3 more weeks without Noah," Lion said as we hurtled down the interstate. It would be nighttime when we got to Vegas, so we wouldn't see my sister till the next day. We'd reserved a room at Caesars. It was true that we were there for family reasons, but that didn't mean we wouldn't indulge in a couple of drinks or hit the blackjack tables. When all was said and done, Vegas was still Vegas. I mean, I don't blame you, he went on, raising his voice helplessly. Jenna just left with her parents for that stupid cruise 2 days ago, and I'm already climbing the walls. And I'm luckier than you. She's coming back in 5 days. That was the first time Jenna had gone on vacation and left Lion behind. The year before, they'd come to the Bahamas with Noah and me, and apart from that, she'd only left for a weekend with her parents in the Hamptons. I guess all the parents had gotten together that year and decided to fuck us over, dragging our girlfriends off to the ends of the earth. I can't wait to have her living with me. When she moves in, all the bullshit will be over, and her mother will have to take our relationship seriously, I said. It was 3 p.m, so that meant Noah would already be in bed. If only I could be in bed with her at that moment. Lion didn't respond. It was weird for him to clam up like that, and I stared at him for a second before asking him what was up. His mood seemed to have gone south. I guess neither of us was especially good company just then. Looking out the window, he replied, I just wish I had a place I could take Jenna to. Somewhere we could live together. Somewhere up to her standards, not my shit apartment. I was surprised to hear him say that. Ever since I'd met him more than 5 years ago now, I'd never known him to complain about money. Not once. We were from totally different worlds. I had a trust fund, and at the firm I was making a cushy salary. I'd never had to worry about material matters. They were always taken care of when I grew up. But still, I knew how hard it was to try to make it when you didn't have a millionaire father watching over you. The year I lived with Lion, I learned money doesn't grow on trees. That there were people out there who had it hard, who struggled to make enough just to eat. He couldn't count on his older brother who was about to get out of the pen for the 3rd time. Worse, he had to foot the bill for him, his apartment, the garage. I'd raced and fought and all that not just because I liked it, but because it was a way to help Lion out. We were brothers, even if we came from different places. Even if there were times, like now, when the monumental differences between us became clear. You know, Jenna doesn't care where you live, Lion, I said, feeling bad as I did. Lion shouldn't have to go through this. He shouldn't have to be thinking about such things. There was nobody who deserved to live a calm, happy life more than him. Jenna would never be a burden for him. She was like me. She probably had a trust fund waiting for her when she turned 21 that would take care of all her problems. I mean, her father was an oil magnate. I do care, though. You think I don't know who she is, what she's used to? There was resentment in his tone. I'll never be able to give her even half of what she needs. Not everything in life is money. Lion laughed. That's exactly what a rich kid would say. Okay, that was going too far. And on any other occasion, I would have told him to go fuck himself. But I knew there was something sincere and deep behind those words. Something that was really getting at him. I didn't respond, and he didn't say anything else. We just turned up the music, and we didn't even stop for lunch. When we arrived, our mood improved. It was impossible not to be affected by the atmosphere of Las Vegas. The people, the attractions, the lights, not to mention the hotel. Caesars was something else. It was practically a city of its own, with boutiques featuring all the finest brands. The girls would have gone crazy there. Maybe it wasn't Italy, but the place was top-notch. There was no denying it. Our room was on the west side of the hotel, which was huge, and we had to walk forever to reach it. "What do you want to do?" Lion asked, going out on the balcony to light up a cigarette. "Have a couple of drinks," I said. I didn't want to tell him this, but every time I went to see Madison, I got a little depressed. I hated knowing my mother was so close. I just couldn't take it. We went back downstairs to one of the many bars in the hotel, one that was right alongside the casino. Lion was a card shark, and I imagined he'd play a game or two before we went back to our room. It was late, and I was tired after the drive, but I enjoyed myself, drinking a few glasses of aged rum to calm my anxiety and lift my spirits. "You in the mood for some gambling?" Lion asked 30 minutes later, once we had a decent buzz going on. "You go. I'd rather stay here," I said, taking out my phone to check my messages in case Noah had written. I'd sent her a text not long before, half joking, half serious, asking if she needed me to send her something so she'd remember me. We hadn't talked for 2 days, and I was pretty sure she must have just arrived in London. She had responded, "Having something to remember you by would mean it was possible to forget you." Sarcastically, I replied, "What is that, Shakespeare?" A second later, I could see she was texting me back, and I felt a warmth inside me I only ever felt when I thought about her. "I've just been here 2 hours, and I guess all the literature written here is soaking into me. Anyway, if you don't like romantic messages, don't send them, idiot." Along with that came a long row of frowny face emojis. I grinned. "I'm going to give you something more than just romantic messages when you come back from that dumb trip. We don't need a bunch of old dead writers. You and I are poetry, my love." I had no idea how I was going to make it through those next 2.5 weeks. The next morning, I got up early and jumped in the shower, trying to put on a good face before I saw my sister. I was planning on picking her up, then meeting Lion. After that, we'd decide what to do. I drove out of the touristy area in that insane city, and soon reached the ritzy development where my sister lived. I got out and put on my sunglasses, regretting how much I'd drunk the night before. In the best of cases, my mood those past few days had been pretty bad, and I didn't feel like having to deal with any nonsense or unpleasant surprises. And so, when I saw the woman holding hands with my sister and walking toward me, I had to take a few deep breaths and remind myself that there was a 6-year-old girl in front of me. Otherwise, I would have gotten in the car and peeled out without looking back. The tall blonde walking toward me was the last person in the world I wanted to see. "Nick!" my sister shouted, jerking away from my mother and running toward me. Ignoring the jabbing pain in my temples provoked by that high-pitched shriek only Madison was capable of, I picked her up off the ground as soon as she reached me. "Hey, princess," I greeted her, hugging her and ignoring my mother, who walked up to us. "Hello, Nicholas," she said timidly, standing stiffly the way she always did. She hadn't changed much since the last time I'd seen her, some 8 months ago, when she and her stupid husband had neglected my sister, and she'd ended up in the hospital with diabetic ketoacidosis. "What are you doing here?" I hissed, sitting Maddie down close to me. She stood there between us, grabbed my hand, and reached up for her mother's as well. "Finally! The 3 of us are together!" Madison shouted joyfully. I don't know how many times she'd asked me to come visit her at home, to play with her in her room, to come to her birthday party. All those requests conveyed a single intention: getting my mother and me together in the same room. "I want to talk to you," she said, tense but trying not to show it. She was impeccably dressed, her short blonde hair pulled back with a ridiculous headband. She was just like the women who lived in my neighborhood, like all the women I hated for being so dumb, so frivolous. But her looks meant she'd always been treated like a queen bee by every man she ever met. They all idolized her, and they all wanted to have sex with her. "I'm not interested in anything you have to say to me," I replied, trying to keep my tone of voice from showing the effect she had on me. How little I could stand her presence. Memories from my childhood began to crowd my mind. My mother putting me down at bedtime. My mother defending me from my father. My mother waiting for me on Sunday with pancakes. But after those memories came others. Others I didn't want to relive. "Please, Nick." "Nick," Madison interrupted her. "Mommy wants to come with us. She told me so." I scowled at my mother, and the fury in my eyes must have been intimidating because she rushed to reply. "Madison, it'll be better if you two go alone. I need to get my hair cut, darling. We'll see each other tonight." She bent over and kissed the top of Maddie's head. It was weird to see that gesture of affection. I guess a part of me thought she'd be cold with her or indifferent. Anything but sweet. My mother could be sweet, of course, but she could be a bitch too. Maddie just looked up at us. I wanted to get out of there now. It took all the self-control I could muster to remain cool when my mother stepped forward and kissed me on the cheek. What the fuck was that about? What was she thinking? "Take care, Nicholas," she said, then went back inside. I didn't devote even another second of attention to her, turning instead to my sister and smiling as best I could. "What kind of torments do you have cooked up for me today?" I asked her, picking her up and sitting her on my shoulder. She started laughing, and I knew that whatever sorrow she'd felt before was now gone. With me, she was never going to be sad. I'd promised myself that years ago, the very first time I met her. Lion was waiting for us at the door to the hotel. I could see in his face that he was as hungover as I was, and I couldn't help but laugh when Maddie took off running to hug him, shouting in that hellish screech. Lion picked her up by one leg and dangled her. I laughed as she shrieked like a banshee. Only a crazy person would feel safe leaving a little girl like my sister with two wildcats like Lion and me. "Where to, missus?" my friend asked that little monster with her big blue eyes and golden blonde hair. Maddie looked all around, unable to decide. The possibilities were endless. We were in the fun capital of the world. "Can we go see the sharks?" she asked, jumping up and down. I rolled my eyes. Again? We had gone to the aquarium 1,000,000 times, but my sister, unlike most girls her age, loved to stand in front of the glass wall and provoke the killer sharks. So we went there after lunch. My sister was happy and kept running back and forth. Lion watched her, and they acted like idiots in front of the sand tiger shark, which honestly was scary as hell. In the meantime, I took my phone out to see if Noah had been in touch, but there was nothing from her. I decided to use some stronger medicine. "Hey, midget, come here." Maddie stared daggers at me. "I'm not a midget," she protested. Whatever you say, I thought. "Come here. Let's send Noah a photo." Her eyes lit up when I mentioned Noah's name. I imagined that was the same way my face must look whenever I talked to her or spent time with her. I held my phone up for a selfie and pulled Maddie in tight. "Stick your tongue out, Nick, like this," she said, and her own little pink tongue poked out between her lips. I laughed, did the same, and snapped the photo, sending it with the message, "I miss you, Freckles, and this little monster with me does too. I love you."
13. Noah. When I woke up that morning, the first thing I did was turn on my phone. The night before, I had fallen asleep before I could respond to Nick's last message. He had sent another 4 since then. I smiled like an idiot when I saw the photo he had sent of him and Maddie sticking their tongues out and smiling. He was so handsome with that black hair all mussed up, and that little girl who looked so much like him, and at the same time so different. I knew that when he went to see Maddie, it was hard for him to stay in a good mood. And I worried about him during those hours of sorrow. I missed him. I wanted so badly to hear his voice, to have him beside me. Luckily, my mother had her own room, so I was alone when I dialed his number. I waited anxiously for him to respond. It was late in the U.S., so he was probably still sleeping, but I didn't mind waking him. I was so impatient to talk to him. "Noah?" He picked up on the 5th ring. "I miss you," I said simply. I heard him sitting up and imagined him turning on the lamp on the nightstand and running his hand over his face, waking up for me. "Don't wake me up just to tell me that, Freckles," he said with a grunt. "Tell me you're having a blast, that you're not even thinking about me, because otherwise that stupid trip doesn't make any sense." I smiled, sad, and rested my head on my pillow. "I am having fun, you know that, but it's not the same without you," I said, knowing that despite what he said, he was happy to hear I missed him. "How was it with Maddie?" I asked, wishing I could have been with him. I loved going with him to see his sister. It showed me a Nick who was completely different, one who was sweet, patient, fun, protective. After a pause, he said, "Mom brought her." His tone was one I knew very well. "If only you could have seen her, looking all stiff like a 40-year-old Barbie doll, forcing me to treat her in a way she definitely doesn't deserve just because Maddie was in front of us." Shit, his mother. I still remembered how upset he'd been after seeing her in the hospital when Maddie got sick. The desperation in his voice, his eyes damp after seeing her for the first time in years. "She shouldn't force the situation like that," I complained. I understood that Nick's mother might want to have contact with him again. After all, he was her son. But that wasn't the way to do it, putting him on the spot. "I don't know what the hell she wants, but I don't want to see her again. I don't give a shit about her or her life." His tone was furious, but there was sorrow in it too, even if he was good at covering it up. I knew him, though. I knew there was a part of him that was hungry to find out what his mother had to say to him. "Nicholas, don't you think that—" I started, but he cut me off straight away. "Don't go down that road, Noah. Forget it. Don't even try. There's no way I'm talking with that woman or even being in the same room with her again." His tone was frightening. That was only the second time I'd even considered suggesting he see his mother again. The first time, he'd lost his mind. There was something he wasn't telling me. It was impossible that he hated her so much just because she'd abandoned him when he was a boy. That was horrible, sure, but I knew there was something else, something he wasn't telling me. "Sure, sorry," I said, trying to calm things down. I could hear him almost panting on the other line. "What I'd like right now is to be inside you. Forget all this bullshit and just make love to you for hours and hours. I cursed the second you left." I could feel butterflies in my stomach when I heard him say that. He was mad, but it didn't keep me from warming up inside. I wanted to be in his arms too. Wanted him to kiss me all over, hold me down with his big hands and push me into the mattress, so hard but so tender and careful at the same time. "I'm sorry this trip has been so terrible for you, I really am. I'd like to be with you right now, too." I tried to make my words reach him, but I knew Nicholas was someone who needed contact to feel good, to feel loved. I wasn't sure if my words would suffice to make him understand how much I loved him and how bad I felt when I thought about him suffering because of the thing with his mother, and with no one able to help him but me because it was something he never talked about with anyone else, not even with Lion. "Don't worry about me, Noah. I'll be fine," he said a second later. A part of me wanted him to wish me a pleasant trip, but the other undoubtedly wanted to upbraid me for ever leaving. I heard my mother waking up in the next room over. We had slept late, and if we wanted to do all the things we had planned that day, we needed to get started. I have to go, I told him, wishing I could talk to him for hours. He was silent on the other end of the line. Be careful. I love you, he finally said and hung up. The trip was amazing. It was true that I missed Nick, but I couldn't believe I was lucky enough to be in all those amazing places. Italy I'd loved. We had seen the Colosseum, had walked through the narrow streets, had eaten tortellini and the best raspberry gelato I'd ever had. Now we'd been in London for 2 days, and I couldn't feel more in love with the city. Everything about it seemed straight from a Dickens novel, and all the books I had read across the years were set in that city. All those romantic period tales of women walking or riding in a horse-drawn carriage through Hyde Park with their chaperones. The buildings were elegant, old, but beautiful and classy. Piccadilly was full of people, executives in suit jackets with briefcases, hippies in colored hats, tourists like myself, milling in crowds and admiring the lights of that street. Harrods fascinated me, even if the prices were mind-blowing, but I guess for people like the Lesters it was no big deal to pay £10 for a chocolate bonbon. My mother was as crazy about it all as I was, but she was more used to it because she and William had traveled all over. They'd gone to London for their honeymoon and then spent 2 weeks in Dubai. My mother was clearly on a different level from me. I could tell from how she reacted to everything we saw. I was constantly freaking out. Even the dumbest sights left me slack-jawed. My mother laughed, but at the same time, I knew however many places she'd visited, she felt incredibly fortunate. The days passed, and soon we'd been away for almost 2 weeks. We still had France and Spain left, and I still had yet to share a room with my mother. It had been 3 days since I'd talked to Nick, and I'd always been able to do so from my private bedroom in our suite. But in France, they mixed up the reservation, and we wound up sharing not only a room, but a bed as well. Do you like Paris? My mother asked as she took off her earrings. She was already in her pajamas while I was wrapped in a towel, my hair still dripping after just coming out of the shower. The city's gorgeous, I responded, putting on my underwear. I turned to the mirror where my mother was brushing her hair, and I could see her eyes linger for a second on the scar on my stomach. I shouldn't have stood there without anything on in front of her. I knew she got sad every time she laid eyes on the evidence of the time I'd almost been killed. Bad memories were surging up in her, I could tell, and I wanted her to be happy again, to think about something nice before she started blaming herself for something that wasn't her fault. Have you talked to Nicholas? She asked a minute later, when I had gotten into bed in my pajamas and was waiting for her to finish putting on all the lotions and face creams she'd brought. Yeah, he said to tell you hi, I lied, hoping she wouldn't notice. Mom and Nicholas were in a bad phase, so I tried never to mention them to each other when we talked. She nodded, pensive. Are you happy with him, Noah? She asked abruptly. I didn't expect that question, and I waited a few seconds before responding. The answer was easy. Of course, I was happy with him, happier than I'd ever been with anybody. I remembered then when we were in the Bahamas and we still weren't technically going out yet, and Nick had asked me the same thing. Was I happy? I told him that with him I was. And what about when we weren't together? Was I completely happy in that hotel room, miles and miles away, even knowing that he loved me and that we'd be together again soon? Your silence is worrying me. I looked up and realized she had misinterpreted my hesitancy. No, of course. Of course I'm happy with him, Mom. I love him, I explained. Her brow furrowed as she observed me. You don't look especially convinced. Despite those words, she did seem somewhat relieved. The problem is I love him too much, I said. Without him, my life wouldn't have any meaning, and that worries me. My mother closed her eyes for a moment. When she opened them again, she said, That doesn't make a bit of sense. Of course it did, and I was completely serious. With Nick, I was safe. He protected me from my nightmares, gave me the security I had been missing my entire life. He was the only person I could tell my problems to. When we weren't together, I felt I was losing control of myself. Thoughts that shouldn't exist and feelings I shouldn't feel bombarded me. It makes perfect sense, Mom, and I'd have thought you of all people would understand, seeing how in love you are with William. She shook her head. You're wrong there. No man should be the reason for your existence. Understand me? The color had drained from her face, and there was something unsettling in her expression. My life revolved around a man for a long time, a man who didn't even deserve a minute of my time. When I was with your father, I thought he was the only person who'd ever put up with me. I came to believe that no one else would love me, that I'd be totally alone if I didn't have him by my side. My heart started pounding. My mom almost never talked about my father. The pain he inflicted on me was nothing compared to the fear I felt of not being with him. Men like your father get inside your head, and then they do what they want with you. Never let a man take control of your soul, because you never know what he'll do with it. Hold it and venerate it, or let it crumble to pieces in his hands. Nicholas isn't like that, I shouted, feeling every nerve in my body on edge. I didn't want to hear those words coming from my mother. I didn't want her to tell me how possible it was that my heart could get shattered again. Nicholas loved me. He would never leave me. He wasn't like my father. He couldn't be. I'm just saying that you come first, and everyone else after. You need to always prioritize yourself, and if your happiness depends on a boy, you should re-examine things. Men come and go, but happiness is something you alone can cultivate. I tried to keep her words from affecting me, from getting inside me, but they did, and powerfully. That night was a clear example of how much so. My hands were tied. There was a blindfold over my eyes. Not a bit of light could get in. My heart was beating at 1,000 miles an hour. Cold sweat covered my body, and fear had made my breathing speed up. I knew a panic attack was coming. I was alone. There was no one there. Infinite darkness surrounded me, and that was what made me so afraid. Then someone took off the blindfold. My hands were no longer tied, and an intense light came through the window. I took off running down a long hallway with a voice inside me telling me I should stop because there was nothing good waiting for me on the other side. But still, I went on, and when I ran through the door, I found an army of Ronnies aiming their pistols at me. I stopped, scared, shaking, feeling sweat soaking into my shirt. You know what you've got to do, they all told me in unison. I turned to find a pistol in a broken wooden box on the ground. Hands trembling, I grabbed it, and after a few seconds' indecision, I turned off the safety like a professional, got up, and turned to face the person in front of me. Don't, please, my father begged, kneeling on the ground with a terrified look on his face. My hand was shaking, but there was no turning back. Sorry, Papa. The sound of the shot made me open my eyes, but I didn't really wake up until I saw my mother there shaking me, frightened. My God, Noah, she said as I sat up, disoriented. I was sweating and shaking like a leaf. I was bundled in blankets as though someone had tried to pin me down, and I'd been crying as I realized when I brought my hands to my face. I had a nightmare, I confessed. I saw the fear in my mother's blue eyes as she looked at me. Since when have you had those kinds of nightmares? She asked, as if this confession changed how she thought of me. Her eyes were the furthest thing from placid. What I saw in them, once again, was that look. I wasn't about to tell her nightmares were a normal thing for me, something I only ever escaped from when I was with Nicholas. I didn't want her to worry, and I didn't want to admit that I had dreams of killing my father, that I was the one pulling the trigger, the one who spilled his blood on the ground. I got up and went toward the bathroom, but my mother grabbed my arm to stop me. "How long has this been going on, Noah?" I needed distance from her. I needed that look of worry out of my mind. I didn't want her to feel bad again. I didn't want anyone to know what was going on inside me. "Just this once, Mom. It's probably because we're in a strange room. You know, new places make me nervous." She didn't seem convinced, but she also didn't stop me when I pulled away, went to the bathroom, and locked the door. I wanted to call Nicholas. He was the only one who could calm me down, but I didn't want to have to tell him what had happened. Not like this, with this distance separating us. Not when he didn't have any idea about my nightmares either. I splashed water on my face and tried to look relaxed. When I went back out, I ignored my mother and lay back down over the sheets. "Noah, please don't." My father's words went on echoing in my head until finally, somehow, I managed to go to sleep. There were 5 days left until we went home. I was exhausted, not just physically, but mentally. I desperately needed to sleep for 24 hours straight, and I would only be able to do it with Nick holding me in his arms. Luckily, I hadn't had to share another room with my mother, but the bags under my eyes were the perfect reminder of what had happened, and she wouldn't forget it. Then again, there was the slight problem that I hadn't told her I wanted to move in with Nick. I knew she was going to lose it, but I had made my decision, and there was nothing she could do to make me change my mind. My mother was more suspicious than usual, as if she could tell something she didn't like was going on, that something wasn't right. I tried to bring her nosy questions back to neutral territory, but I knew once we got back to California, there'd be hell to pay. That's why I was counting the days till I saw Nick again. With him, I'd have the strength to face her. After all those years with my father dead, my mother still couldn't protect me, because it was all in my mind, inside me, and even I had no idea what to do about it.
14. Nick. In just 2 days, Noah would be back. I don't think I'd ever been so anxious to see anyone in my entire life. I was torn between wanting to kiss her all over and wanting to choke her for leaving me here. And I didn't know which urge was stronger. She had been weird the last few times we'd talked. She told me she was tired and was dying to see me, and I was counting the hours until it happened. I had fixed up the apartment. It was trashed before, had bought food, had even wiped the cat down with moist towelettes, for which he'd scratched me all over, and I'd had to count to 100 not to throw the furball off the balcony. I wanted us to have the best night of our lives when she returned. I wanted her to realize all she'd missed out on when she'd left me back here. I wanted her life to depend on me, the way mine depended on her. I'd spent basically the whole month at home or at work trying to get ahead. I wanted to be done with school as soon as possible. If I kept my head down, I could graduate early, and as long as my grades were good, I could get my father to finally take me seriously. The next night, as I was getting out of the shower wrapped in a towel, trying not to get water all over the apartment, someone rang the doorbell. I cursed softly and went to answer. It was Lion. "I need your help," he said. As he walked in, I turned around and kicked the door closed with my heel. I hadn't seen him for a week, and the person standing before me bore only the slightest resemblance to my old friend. "What the hell happened?" I asked, walking over to the sofa where he'd sat down. He didn't look at me. He just sank his head desperately into his hands. His hair looked bad. He hadn't shaved. I doubted he'd even showered in several days. I could tell by his eyes he'd been drinking, even if he wasn't drunk. "I'm in trouble, man." Shit. It had to be bad then. Lion's problems were always major, never piddly shit. It's been 1.5 years since I stopped dealing," he started. The word dealing was all I needed to imagine where this was going. I grabbed a pair of pants draped over the sofa and put them on. "Don't tell me you're back up in that shit, Lion," I shouted. He rubbed the back of his neck and glowered at me. "What do you want, man? I couldn't turn down the chance to make that kind of cash. Luke's living with me now. The dumbass wanted to do it himself, but he just got out. I wasn't going to let him take the risk of getting snatched again." "Oh, so he can't take the risk, but you can? You're a fucking idiot. If you don't watch out, you'll be the one getting pinched." "Don't you dare judge me," he screamed, standing up. "You've got everything." I was trying to keep myself from kicking his ass because he was my friend and I knew he had money problems. But wasn't that what the fights and the races were for? Maybe they were illegal, but that wasn't the same as slinging drugs. He could get a 10-year bid for that, or more. "What's the trouble then?" I asked. He looked all around, then pinned me with his green eyes. "I gotta hand over a package at the Gardens tonight. It was supposed to be on the beach, just a quick handoff, but the call came through, and now I have to go to the hood." Damn. The Gardens was one of the hardest hoods in L.A., and Line and I were pariahs there after a major squabble. My dad had handled it for us, and we had sworn never to go back. "Don't even think about asking me to come along." "It'll be quick. We'll drop off the shit, and we'll head straight back, bruh." Fuck. I didn't want trouble, not now, when I was getting my life back on track. After what had happened with Ronnie and Noah's dad, I'd sworn I wouldn't get into any more bullshit. I wasn't going to drag my girlfriend into that. Ronnie and everything that happened afterward, all that was my fault. None of it would have happened if I hadn't brought Noah into that world. "I'm not going, Lion," I said, making sure he knew I was serious. He was surprised for a second, then pissed right afterward. "It's suicide going there alone, and you know that. At least keep an eye on the ride while I do the drop. You said we were brothers through thick and thin, and I need you now." Fuck. "Drop off a package, that's it?" I asked, already knowing I would regret it. His face lit up. "I hand it over, and we're out, bruh. I promise," he said, getting up. I remembered when I'd gone to live with him and had to accompany him on runs. We were way younger and more irresponsible then. I didn't want to fuck up again. There was too much at stake. I couldn't go back to that world. Not anymore. "I'll drive," I said, grabbing my keys. I wanted to tell him to fuck off, but Lion had always been there for me when I'd needed him. I'd have liked it if he had escaped that world, but there was nothing I could do. My father had offered him a job at the company, and Lion had turned him down. His grandfather's garage was his life, and he wouldn't give it up. Turning down my father's offer meant turning down the one chance he had at a better life, without problems. Noah was arriving home the next day, so I had plenty of time to help him out, to get home, shower, and be ready to grab her from the airport. Neither of us said a word as we got in the car and pulled out of the lot. "Thanks for this, Nick," Lion said, looking out the window. "Does Jenna know you're slinging?" He tensed when I mentioned his girlfriend. "No, and she's not gonna know," he replied cuttingly. That was a warning, no doubt about it. I wasn't supposed to get mixed up in his business, but there he was forcing me to. Whatever. As I headed into the Gardens, things I wished I could forget started coming up. Ronnie, his friends, the races, Noah's kidnapping, her piece of shit father pointing a gun at her. All that shit had happened close to here, and I'd sworn I'd never come back. "Take a right," he said when we reached an intersection I knew well. "You're not taking me to the Midnight, are you?" I asked nervously. The Midnight was a club where every dealer in the city gathered to do business. Part dive, part dance spot, it was where the worst people in town came to have fun. When we were younger, we used to hang there and get wild, but then things turned ugly. We'd been in there one night with a guy who moved serious weight for a rich clientele. I decided things were too hot and I turned to go, but you can't just turn your back on that life. They gave me an ass-whooping I could still remember perfectly. They broke 3 of my ribs. After that, I definitely wasn't going back, and I'd never set foot in there again, especially because the thing with my mother and sister happened soon after, and I'd had to go live with Dad again. "Yeah, but it's cool. I told you, just a minute. I'll hand this shit off, get the money, and we're out." I stopped by the corner of the bar. From there, I could see people entering and leaving. I had no interest in running into any dickheads from my past. I squeezed the wheel and watched Lion get out and head for the door. When I thought sometimes about that part of my life, I couldn't understand how I'd fucked up so bad. And yet now, when I had everything I needed, when I knew what it was to love another person more than anything in the world, even more than myself, I found myself back in the same shit. I waited impatiently for Lion to come out, and when he didn't, I started to feel nervous. 15 minutes had passed, and if what he'd said was true, he shouldn't have needed more than 5. I cursed under my breath, hit the button on the key fob, got out, and slammed the door. As I approached the door, the 2 bouncers eyed me up. "Where you think you're going?" one asked, getting in front of me. "Hey, easy bro. I'm just looking for a friend," I said, counting to 10 in my head. Before he could respond, a guy with facial piercings came out, looked me over and said, "Let him in." The goon scowled at me and stepped aside. I rolled up my shirt sleeves as I passed him, knowing this wasn't going to end well. My suspicions were right. As I followed the guy with the piercings to the back room, I saw Lion on the ground with a black eye and a split lip. My fists clenched before I could even think about it, and my entire body was poised to strike. "Look who we have here." The voice uttering those words was one I knew very well. Cruz, Ronnie's friend. The same guy who'd pounded me out that night I'd been stupid enough to walk down the wrong alley in the wrong part of town. When I saw him, memories of everything that had happened with Noah came back to me. I had tried as hard as I could to leave that shit behind, to focus on my future, on Noah, to protect her, to take a different road from the one I had started down as a teenager. But seeing Lion there laid out on the ground and this asshole surrounded by guys just as bad as him made all the rage I'd suppressed for months surge back up. "I knew it would just be a matter of time till you showed your face around here," Cruz said, leaning back on the table behind him. His black hair had grown out and was now pulled into a little ponytail. His arms were covered in tattoos, and from his eyes, I could tell he was high, even if I didn't know on what. "Your friend knows us money. He was smart bringing his rich friend here to bail him out." I looked away from him and back toward Lion, who was staring at the ground. "I don't owe you shit, motherfucker. You better go ahead and make some other plan to get your money back because you ain't getting shit from me." I chose each of my words carefully. I had no idea how I was going to get out of there. Lion was done for. Deep down, despite my anger, I felt bad for him. Seeing him still caught up in that world I'd escaped. But at the same time, I was so pissed I wanted to whoop his ass too for being an idiot and for dragging me into this bullshit. Cruz walked over to me, slowly. You know, it's too bad Ronnie ended up in the big house, but for me it worked out perfectly. Everything he had is now mine. So listen closely. He stopped a foot from my face. I'm not as dumb as he was. Your little friend here owes me 3,000. I'm getting it back. I'll take it in cash or I'll take it in blood. You decide. You make things even and we're good. Or I'll fuck him up so bad his mama won't recognize him. I clenched my jaw trying to keep the one thing that mattered in my mind. Noah. I didn't want problems. I wasn't looking for a fight. Jenna popped into my head. If she saw a lion like that, let alone worse, her heart would break. I don't have 3,000 in cash. I'm not a drug dealer like you. Cruz cracked up laughing and his lackeys followed suit. Don't worry, pal. We got an ATM around the corner. We can go together. What do you think? I took a deep breath to keep myself from knocking him flat and turned toward the door. I knew they would follow me. We needed to get out of there. Even if we did give them the money, we were risking our lives being there. If we had been on neutral ground, it might have been a different question. Once we were outside, the fresh air cleared my head, and I took a quick glance around to take stock of the situation. There were guys standing on corners in groups, an unhoused person or two girls talking with 3 guys in a car. I needed to bounce. Lion edged over to me while Cruz and his 3 friends followed us to the ATM 2 blocks away. You're a fucking idiot, I said, stomping my feet. Even if he was my best friend, he deserved to pay for this. They played me, he excused himself, then spit on the ground. They told me I could sell the blow, and whatever I couldn't move I could just bring back to them, and now they're saying I've got to pay for whatever I didn't get rid of. They're scum. You've got bigger problems than those assholes, and you need to figure out how to solve it, I said, walking toward the machine. Cruz hurried over. I was losing my patience, so I turned around and hissed, Stop fucking around. Give me some distance, or I swear I'll rearrange your face. Cruz smiled, lifted his hands, and walked backward. He was being chill because he needed that money. I took my card out and punched in my number. I hoped I wouldn't have any problems with the withdrawal. $3,000. That was what I'd made for the entire 4 weeks I'd been away from Noah. Here, take it, and try not to run into me again, I threatened him, handing over the cash. Cruz counted it and grinned. You never should have left here, Nick. You're a better fit than you think. This goody two-shoes role you've been playing lately, it don't fit you. I turned around, ready to walk away. I should have told you, he added. Back when your girl got kidnapped and you sent the cops out, you know I walked right out the front door and got away. How is Noah, by the way? That was the last straw. My fist moved so fast I wasn't even aware it had struck his jaw until I saw him lying there on the ground. He sat up fast, and his boys threw me on the ground close to him. The first blow came right afterward and landed square in my left eye. Don't you ever say her name again, motherfucker! I rolled on top of him and I pounded his face I don't know how many times. Just then, I felt a kick in the ribs. I'll kill you, you son of a bitch, Cruz said. And before I could react, the 3 guys were kicking me while I rolled back and forth. The first ankle I could grab, I pulled on with all my strength. Feet and fists rained down on me. Blood was flying, but the adrenaline in my veins kept me from feeling a thing. I was blind with rage. Hearing my girlfriend's name in his mouth threw gasoline on the fire. I climbed on top of the guy I'd pulled down and started hitting him in the stomach. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see Lion taking on 2 others. We weren't going to last long. It was 4 against 2, and Lion was on his last legs. I could take on 2 guys with no problem, even 3. But 4? Even I had my limits. Someone kneed me in the jaw and my vision blurred. I fell to the ground face down and got hit again, this time in the stomach. I couldn't breathe. Every attempt to get oxygen to my lungs failed. "Don't come around here again," I heard. "If you do, you won't walk back out."
15. Noah. My trip had come to an end. I had seen magnificent sights, had swum at the best beaches, had eaten traditional cuisine. Still, when the plane from New York touched down in LA, all I could feel was glee and an anxiety that made me nauseous. I stood up as soon as we heard the ding that said we could unbuckle our seatbelts. My mother seemed to think my anticipation was a bit much, but I was overjoyed that we were in first class and could leave before everyone else. I hurried out the door as soon as it opened and onto the jet bridge that led into the terminal. My mother was driving me crazy, dragging her feet. What the hell was keeping her? Fortunately, since we'd had a layover in New York, I didn't have to wait and show my passport. We just walked down a long passageway, caught an escalator, and we were outside. It was 7 p.m. in Los Angeles, and the first thing I saw was the blinding light of the setting sun, which I struggled for a few seconds to peer through. William was there, but where was Nick? I looked all over as the hum of the escalator droned on, and finally I had no other option but to walk over to my boyfriend's father. He smiled and opened his arms to hug me, but I could tell from his eyes that something was bothering him. I didn't want to be rude, but I wasn't especially in the mood to hug him either. "How's my weary world traveler?" he asked during our brief embrace. "Where's Nicholas?" He looked down at me for a moment, but before he could answer, he saw my mother. She ran toward him with open arms, and he pulled her in tight. I didn't understand what was happening. She stood back long enough to kiss him on the lips. I turned away to avoid watching. "Where's Nicholas?" my mother asked, just as I had before. Will looked back at me and shrugged as though to say, "What did you expect?" "He sent me a text saying he couldn't pick you up. He'll be in touch as soon as he can be." That didn't make sense. "That's all?" I asked incredulously. My joy deflated like a balloon and disillusion took its place. William shook his head, and I turned around as he and Steve took our suitcases. I grabbed my phone and called Nick. It went straight to voicemail. I hung up before he could hear my deafening silence. Why hadn't he come to pick me up? Was he working? If so, he could have come anyway. He did for my birthday. He'd said he'd been happy to leave everything to come see me. Had those weeks apart made him stop caring about me as much as he used to? Jesus, what the hell was I thinking? Of course he cared about me. We'd talked. He was dying to see me. He'd told me so. I dialed again. "Nicholas, I'm at the airport and you're not here. What's going on?" After leaving the message, I slipped my phone back into my jeans pocket. I turned to look at my mother, who couldn't keep her hands off William, and then walked alongside Steve as we left the airport and headed for the car. Steve always knew where Nick was. He always knew where everyone was. That was his job as head of security for the Lester family. "Do you know what's up, Steve?" I asked, staring straight at him. I knew Nicholas trusted him. Anytime something happened, Nick called him, and he'd even sent Steve before when he couldn't pick me up, or he wanted to make sure I got home safe from somewhere. Steve looked away, and I knew then that something had happened that no one wanted to tell me about. I grabbed his arm and forced him to look at me. "What the hell's going on?" "Don't get upset, Noah. Nicholas is okay. He'll be in touch once you get home." I hadn't been back half an hour, and I wanted to strangle him. What was he playing at? The trip seemed eternal, especially because what I wanted most was to go to Nick's apartment. I had no idea what was going on, but I didn't like it one bit. I knew why Steve didn't want to tell me anything. It was getting late, and I was sure Nicholas wanted me to stay at home that night. All sorts of images flashed through my head, most of them bad. It was dark by the time we got home. I wished I could see him there, imagined him there waiting for me, as if all this were just some sick joke. He hadn't answered my calls. It was starting to worry me, or maybe piss me off. I still wasn't sure.
Noah, please try to look happy. You're coming back from a European vacation, not from an insane asylum.
I was sure my mother was happy about all this. A part of her wanted to see how many times Nicholas could disappoint me because she wanted me to leave him. She had this idea that there was something that would be the last straw. She was wrong. I went up to my room without answering. It wasn't just Nicholas who hadn't picked up. I'd tried Lion and Jenna as well. Finally, Nick picked up after letting it ring 5 times.
Noah,
he said dryly. Where are you? I listened closely, but all I could hear was his breathing, deep breaths as if he weren't sure what to tell me. My heart was full of fear, an irrational fear driven by the fact I had no idea what was going on.
It's okay. I apologize. It's just that something came up, and I couldn't leave.
His voice sounded sad but also steely. Is everything okay? Are you okay? Lion and Jenna wouldn't pick up either, I said, sitting down on the bed. The sound of his voice had calmed me slightly.
I'm great.
I didn't believe that. Something had happened, and he didn't want to tell me what. I'm going to your apartment, I said, getting up with determination.
No.
His voice was so cutting that I froze with my hand on the doorknob. Nicholas Lester, you will tell me right now what's happening, or I swear to God I'll pull out every hair on your head one by one.
I'm sorry, but I'm not in the mood for this,
he said, taking a long time to reply. I didn't care for that tone.
Stay home and wait for me to call you.
He hung up. I looked at the phone as if it were the thing that had mistreated me. I dialed him again, hitting the screen so hard I almost cracked it. Straight to voicemail. Was he talking to someone? Who the hell could it be? Was he not picking up on purpose? I reached into my nightstand where I kept the keys to the Audi, but they were gone. Was this some kind of joke? I left my room and headed straight for the kitchen, opening the drawer where we kept the spares. None were there. My mother and William were nowhere in sight, and I didn't even want to think about what they might be doing. Was my car outside? I hadn't even bothered to look. I walked toward the door, but just then Steve emerged from his office holding his phone with an intimidating look on his face. Were you talking to him? I asked, pointing a finger at him.
Noah, he asked me not to let you go out. He'll explain everything tomorrow.
I laughed. It sounded strange. I could sense Steve was embarrassed, but I knew he'd do as Nick said.
It's late. Get some rest and you'll see him tomorrow.
Bullshit. Fine, you're right. Steve seemed relieved and watched me closely as I turned around and climbed the stairs. He was out of his mind if he thought he would prevent me from leaving my own home. I entered my room, ready to wait as long as I had to. Pacing nervously, I took out my phone again. There is no justification for what you're doing, and when I see you, you're going to get it. He answered me right away.
Don't be nasty. I love you. Get some rest and I'll see you soon.
See you soon? For real? I went to the bathroom to wash up. I felt gross after all those hours in the plane. I looked at the clock. It was 9 p.m., and I couldn't even think about breaking out before 11. I laughed at that thought. Breaking out like I was in jail? I was going to kill him. Once I was halfway presentable, admittedly with my hair still wet, I peeked into the hallway. I couldn't hear anyone, but then you never did hear anyone in that enormous house. My plan was to go to the garage and take my old car, the same one that had broken down 1,000 times, but that I couldn't stand to think of selling. Or junking, since that was more likely. I'd known that heap of trash would end up coming in handy one day. The garage door was at the back of the house, so I didn't need to go near the front door or Steve's office. I walked downstairs, making as little noise as possible, and grinned when I saw my precious car next to Mom's BMW. There was a motorcycle there, too. I'd never asked whose it was, and honestly, I was tempted to take it. But I didn't know where the keys were, and I was sure Nicholas would kill me if he saw me show up late at night with a motorcycle, especially since I'd never driven one in my life. I got in and pressed the button on the garage door opener, thanking God one more time that the house was huge and no one heard me leave. I had nearly an hour's drive ahead of me, so I cranked up the music and opened the windows to try to stay awake. I wished I were in my convertible and not in this car that had a top speed of around 45. I knew I shouldn't take the interstate at that hour. I hadn't even slept in 20 hours, but I didn't care. The need to see Nicholas and the feeling that something wasn't right were stronger than anything else. The drive took forever, and when I finally reached his building, I felt more nervous than ever. Not just because I was finally seeing him after a month, but because I knew he'd get mad at me for going all the way there alone at that time of night. As I got into the elevator, I realized I didn't have my keys. Shit. Now I was going to have to ring the doorbell at 1 a.m. My heart was galloping when I saw the door in front of me. I knocked instead of ringing. I don't know why, but it seemed more reasonable. I did so softly, not dramatically. I was already trying to calm things down before I had even seen him. No one opened. I knocked again, and then I saw a faint light under the door. Had he been sleeping? I heard a curse, then an insult. Finally, the door opened. There he was. I don't think anything could have prepared me for what I saw. I had to hold my breath. My hand came straight to my mouth to muffle a scream. He hadn't expected me there, and now I knew why. "God damn it, Noah," he said, leaning his forehead on the doorframe. "Can't you just do what I ask of you one fucking time?" "What happened to you?" I whispered. His entire face was one big bruise. His left eye was greenish and leaking pus, and his lip looked cracked all the way through. "I told you to stay home." Now that I was there, now that I saw him, I understood why he hadn't come to pick me up. He was destroyed. He'd been beaten to a pulp. The terror at the sight of him in that state mingled with my joy at seeing him, but whatever fantasy I'd had of seeing him again after weeks vanished terribly before my eyes. I looked at his bare chest with a bandage wrapped around his ribs. Someone had hurt him. They'd hurt him badly. They'd hurt Nick. My Nick. "Don't look at me like that, Noah," he said, turning around and bringing his hand to his head. I didn't know what to say. I was speechless. That was the last thing I needed, the last thing I wanted to see. That wasn't just a beating. For me, it was something worse. It brought back memories I wished would be gone forever. "Don't cry, damn it," he shouted, turning around again and wiping away the tears on my cheeks. "I don't understand," I said, and it was true. I didn't know what had happened, why he was hurt. I was shocked. Nothing was the way I had hoped it would be. Nicholas pulled me close and squeezed me tight. I was scared to touch him. I didn't want to hurt him, but instinctively, I wrapped my arms around him, and I felt his lips on the top of my head. "I missed you so much," he said, and stroked my hair, smelling my shampoo. When he pushed me away a bit, I opened my eyes to look at him. His left eye could barely open, and that blue I fell in love with was almost gone, replaced by pain and suffering. He bent over to kiss me, but I pulled away. "No," I said, frightened. I shut my eyes. Memories. Memories, so many damned memories. My mom beaten up, my father dead, me bleeding on the ground waiting for her to come home. I moved away from him and hid my face in my hands. "Why do you do these things, Nicholas?" I asked in a muffled tone. I hated to cry, especially in front of people, and especially because of something that could have been avoided. He stood there staring at me. I think he was hurt I had rejected him. "Can't you just be a normal boyfriend?" I chastised him. My tone was harsh. I was hurting. Everything was hurting me. The sight of him, the loss of that dream I'd had of us reuniting. But when I said that, I could see I'd wounded him, and that made me feel guilty, even if I still refused to take my words back. He must have gone back to fighting for money, or else he'd gotten drunk and mouthed off to the wrong person. Lion was probably involved. Jenna, too. That's why neither of them had picked up when I'd called. "You shouldn't have come," he said with restraint. So now he could control himself? Now when it was too late? "I didn't want you to see me like this, but you never fucking listen." "You don't get to order me around, and you can give up expecting me to do whatever you want when you don't even give me a fucking explanation. I was worried about you, Nick." "Damn it, Noah, I had my reasons." "Your reasons are why someone beat the shit out of you." His chest was rising and falling as he looked at me. I didn't know what to do. I was furious at him for returning to that world I hated so much, but I also wanted to hold him and never let him go again. I was about to break down seriously, and I didn't want to do it in front of him. He grabbed me as I turned and headed for the elevator, but I jerked my arm away. "Don't touch me, Nicholas. Not now. I mean it." "Are you serious? We haven't seen each other in a month." "I don't care. I don't even recognize you right now. I thought you'd be waiting for me at the airport with a smile because I'm an idiot, a fool who expects a person to do the things they promise me when it's obvious they won't." "You haven't even let me explain myself." "What explanation are you going to give me? That you ran into a wall?" He glared at me, and I crossed my arms waiting for his so-called explanation. You could hear a pin drop. Nick tried to hug me again. "Do not touch me," I repeated, dead serious. And so we stood there, neither of us knowing what to say. "It's not what you think," he said. "I had to help Lion. He was in trouble." "What kind of trouble?" As I asked, I saw how raw his knuckles were. He came close to me again, and when I didn't stop him, he continued. "It's about money. Look, Noah, I didn't want this to happen, I swear to you." He knelt so he could look me directly in the eyes. "I've been waiting for this day ever since you left. I bought food, I cleaned up the apartment, I even bathed the cat. Please believe me, all I wanted was to see you. You're the one thing I care about." The fragrance of his body invaded my senses. The warmth of his fingers on my cheeks made the ache in my heart diminish slightly. Because even if what I was feeling was his fault, he was also the only one who could make it disappear. I took a deep breath and hesitantly held him back. "Loving you is the most complicated thing I've ever done," I said. But it was impossible to stay mad at him. "I'm dying to kiss you," he said, as though asking for permission. I waited for a few seconds before replying. "Do it then." And I could tell he was still smiling a second later when his lips touched mine.
16. Nick. I'd fucked up. The fear on her face when she'd seen me confirmed it. But I didn't care. She was there with me again, and I was dying to kiss her. When her soft lips pressed against mine, I felt a prick where mine had been cut. But still, I didn't resist. Noah must have noticed, though, because she stopped. "Did I hurt you?" she asked, alarmed, her feline eyes so adorable, roving my face, with their lashes damp from tears that, once again, were my fault. "No," I replied, distracted, wrapping my hands around her waist and pulling her close again. "This is a dream. I've been wanting to kiss you like this for weeks." But Noah stopped me before I could resume. "You winced," she said. "I can tell it hurts." "What?" "I didn't wince." "You did," she said, and traced a line from my cheek to my lower lip. I clenched my jaw. Okay, it hurt. But it was nothing compared to the pain of not seeing her for days, not kissing her, not making love to her. "Let me clean up your hands," she said. She turned, and I was no longer holding her. I wished I could have been quicker, grabbed her, tossed her over my shoulder, and taken her to the bedroom, but one of my ribs had a hairline fracture. I wasn't even supposed to be out of bed. But there I was, like always, not listening to orders. I watched her go to the kitchen. At last, my apartment had life in it. The cat emerged from who knows where and started rubbing himself against Noah's feet. "Hey, En, how's my pretty boy?" she exclaimed, effusive, bending over to pick the thing up. I sat down on one of the kitchen chairs while she cuddled with the cat and looked around for the first aid kit. When she found it, she sat down and spun the seat of her chair to face me. "You look fantastic," I said, loving the sight of her blushing. "I wish I could say the same for you." I smiled. Parts of my face hurt that I hadn't even known existed. "Give me your hands," she said gently. I did so, and as she clenched my wounds, which were barely bleeding anyway, I realized she was even prettier than before she'd left. Her hair was redder, with blonde streaks here and there, and her tanned skin was an almost bronze color that highlighted her face. Her lips were always swollen after she cried, and after we hooked up. And as she looked at me, I couldn't stop thinking about all I wanted to do to her. To have those lips on my body, those hands on my back. "Nicholas, I'm talking to you," she said loudly, awakening me from my daydreams. "Sorry, what did you say?" I asked, trying to express my flared-up desire. "I said, how's Lion?" Lion. I didn't even want to hear his fucking name. He was in the emergency room for a couple of hours, but he's fine. He's back at home. Noah was carefully examining my wounds as she cleaned and disinfected them. "And Jenna?" she asked, bending over to grab some scissors off the counter. As she did so, I got a primo view of her breasts, and I had to take a deep breath to calm myself. Did we really need to talk about that now? I couldn't give less of a shit about Jenna, to tell the truth. Sure, she knew what had happened. I mean, we hadn't told her we were selling drugs, or, to be precise, that her boyfriend was selling drugs. She was taking care of Lion now. "They're together. I'm sure she's being a pain in the ass," I responded, impatient for her to finish up and look at me. She seemed nervous. I could tell by how carefully she returned everything to the first aid kit. "I want to know exactly what happened. Tell me who it was, Nick. Who did this to your face? Don't worry about it, okay, Noah? It won't happen again." "Fine, but I want you to tell me," she replied. "And I want to make love to you," I said. Now I had her eyes on me, just as I wished. "You can't," she responded, standing with a slightly quivering voice. I tugged her between my open legs. "Oh, I can." She looked doubtfully at my wounds and my bandaged midsection. "No, Nicholas, you're hurt. You can't even breathe without your ribs aching, I'm sure of it," she said, stopping my hands with hers as they began to climb her t-shirt. "Don't worry about me, Freckles. The pleasure will be stronger than the pain, I guarantee it." As I uttered these words, I took off her shirt, leaving her standing before me in her bra. I was getting excited just looking at her. I could feel her heart pound as I kissed her nipples, and her pulse in her neck. I could even see it. The blood was rushing through her veins, getting her ready for me. I stroked her back. I had forgotten how soft her skin was, how perfect. Sometimes I couldn't believe my luck. When my hand stopped on the clasp of her bra, she crept away from me. "God damn it," I said, not even thinking. "No, Nicholas, we're not going to do it," I laughed. "Stop looking at me like that," she warned, pointing a finger at me that I immediately reached out and grabbed, bringing it to my lips for a kiss. As I nibbled it, I noticed how her body responded. Extending my legs, I trapped her, keeping her right where I wanted her. Now, I moved my lips to that special part of her neck that I knew drove her wild. A sigh escaped her as I licked it. She wrapped her hands around my neck and played with my hair. And in that moment, I knew I had won the battle. I turned my attention to the tops of her breasts as she rubbed my lower back. She shook. Her nails dug into my spine. I hissed. I don't know if it was from pain or pure carnal pleasure, and I didn't have time to figure it out, because once more she escaped me. "Nicholas, you can't," she shouted, both aroused and angry. Damn it! I reached out to touch her, but she resisted, and I could see the determination in her honey-colored eyes. "You know perfectly well how this is going to end. You can either keep avoiding me and making me chase you, which will only make my aches worse, or you can stop fucking around and get back here." That must have gotten to her. She looked angry now. "You want to see how fast I can walk out that door?" "What I want is to fuck." Her cheeks turned blood red. I guess she wasn't expecting that answer. Her reaction amused me. "You're being vulgar. You know that," she counterattacked. With a diabolical grin, I said, "I've always been vulgar, Freckles. It's just that I usually control it when I'm around you, even if you make it hard for me." I was reaching the end of my patience. Clutching her hands, I stood, leaned down, and kissed her, sliding my tongue into her mouth. My lip hurt, but I didn't care. I'd had worse wounds than that, and nothing was going to stop me from kissing Noah that night. I'd been waiting too long. A second later, she slackened, then responded with equal enthusiasm, her tongue caressing mine in little circles, then plunging in desperately. When she squeezed my back, I yelped in pain. She stopped and looked at me with concern. "Quit," I said before she could utter a word. "In 5 minutes, I'm going to be making love to you. Don't waste your energy on words." She obeyed. I could tell she was dying to, just as I was. She seemed to hesitate for a moment, but it was evident that there was no turning back. But she didn't go to the bedroom. She took my hand and forced me back on the sofa. "What are you doing?" I asked, more turned on than I'd ever been. "We're going to do it my way." Her feline eyes glimmered with desire. "The only way you know how to do it is the way I've taught you, Freckles." She straddled me, tossing her hair back over her shoulders. "I've been to France. I've learned all kinds of things." I scowled. I didn't like that comment one bit. "Don't be an idiot," she said, pulling off her bra. The sight of her breasts made me lose the thread of my thoughts. "Now you're going to hold very still."
17. Noah. I didn't want to hurt him, but I needed it too. I wanted to feel his hands, his expert fingers, to be kissed by him all over in all the places he wasn't supposed to do it. For him to make me his and to forget every other girl he's been with. "This will be the only time you're ever going to be in control, so enjoy it," he said condescendingly. But he was turned on. I could feel him underneath me, hard as a stone. "We'll see about that," I said to him, bending over to kiss his jawline. I wanted to try to avoid his lips. I didn't want to hurt him, but it would be hard. I hated being cautious when what I wanted was to make love freely. I wanted him to dominate me with his body the way I liked, to pick me up, to let our skin touch and give us pleasure, not pain. But at the same time, having total power over him was very exciting too. My tongue drifted over his stubble to his right ear. He smelled so good, like Nick, like a man. He took hold of my breasts, and I almost yelped when he squeezed me tight. I moved my hands down to his stomach. That body was a work of art, a sculpture. My fingertips felt the muscle beneath his warm skin. I wanted to kiss every inch of him. Stopping at his pants, I smiled, watching him quiver as I nibbled at his neck. "Don't be mean, Freckles. I won't wait much longer," he warned me, grabbing me around the waist. I stopped him before he did what I knew he would. "Unless I remember wrong, there was something you wanted me to do," I said, hoping to fluster him, desiring to see him lose control of himself, but he stared at me firmly. "Not today, Freckles," he said, clearly struggling to get the words out. I unbuttoned the top button on his pants. "Why not?" He completely lost control of his breathing. I pulled his pants all the way down and started slowly stroking his body. He closed his eyes. I knew he wouldn't last long. We hadn't done it in a month. "Because if you do, I'm not going to let you leave." When I heard those words, I stopped, trying to regain control of the situation. He bent over, and at the same time, a diabolic smile appeared on his face. "Better do what I say," he told me, and he tugged down my underwear, leaving me completely naked. His eyes were drilling into every centimeter of me, and I was happy I had gotten over the shame I used to feel at first. There's nothing like trusting a person fully, showing them all your insecurities, seeing that they don't only accept them, they adore them. "I hope I can drive you as crazy someday as you do me," I said as he started kissing my stomach, and his hands rubbed me where I was most sensitive. "You drive me crazy every time you breathe, Noah." I pushed him backwards softly onto the sofa and put both hands on his shoulders. I sat on his lap. His mouth sought mine eagerly, and he lifted me, guiding me, entering me very gently. I closed my eyes, enjoying him, enjoying having him inside me again. "Now you're up," he whispered. Bracing myself against him, I started moving up and down, not rushing, wanting to give my body time to get used to him after a month's absence. "You're killing me, Noah," he said, grasping my buttocks and making me go faster. I tried to resist. I wanted to take it slow, enjoy it, drag out the pleasure as long as possible, but he wouldn't let me. Even battered and bruised, he was so much stronger than I was. "Jesus, Nicholas," I complained when I was ready to orgasm. "Slow down." He leaned forward, and his eyes so close to mine made me submit as his hand traveled down to the place where I was already dying from pleasure. "Like that?" he said, and leaned in to bite my lip. My God, it was all just too much. His words, his hand rubbing me, him sliding in and out. My body needed to be free after all those weeks without him, having nightmares, being sad that he'd not come to find me at the airport, afraid when I found him with his face destroyed. I started speeding up myself. He grunted deeply from pleasure, and at the same time I shouted almost desperately, and after waves of infinite pleasure, we reached orgasm together. "This is where I need to be every day." I looked down and pulled his face up to my mouth. He kissed me. He didn't care at all about the pain. We were together. That was all that mattered. When I opened my eyes the next morning, I felt a tickle on my nose. and was licking my face. I smiled, sat up, and realized I was alone in the room with the light coming in through the window at a strange angle. I rubbed my eyes, disoriented, trying to remember where I was, in what country, in what bed, and how I had gotten here. Nick, shirtless and sweatpants, standing in the doorway was the finest sight I could imagine.
At last, I was starting to get worried,
he said, leaning against the doorframe. I looked at the window, then him, then the window again. What time is it?
7,
he said, walking into the room.
in the evening,
he added, grinning. Are you kidding? He sat next to me.
You've slept like 14 hours.
Jesus, I couldn't wrap my head around it. Fucking jet lag. I need a damn shower. I got up and went to the bathroom. I looked like hell. I even locked the door because I didn't want Nicholas to get in the shower with me like that. Living with him was going to be tough. In the mornings, I wasn't a person yet, and I was afraid he'd fall out of love with me if he saw me looking like a zombie every day. He got up looking like a Greek god, and his groggy face just made him more attractive than normal. I got under the hot water and let it stream through my hair. The water revived my senses, and I awakened and shook off the feeling of stupor. When I got out, I could only find a towel to wrap myself in. I stepped out dripping water, looking for my clothes, and that was when I heard the door slam, followed by shouts.
Where is she?
Shit, Mom. I tried to run back into the bathroom so she wouldn't see me naked, but she intercepted me halfway. As we stood across from each other, she looked beside herself, totally unable to process what was happening.
How dare you, she shouted. How dare you disappear for hours like that?
I was horrified. We'd argued before lots of times, but I'd never seen her so mad. Nicholas came over and stood in front of me, so I couldn't see her.
Calm down, Rafaela. Noah didn't do anything wrong.
The muscles in his back were as tense as the strings of a guitar, and the air grew so thick it was impossible to breathe.
Get away from her, Nicholas,
my mother ordered him, trying and failing to keep calm. I stepped to one side, and my mother glared at me furiously.
Get dressed right now and walk out that door.
I didn't know what to do. I was terrified by seeing her out of control like that for the first time in years.
Noah's not going anywhere,
Nick declared calmly. That was when William, who had just come upstairs, appeared.
What the hell is going on here?
He shouted, looking first at my mother and then at us.
Who did this to you, Nicholas?
His father looked with horror at the bruises covering his torso.
Your son is out of control, and I don't want him anywhere near Noah,
my mother said. She turned to Nick and hissed.
You're violent. You get in fights. You have low-life friends, and I'm not going to allow you to get my daughter involved in all that shit. And that's my last word.
Mom, stop, I shouted, before I said something even worse. I'm sorry I didn't tell you I was leaving, but you can't just burst in here and...
I can, and I will as often as I have to. You're my daughter. Now grab your things, put on some clothes, and get in the damn car.
No, I shrieked, feeling like a spoiled brat, but unwilling to let anyone tell me what I could and couldn't do. I wasn't a little girl anymore.
You were kidnapped, Noah,
my mother shouted in response.
You were kidnapped, and I thought something like that had happened again. You nearly gave me a heart attack,
she confessed, her eyes full of tears. I'm sorry, Mom, I repeated, and I really felt it, but I couldn't lose my nerve, not anymore. But soon you won't be able to know where I am at all times. You can't get in this state every time you don't know where I am. Looking at me coldly, she said,
Get dressed and let's go home,
pronouncing each word slowly, not seeming interested in a reply. I didn't want to go. That was the last thing I wanted, but my mother was on the verge of hysteria. I needed to get her away from Nick. especially because I was on the verge of telling her I was moving in with him. "Wait for me in the car. I'll be right down," I finally said. Nicholas cursed, standing there next to me. My mother pretended she didn't hear him as she and William walked out into the hall. I heard them shut the door a second later. "Don't go, Noah. If you go, you're telling her she's right," Nicholas said angrily. "You saw her. If I don't go, it'll be worse." He sighed in resignation. "I can't wait for you to move in here." I was scared of telling my mom what we had in mind. "It won't be long," I said. He squeezed me in his arms, and with my cheek on his chest, I couldn't help but think that a part of me was lying to him.
18. Nick. As I watched her go, I felt all the wrath I'd been holding back spilling over like lava from a volcano. I was so tired of all this shit. Rafaela's words kept echoing in my head. "Your son is out of control, and I don't want him anywhere near Noah." I went to the kitchen and tried to calm down. "You're violent. You get in fights." I cursed the moment I had decided to help Lion. "I'm not going to allow you to get my daughter involved in all that shit." I was going to have to change if I wanted things with Noah to actually work. We were about to take a major step, a decisive one for our relationship to show that we were actually serious. That was one reason why I wanted her to come live with me, because no one seemed to take us seriously. Sometimes I felt like the few people who knew the truth were placing bets behind our backs about how long it would take us to break up, trying to guess how much pressure we could take. I grabbed my phone off the counter. I had a message from Jenna. "Lion's okay. We need to talk. You know perfectly well I don't believe a damn thing you both told me. I know you're with Noah, but I need to see you. Call me when you can." I knew this would happen. I also knew it was easy to lie to Jenna. I could make up any old bullshit and she'd buy it. Or she used to. But that might not work this time. Lion was on shaky ground and I couldn't just leave him hanging. Jenna needed to know he was in trouble. I sent her a message telling her we could meet up in an hour and got into the shower. I felt good remembering how Noah had worried about me, taken care of me, suffered when she saw I was wounded. No one had ever made me feel that way before. My father used to get pissed off when I showed up with marks from fighting, and he usually wouldn't say a word to me till I'd healed. That was probably one of the reasons I got into that kind of trouble, to piss Dad off and keep him off my back. I got out of the shower, dressed in jeans and a t-shirt, took a pain pill, and walked out the door. Noah's old car was parked outside. Her mother had made her go with them. I didn't even want to imagine what they were saying about me. My stomach ached. I couldn't stand them trying to get in her head like that. My biggest fear was that Noah would end up giving in to her mother, seeing me as someone she shouldn't be with. Another message from Jenna came through. "I'm almost there." A few minutes later, I was parked at a Starbucks near the mall, 15 minutes from my apartment. When I saw Jenna through the window sitting on one of the sofas inside, I knew I should be very careful how I said everything to her. When I went inside, I could see the vehemence in her eyes. I sat down in front of her, trying not to wince, but not a single gesture of mine was going to escape her that day. "Y'all are a couple of fucking idiots. You know that, right?" she said, setting her green tea frappuccino or whatever that green drink was down on the table. "I don't know why that surprises you all of a sudden," I replied. I wasn't happy with the situation at all. I didn't want her to go on thinking I was the same Nick as a year ago. I had changed, or so I wanted to believe. Her boyfriend, though, was the same dickhead as always. "You honestly want me to believe this all happened over a fucking poker game?" she said, leaving me mute for a few seconds. Poker? What the hell was she talking about? especially knowing how badly you both play. Nicholas, you have got to stay away from the gangs." So Lion fed her a line of bullshit. Great. "Look, Jenna, I've had a very bad day, okay? I didn't want to lose my cool then, and I certainly didn't want to take it out on her. Lion's a big boy. He knows what he's doing. He's worried about money, he's worried about the garage, and he's worried about you." I looked at the ground as I spoke. "He's going to realize sooner or later what's right for him. In the meantime, you need to give him space. It's not easy to just turn your back on that life. You know the races are just around the corner too, and that's got all of us feeling edgy. Lion will figure it out." "Races? I thought we were past that this year, Nicholas." "Shit. I shouldn't have said anything, damn it." "We are, but what I mean is the guys are on edge. So it just happened that we got in a little fight yesterday and it turned out worse than we'd thought. It's nothing for you to worry about, though." She looked at me leery-eyed, but she seemed to accept my explanation. Then she looked around as though realizing someone or something was out of place. "Where's Noah?" "Not with me, as you can see," I said with irritation. Looking more serious than before, she asked, "What did you do?" I laughed bitterly. "So you just take it for granted that I'm the one who's done something." Jenna's expression told me Noah's mother wasn't the only one who thought I was bad for her. And Jenna usually took my side. "Did she see your face? If so, she must be a wreck. It seems like you'll never understand, Nicholas." She paused for a moment as if the sight of me had some kind of effect on her, but not enough to keep her from gathering her strength to continue. "If you go on like this, she'll wind up leaving you." "Shut up!" She didn't seem to like that response, but she went on. "Noah's my best friend, and over the course of this year, she's told me things you might not even know. Either way, violence is something she just can't deal with. Your face, your wounds, you know perfectly well what kind of memories they call up for her." "God damn it, this isn't something I planned, okay?" "Nicholas, get a damn grip," she replied, raising her voice. "Noah is not okay. She has nightmares. Recently, my brother shot me with one of those toy bullets, and it gave me a black eye. And when Noah saw me, she freaked out, thinking someone had hit me. She slept in my bed that night. You should have seen how she was tossing and turning. Something must have really gotten to her because she never stays the night with me." I shook my head. "I've slept with her 1,000,000 times. She sleeps like a baby. That's all in your head. Noah is fine." I could feel the blood boiling in my veins. I hadn't gone there to listen to this shit. Nothing was wrong with Noah. My wounds had upset her. I knew that. Damn it, that was why I hadn't gone to get her from the airport. That's why I had planned not to see her for several days, to spare her the sight of me in that condition. But Noah didn't have nightmares, that much I knew. Jenna was the one who should be worrying about her boyfriend. Lion was selling drugs, but Jenna couldn't get it through her head that her life and Lion's were totally incompatible. I got up before I said something I'd regret. I may have my problems with Noah, but don't forget about yours and Lion's. If I were you, I'd stop sticking my nose where it doesn't belong and worry about my own relationship. My boyfriend is the way he is because of you. I blew out all the air I'd been holding in. Fuck you, Jenna, I said, and left. After an hour driving aimlessly, thinking about all Jenna had said, all that Noah's mom had said, I reached the conclusion that I needed to ignore them. I couldn't expect any different from the people around me. I'd created that image of myself. and it wasn't going to be easy to change. It was almost impossible for anyone to take me seriously. But even if Noah still didn't trust me, I knew she thought I could improve. Noah loved me. She was in love with me. I knew she didn't think like Jenna or her mother, and she would never say to me the things they had. I'd shown her I could do better. I parked next to the beach and walked along the shore as the sun lowered over the horizon. There were people out walking their dogs and occasional couples enjoying the solitude. I let the sound of the waves ease my mind. Let my fears and insecurities in relation to Noah go back to the place where I kept them well hidden. A while later, when I thought my emotions were under control, my phone rang. I picked up without even looking, assuming it would be Noah. But I heard silence on the other end, followed a few seconds later by, "Hello, Nicholas." It couldn't be. Of all people. "What the hell do you want, and why are you calling my cell phone?" "I'm your mother, and I need to talk to you." Madison appeared in my mind, and I stopped, with my heart in my throat. Did something happen to my sister? No, Maddie's fine," Annabelle said. "Then we don't have anything to talk about," I replied, ready to hang up. "Wait, Nicholas." "What the hell do you want?" I repeated. After a few seconds, she said, "I want to talk to you. Just for an hour. We can have a coffee. There are lots of things that have never been cleared up, and I can't let you go on living your life hating me the way you do." "I hate you because you abandoned me. There's nothing more to say." I hung up before I could hear her reaction. All the rage inside me started surging forth again. My mother was the worst thing that had ever happened to me. I was the way I was because of her. My relationship with Noah would have been totally different if I'd had a decent model to follow. I'd have known how to treat women, how to trust them. Annabelle Grosson had nothing to say that I needed to hear, but now she supposedly wanted to see me? The tension of that past month, the insecurity, the fights, the sorrow, the solitude I'd felt without Noah, the knowledge that I'd disappointed her, not being at the airport when she wanted me there. It was all just too much for me. I ran and ran down the beach until I couldn't think anymore.
19. Noah. The silence was agonizing on the way home. When Will parked, I got out of the car and shot upstairs. I didn't want to talk to my mother. In all honesty, I didn't want to talk to anyone. Since I'd gotten back, everything had gone wrong. I didn't see Nick at the airport. I found him all beaten up. We argued. I fought with my mother, and I had to listen firsthand to what she thought of him. I needed to get away from all of them. I needed space. When I walked into my room, the first thing I saw was a fat envelope on the bed. It was from school. I opened it and felt a knot in my stomach as I looked through the dorm documents. When I was looking into housing months before, I had checked the option for a roommate. That had been my plan, sharing a dorm room on campus, but now everything had changed. I'd decided to live with Nicholas, and I would have to call the school and let them know. I was scared of the moment when I'd tell my mother. She was going to kill me, and a part of me, the part of me that was still just a little girl, was scared to admit with her that I was going to live with the guy my first year of college. I couldn't believe it was 2 weeks until I'd have to do it. I would have liked to pack my bags right then and go, but I'd have to deal with the situation. My mother needed to learn to live without me. Anyway, I was sure William wanted to live alone with her. Since we'd gotten there, all we'd done was cause him problems, me especially. I grabbed the papers and shoved them into my desk drawer. I put on my pajamas, even though I wasn't tired after sleeping all day, and got in bed, ready to think about nothing. It took forever to get to sleep, and when I did, the nightmares came back. I knew I was looking for Nick in my sheets. I knew when I felt him near, my fears would vanish. But he wasn't there, and he wouldn't be able to protect me. The sunlight was dazzling. For a moment, I didn't know where I was, but then I managed to situate myself in my dream. My father was with me.
Noah, there are times in your life when people will do things you don't like. Think about when Mom doesn't do the things Papa tells her to. Then Papa has to punish her, right?
My father said, while we were both sitting by the seaside watching the waves crash against the cliff. I nodded, listening to him, saying yes to whatever he said. That was easy because his questions were almost always rhetorical. You didn't need to think about the answer because the question already implied it.
The thing is, your mom doesn't know what's good for her. She doesn't understand that I'm the only one who knows that.
My father grabbed me around the waist and set me on his lap.
You're my girl, Noah. You're my little treasure, and you'll always do what I say, right?
I nodded, looking into my father's eyes, those eyes that were exactly like mine, the color of honey, only his were bloodshot from alcohol.
So next time I tell you to scram, to leave your mother where she is, what are you going to do?
Go to my room, I whispered almost inaudibly. My father nodded with satisfaction.
Don't ever disobey me, honey. I don't want to do anything I'll have to regret later. Not to you. After all, you and I were the same, aren't we?
I nodded and smiled, while my father grabbed a string off the ground and started knotting it nimbly.
This will be our tie, so strong that no one will ever break it.
I looked at the knot, a figure 8. My father had made me tie one many times, and I never stopped until it was perfect. The next day I got up with bags under my eyes. I'd had a horrible night, and it didn't help that breakfast was so uncomfortable. William didn't utter a word, and my mother scowled at me in silence, pretending to read the newspaper. A wicked part of my brain wondered what it would be like to drop the bomb on them that I was going to live with Nicholas right then. But just thinking about it gave me the urge to throw up. I was happy when my phone started ringing. I'd been waiting for Nicholas to call me. I left the kitchen, ignoring my mother's reproachful expression, and answered. "Hello?"
Is this Noah Morgan?
The woman asked on the other line. "Yeah, who is this?" I replied, taking the stairs 2 at a time. She was silent until I reached my bedroom door.
This is Annabelle Grayson, Nicholas's mother.
I was dumbstruck. Annabelle? Half my problems were her fault. My problems and those of the person I loved most. She'd abandoned him, and now he wanted nothing to do with her. "What do you want?" I asked as I shut the door behind me. Hesitant, finally sighing, she said,
I need to ask you for a favor. I know Nicholas doesn't want to see me, but I don't care. I need to talk to him, and I need your help. You're his girlfriend, right?
Her tone was so gentle that I wasn't sure what to do. Unsettled, I sat on the edge of the bed. "I won't do anything Nick doesn't want. The 2 of you need to work it out. I'm sorry, Mrs. Grayson, but you must understand I'm not exactly a fan of yours. And honestly, I think Nicholas is better off without you." There it was. I'd said it, and I wasn't going to take it back now. She had abandoned Nick, my Nick, when he was just 12 years old, leaving him with a father who was too busy building his empire, without any explanation, and now she wanted that relationship back? She must have been sick in the head.
I'm his mother, and there's no way he's better off without me. Things have changed, and I want to see him again.
I wasn't about to give in. I had tried to talk to Nick about that very subject, and he had made it very clear to me that I should stay out of it. Annabelle was a big no for him, and I knew him enough to realize he wasn't going to change his mind. I'm sorry, Mrs. Grayson, but Nicholas has repeatedly said there is no discussing this.
Then meet me on your own, just the two of us. Nicholas doesn't need to know. Just pick a place.
What? I couldn't do that. Nicholas would kill me. He would feel betrayed if I talked about him to the woman he hated most in the world. The woman who had hurt him more than anyone had. No way. You don't understand. He doesn't want to see you, and there's no way I'm going to lie to Nicholas. I was being firm. I guess all that stress from recent days was rising to the surface. Plus, I needed to defend my boyfriend, keep anyone from harming him, including me. I heard Annabelle take a deep breath. Then she went on.
Here's the deal, she said, changing her tone to a more strident one. My 6-year-old daughter has a father who spends half his time traveling all over the world. I can't be with her all day, and I know Nicholas wants her to spend some time at his apartment. It's fine with me, but my husband refuses to talk about it. If you do what I ask, if you meet up with me and help me find a way to recover my relationship with my son, I'll let Nicholas visit with Madison when my husband is away. But if you don't, I'll do whatever I can to make sure Nicholas doesn't see his sister again.
Damn. Maddie was everything to Nicholas. I couldn't believe that woman would threaten such a thing. Was that the kind of relationship she wanted with her son? One based on deceit and blackmail? I felt my blood boiling with rage. I wanted to hang up on her and let her know very clearly what I thought of her proposal. But it was Maddie we were talking about. If Nicholas had his way, she'd be living with him. He'd talked to lawyers. His father had tried to find a way to let him have her for a few weeks, but it was impossible. If his mother didn't agree, there was nothing to be done. I knew I was treading dangerous ground, but I couldn't let that woman come between Nick and his sister. Where do you want to meet? I asked, hating myself for letting her manipulate me. I could almost hear the smile on the other line.
I'll let Nicholas know he can have Maddie next week. We will meet when I bring her. Don't worry, it'll be our secret. No one will have to know.
I don't want to lie to him, and eventually I'll tell him. I promise you he won't like it. What you're doing, extorting me, is going to have the opposite result of the one you want. Nicholas doesn't forgive easily, and you are the person who's hurt him more than anyone else in his life.
You haven't heard every side of the story, Noah. Things aren't always the way you believe or the way you've been told.
I didn't want to hear another word from her. Send me the address of the place you want to meet. I hung up without waiting for a response and lay down on the bed, looking at the roof and feeling guiltier than I ever had. Eventually, my mother came to tell me she and Will were going to a charity ball on the other end of town, and that they wouldn't be staying at home that night. She said I should invite Jenna over, and I agreed without really thinking about it. Nick was the one I wanted to have sleep over, but a part of me was scared to call him and for him to realize I was hiding something. I spent the rest of the day torn, but when I saw he hadn't called me either, I went back to bed, determined to spend the night alone with my nightmares.
20. Nick. After what Rafaela had said, plus the conversation with Jenna and the call from my mom, I spent a few days in a fog. What scared me was that they might be right. I wasn't the perfect boyfriend. Till recently, I hadn't been anyone's boyfriend. When my mother had abandoned me, I'd sworn I was never going to give anyone the power to hurt me again. No way was I going to leave myself open to rejection after that. But with Noah, everything had changed, and I felt like I was dying inside when I thought something might go wrong, that I might not be good for her, and that she would end up leaving me the way my mother had. Her not calling me didn't exactly help ease my mind. I didn't understand why Noah hadn't wanted me to come over to see her. My boss told me my father was going to the other end of town, and all it took was one phone call to verify that and to figure out that Rafaela was going with him. That meant Noah was at home alone. I was pissed for a moment. But as night fell, I remembered Jenna's words. "Noah is not okay. She has nightmares." All I could do to stop thinking about this was show her they weren't real, so I got my keys and left. It was pitch black when I stepped out of the car. My father's house was barely visible. No one had thought to turn on the porch light? That irritated me. After turning the key in the lock, I hurried upstairs. For a moment, I thought Noah wasn't there because I didn't see the light under her door. But then I heard her. She was crying. I opened the door, my chest tight with apprehension. It couldn't be. It was dark in her room and she was twisting in the sheets. I hit the light switch, but it didn't turn on. God damn it. The power was off. When I saw Noah up close, her face was streaked with tears, and her fingernails had dug so deep into her palms that one of them was bleeding where the skin had broken. I was at a loss. Ignoring the alarms going off inside me, I sat down next to her. "Noah, wake up," I said, pushing aside the hair that her tears had made stick to her face. It was pointless. She was still asleep but stirring, as if hoping to look away from whatever she was dreaming about, whatever had put her in that state of desolation and fear. I shook her, softly at first, and then insistently, but she didn't seem to want to wake up. "Noah," I whispered in her ear. "It's Nicholas. Wake up. I'm here." She made a noise, and I saw her hands ball even tighter into tiny fists. She was really hurting herself. "Noah!" I shouted now. Then her eyes opened. She was horrified. The only time I'd ever seen her like that was when those assholes from her school had locked her in a closet. She looked around the bedroom before seeming to locate me, and then she must have realized that everything she had dreamed was just that, a dream, a nightmare, and nothing more. She threw herself into my arms, and I felt her heart racing. "Easy, Freckles," I said, squeezing her to calm her down. "I'm here. It was just a bad dream." Noah buried her face in my neck. I panicked when she started to shake and sob. It tore at my very soul. What the hell was going on? I pulled her onto my lap. I needed her to look at me. I needed to understand what was happening. "Noah, what's up?" I asked, trying to conceal the fear in my voice. "Noah, stop!" I ordered her because the soft approach was just making her worse. I hadn't seen her cry like that in ages. I pushed her away slightly and held her face in my hands. For a moment she looked away, but then I grabbed her chin and forced her to meet my gaze. "How long have you been having nightmares?" I asked, recognizing that what Jenna had said was true. Noah wasn't okay. I cursed myself for believing that she and I had left our pasts behind us. "It was just this once," she said amid heaves. "I don't know why." I wiped away her tears with my knuckles, knowing she wasn't being honest with me. "Noah, you can tell me the truth," I said, disappointed that she didn't trust me. She shook her head, seeming calmer now. "I'm glad you're here," she whispered. "Really?" I asked. I still didn't understand why she hadn't called me. "Of course I am. I'm sorry about what my mom said. You know it's not true." She hugged me. I wondered if she was trying to make herself believe her own words. Her mom could think what she wanted. What worried me was knowing Jenna was right, that Noah wasn't okay, and that she didn't trust me enough to be honest about what was going on. I took her hand and opened it so she could see the wounds in her palms. They dismayed her, but she didn't look surprised in the least. This wasn't the first time, I could tell. "Is it because of me?" I asked, struggling to maintain my composure. trying to forget all the things that could have made Noah relive the worst moments of her youth. My face was still scarred by the blows I'd gotten right when she was returning from Europe. I was a constant reminder that violence hadn't disappeared from her life, and I had to control myself not to turn around and run out, since it was clear I was doing her more harm than good. "Of course not," she responded automatically. "Nicholas, don't make more out of this than what it is. I just had a nightmare, and—" "It wasn't just a nightmare, Noah," I replied, trying to control myself. "You should have seen yourself. It looked like someone was torturing you. Tell me what you were dreaming about, because I know this has happened before." Her eyes widened with surprise when she heard me say this. She got up and walked a few steps back, finally turning around and saying, "It hasn't happened before." I got up. "Bullshit, Noah," I shouted. Why would she lie? "Nick," she said, turning to face me. The only light piercing the darkness came in faintly through the window. "This has nothing to do with you." I wanted to believe her. I knew this had to do with what had happened to her when she was a little girl, but I thought it would end when her bastard of a father died. It crushed me to know her demons were still pursuing her. I tried to soothe her, but she observed me with suspicion, even as she let me approach. "Listen," I said, resting my hands on her shoulders. "Just tell me when you're ready." I hated that the moment wasn't now, but I continued. "You know I'm here for you. I hate seeing you hurting, Noah. All I'm asking is what I can do to make you feel better." Her eyes went moist. Noah had cried more in those past 2 months than I could have ever imagined. She never used to cry at all, and now I didn't know which was worse. I pulled her close and held her. She was so small. I couldn't stand knowing something was tormenting her. Turning my cheek until I faced her, she told me, "Nick, stop thinking this is your fault." Her eyes gleamed, her voice was raspy, and all I could think was that there was nothing else like this, and I was part of it, and I would kill for those glassy eyes. "You're the one thing in my life that brings me peace, the one thing that makes me feel safe." "What are you scared of, though?" I asked. I couldn't help it. Her expression changed, and the transparency of a moment before was now hidden behind a wall that kept rising between us no matter how many times I tried to knock it down, especially when certain subjects came to the surface. But I couldn't press her, and I couldn't wait for her to answer, because the sound of something breaking downstairs startled both of us. "What was that?" Noah asked, her eyes on the door, her face once again looking fearful. I got between her and the door. "It must be Steve or Brett." "Who else is in the house?" I asked, making sure I kept my voice calm. After a few seconds, she responded, "Just us." I could feel her pressing into my back. Shit.
21. Noah. Hearing something shatter downstairs had scared the hell out of me, but for a moment I was happy for the interruption. "What are you scared of?" That question was so complicated, touched on so many issues in my life that I could answer in any number of ways, and that made it the worst thing anyone could ever ask me, especially Nick. If I started listing all the fears still present in my mind, it would cause a lot of problems. Some stuff was better to leave buried, even if it occasionally rose to the surface and messed up my life. "Please tell me you put the alarm on, Noah," Nicholas said, walking toward the door and cracking it to listen close as he peered into the darkness. "We have an alarm?" I asked, feeling like an idiot and actually getting scared. Jesus, Noah, he groaned, walking out into the hall and motioning for me to be quiet and stay where I was. I ignored him, following close behind. For a few seconds, there was silence, apart from our breathing. But then we could hear voices, men's voices. Nicholas turned, grabbed my arm, and dragged me back into the bedroom. Terrified, I watched him bring a finger to his lips. "Give me your phone," he whispered, trying to stay calm, but I could tell it wasn't easy for him. I nodded, then cursed. I left the damn thing by the pool. How could I be so stupid? I always had my phone on me, and now that I needed it, it was outside in the yard. "Well, mine's downstairs on the table by the door." His brain started clicking. "Listen to me. I want you to stay here." I shook my head. "Damn it, Noah, stay here. I'll go to my dad's room where there's a phone and dial 911. "No, stay with me," I begged him in desperation. I was so fucking scared. I had never been the victim of a robbery or anything like that. It was true that the kidnapping had been bad, but it hadn't made me stronger when it came to facing situations like this. More like the opposite. I was so scared, my hands were shaking. "Nicholas, they turned off the power. They probably cut our phone line too." Before he could respond, we heard the voices again, this time closer by. Nicholas hushed me with one hand. There was no doubt about it. They were coming upstairs. A glance back at me must have sufficed to let Nick know that whatever he had in mind, he needed to take me with him. "Stay close behind me and don't make a sound," he warned me. Then he opened the door and walked out into the dark hallway. I was present, but at the same time I was inhabiting those memories it was best not to return to. The ones that stoked my fears in the darkness. Nothing good could happen in the dark. Or only one thing, but this wasn't the moment to think about it. "What is that?" I asked, my breathing halting from fear. "Nothing," he said, walking over to the window. As he opened it and peeked outside, I saw what was sticking out of the top of his jeans. "What the hell are you doing with a gun, Nicholas?" It took all the self-control I could muster not to shout. He turned to me with a serious expression. "Noah, I want you to climb out this window," he ordered me, ignoring my question. "There's a tree out there. It has lots of branches. It won't be hard for you." I felt hot tears rolling down my cheeks again. I shook my head. I couldn't take the risk. I couldn't fall out a window again. I just couldn't. "Nicholas, I can't," I confessed. Why was fate determined to make me relive things I wanted so desperately to leave behind? "Why not?" he asked incredulously, as if I were insane, as if I didn't realize the danger we were in. We were trapped in the house, and not just that. Whoever was downstairs had cut off the power, which probably meant they'd been planning this for some time. They must have known William was away just as his service staff did. Suddenly a look of comprehension crossed Nick's face. "Noah, this isn't the same as jumping out a window, babe," he said calmly, his eyes returning constantly to the door. "I climbed this tree 1,000 times when I was a kid. You're not going to fall. You're not going to hurt yourself." I knew what he was saying made sense, but I was paralyzed with fear. Windows, jumping, what that had meant for me in the past was devastating. I put my hands instinctively over my stomach, right where my scar lay. Seeing me do that, Nicholas looked sad, but he covered it up as best he could. That was a taboo subject. I never talked about it, and neither did he, even if we were going to have to eventually. "Please, Noah, do it for me," he asked. "I can't let anyone hurt you again." I tried to put myself in his place. If something happened to me, if the people who had broken into the house saw us, I had no idea what could happen. I was scared for Nicholas. I knew what he was like, and I knew his natural tendency would be to run straight into the line of danger. If he was still there with me, That meant just one more thing. I mattered more to him than anything those people might steal or destroy. You go first, and I'll follow after, I said, trying to keep my emotions in check. I knew if I went down first, he would probably go after them, and seeing his gun, I was scared of what could happen to him. More scared than I had been of anything else up to then. By his scowl, I knew I had him. He'd definitely been planning on staying behind. "Sometimes I could strangle you," he said, but he followed those words with a quick kiss on the lips. Happily, the house was big enough that no one could hear us whispering. Nicholas climbed out the window with ease, and I walked over to watch him descend. The branch was around 9 feet off the ground. Memories of my accident assailed me. When I jumped out that window as a kid, I hadn't even realized what I was doing. I remembered I'd been so scared that all I cared about was getting out of that hellhole of darkness and abuse. My father was the boogeyman, the monster every child was afraid of. But at that moment, I didn't have a mom around to tell me it was just a nightmare. The monster had been real, and I'd had to jump to escape him. Nick was soon on the lawn, motioning for me to hurry behind him. Hearing a noise on the other end of the room, I shivered, went out the window legs first, and grabbed onto the tree trunk. I needed to go down before someone saw me. Nick was ready to catch me if I fell. That dissolved my fears. Soon he was holding me, and I could breathe easily again. "Come on," he said, pulling me toward the backyard. "Where's your phone?" We looked all around, scared someone might pop out in the night. Thank God it was where I left it, on top of a deck chair, but that wasn't all. Thor, the dog we both adored, was lying a yard away next to the pool. It was weird that he hadn't barked. That hadn't occurred to us until now. And now I felt even more scared. Nicholas jogged over to him and put his ear to his chest while I covered my mouth with one hand in dread. "He's alive," he said, and I walked over and kneeled beside him. The dog was breathing regularly as though asleep with no signs of injury. "They must have drugged him," Nick said, petting his head. I bent over and kissed the dog's furry neck. "Come on, Noah, they might see us," Nick said, and we left Thor behind. Nick grabbed the phone and dragged me behind the pool house, pushing me into the wall and pressing into me to protect me with his body. That reminded me of my birthday party, and I thought how ironic it was that now we were in that same position, hoping not to be discovered. He looked down and dialed emergency services, telling them what was happening, that someone had broken into our home and we were hiding. They told him a patrol was on the way and we should stay put. When he hung up, he hugged me and kissed my scalp. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Don't worry, they won't see us here. Everything will be fine." I was so nervous. My hands were shaking. The nightmare knowing Nicholas had heard me, what he told me afterward, having to jump out of that window. I wanted to roll into a ball on the ground and wait for everything to go back to normal. I needed to escape my bad memories. "Can I have a kiss?" I asked him instead of responding. I felt the adrenaline coursing through my veins, and I wouldn't calm down until the police got there. He seemed to think it was a strange request, but he bent over anyway and answered my wishes. It was supposed to be quick and sweet, but I wrapped my hand around the back of his head and tried to get him to do it harder. Pushing my back against the wall, he made all of it, what was happening just then. The frustration of the day I'd gotten back from Europe after a month apart, my fight with my mother, my doubts, disappear in an instant. He slowed when he saw the situation was getting out of hand, but he didn't let me go, and I stayed close to him. My hands touched something in the waistline of his pants, and he stepped back until we were completely apart. In silence, panting, I watched him as he looked at me, took the gun out of the back of his pants, and put it on the ground where it wouldn't bother him. The pistol gleamed in the moonlight, and I was scared. "You shouldn't have that," I warned him. But before he could respond, We heard the sirens of the police cars. He came back close to me and said, "Please don't leave my side." I nodded and took his hand, ready for whatever awaited us. When we emerged from our hiding place, we saw the police cars. People were milling around the door, and even neighbors were there, scared or just interested in what was going on. 2 guys had tried to rob us. They'd been caught red-handed and hadn't managed to get away. The worst part was they'd been armed, and that reminded me that Nick had been too. I didn't say a word while he spoke to the cops and told them everything that had happened and how we'd escaped through the window. They wrote everything down, got the power back on, and told us we should go to the station to give a statement.
"You can take care of that tomorrow, Mr. Lester,"
the policeman said, looking at me with worry.
"Probably you should get some rest for now." "I hope they rot in jail,"
Nicholas said, looking at the squad car as it departed our home. After that, and a few conversations with the neighbors, the last policeman left and everyone else followed suit. I called my mom to let her know what had happened. "Tell Nick to stay at the house with you tonight," she said, and while that surprised me, I felt a warm gratitude I hadn't known for some time. "We'll be there as soon as we can." When I hung up, Nick took me inside, locked the door, and keyed in the code for the alarm I hadn't known existed. I swore then and there I'd never leave it off. "Let's go to bed," he said, grabbing my hand and walking upstairs. In his room, he gave me a clean pajama shirt to wear. We changed clothes in silence, totally absorbed in our thoughts. "If I hadn't decided to come," he said, and I saw the fear in his face. The images that had plagued my mind must now be plaguing his, I thought. "That's why I want us to live together, so I can always be there when you need me." Now I saw it clearly, the sense of safety I felt with him, how good I felt when he was there. It was true what he was saying. I needed him. He was the one I trusted, the cure to my nightmares, the one who could scare my demons away. "I'll tell my mother, Nick, I promise," I said, banishing all doubts from my mind. There was no denying it now. Nick was the guy I needed to be with. A genuine smile crossed his face, and he kissed my lips and hugged me tight. It was weird being there in his room. We hadn't spent much time together in those 4 walls, because he had moved out almost as soon as we got together. But still, I thought of the first time we'd slept together, how nervous I'd been, how beautiful it had been. He had treated me as if I were made of glass. Now the way we were with each other was so different. As time passed, everything seemed more intense, as if we needed more and didn't know how to manage our desires. "Come here," he said. I did as he asked, got into his bed, and curled up in the sheets, clinging to him and resting my head on his chest. The last thing I remember is that I was dreaming, but of something far more beautiful than before. Him.
22. Nick. I woke up with Noah whispering into my ear, "Nick, wake up." I didn't open my eyes. I just grunted, and her tongue started slowly and softly caressing my jaw. Shit. "Nick?" she repeated several times as her hand crept down my chest and stopped for a moment on the dark hair on my belly. "I'm beat, Freckles. If you want something, you're gonna have to try harder." It was strange to have Noah trying to get my attention that way. I was usually the one going after her. I liked this role reversal. "I guess I'll have to look for someone else," she said then, getting my attention and putting me on alert. I felt her pull away, and I opened my eyes and pounced on her so fast she couldn't have gotten away if she'd wanted to. She took a deep breath as I slid a hand under her t-shirt and squeezed one of her breasts. "Freckles, we've hardly slept," I said, my mouth descending to her neck. "What's this early morning sexual harassment about?" "You're my boyfriend. I'm just trying to make you do your job," she replied, pushing her hips into me and breathing hard against my bare shoulder. You can make me do my job as a boyfriend whenever you like, but hold still for a minute, I said, immobilizing her on the bed. She was so small beneath me. I wanted to kiss her slowly until we forgot everything, even our names. You do know our parents might be here, right? I didn't give a shit about our parents, but I decided to make her wait a little longer before I gave her what she wanted. In response, she wrapped her legs around my waist and squeezed me. "Since when do you care?" I smiled in the shadows, and right away, her hand was on my pants trying to get inside them, but I stopped her before I lost control. "Unless I remember wrong, last time you were the one taking the reins, Freckles. Now you're at it again? Who gave you permission?" "Permission?" she repeated, her eyebrows raised. "Keep acting smart and you won't get anything at all." I laughed. "Babe, you won't regret waking me up," I assured her, pulling off her t-shirt, rubbing her body, and maneuvering to where I wanted to be. I kissed her legs and thighs, counting to 10 to keep control of myself. Noah stirred, sighing, gripping the sheets, and I knew I was about to make my promise reality. "Look at me," I ordered. As we locked eyes, she said, "Oh, God." "You like that?" I asked, and just then I heard a noise behind the door. I cursed, got on top of Noah so she was completely concealed beneath me, and pulled the covers over us. "What are you doing?" she asked. "I was about to—" Just then I covered her mouth with one hand while the door opened with a creak. "Nicholas?" Rafaela asked. "Damn it." "Rafaela, I was asleep," I replied, trying to maintain the calm in my voice while Noah lay beneath me, stiff as a board. "Sorry. I just wanted to thank you for staying here with Noah." Noah. I could feel her just then shaking beneath me. "No worries. I wouldn't have wanted to leave her alone," I said, smiling, caressing her now. I looked down and could just barely glimpse Noah's eyes, so big that I almost cracked up laughing. "I know," Rafaela said serenely. "Okay. Well, I'll let you sleep. Your father and I were hoping we could all have breakfast together in a bit." "Great," I said, frowning from pain as I felt Noah's teeth sink into my arm. Her mother shut the door and Noah slapped my shoulder. "Idiot," she snarled. I laughed again and kissed her, sliding my tongue between her lips and savoring her while my fingers toyed with her. A few flicks, and all her anger had subsided. "You're a douche," she said, closing her eyes, enjoying my attentions. A lucky one. "Come here." I took off my underwear and pulled her to me without waiting, grunting into the pillow as I felt her. She murmured something unintelligible while I started stroking, not wanting to waste time. "Please, Nicholas, I need to finish," she whispered, digging her nails into my back. I'd left her hanging before, but now I caressed her again, wriggling my way between our bodies. When I heard her gasp, I stopped for a few seconds, trying to stretch the time on so I wouldn't come to. I started over, going slowly, waiting for her to recover. Nothing compared to feeling her like this, with no barrier between us, skin against skin. Since Noah had gone on the pill, I was in heaven. "Just one more," I said, slowing down. "Let's try and finish at the same time." And we did. Together, we reached that spectacular liberation that left us exhausted for long minutes. We lay still in bed, trying to recover our breath. "That's what happens when you try to waylay me in the morning," I said. "I'll try and remember that for next time." Months had passed since the last time I had breakfast with my father in the kitchen. I think it was shortly after Noah returned from the hospital after the kidnapping. Doing it again was very weird. Rafaela was there too. We were a happy family, I guess. I didn't want them to see how little I cared to be there. Plus, Noah didn't like seeing me in a bad mood with her mother there, so I tried to act relaxed. Noah sat next to me. She wasn't so much eating her cereal as playing with it. The radio was on in the background as always, and the way my father and Rafaela were sitting there across from us told me this wasn't just a casual meal together. "So," my father started, looking back and forth between Noah and me, "how's everything going? You'll be off to school soon, Noah. Do you have everything ready?" "Not even close. I still need to get started packing," she said, putting a huge spoonful of cereal into her mouth. I tensed when I saw she wasn't saying anything about living with me. This was as good a time as any, but she showed no sign that she was ready to pull the trigger. "Do you know who your roommate will be yet?" her mother asked, and Noah almost choked. I stretched out a hand and struck her softly a few times on the back. "Not yet," she said in a raspy voice. Shit. I wanted out of that kitchen, now. Rafaela looked at my father, and they both looked back at us. "We wanted to talk to you both," he began. "I realize we haven't exactly acted like a family these past few months. We've had our dust-ups, and we want to try to resolve that, so we can all get along a little better." I wasn't expecting that. As my father and I met eyes, I put my coffee cup down on the table. I was all ears. "Are you going to finally accept that we're together?" I asked. Rafaela stiffened, and my father gave her an almost threatening look. "We accept that you are young, and you like each other, and we love each other, Mom. It's not just like," Noah said, finally intervening. Her mother pursed her lips and nodded. "I get it, Noah. I promise. And I know you think I've been ruining your life because I don't accept your relationship, and maybe you're right. But you're very young, and the nearly 5 years age difference is a big one, especially when you've just turned 18. All I'm asking is for you to take it slow. Nick, I hope you can understand that my daughter still has a lot to learn. She's about to head off to school, and I want her to experiment and have fun and enjoy to the maximum, something I never dreamed I could give her." I could feel the rage kindling and starting to slowly burn inside me. "Are you saying she doesn't have fun with me? Then I'm not going to allow her to enjoy college?" "What she's saying is for you not to base everything you do on each other. You've still got a whole life ahead of you, and we don't want you to take things too fast," Dad said, trying to still the waters. "So, on that note, we wanted to propose a deal. Like a peace treaty. What do you think? I'm not interested in any kind of treaty. Noah's my girlfriend, and there's nothing to negotiate." My father sucked in a breath, and I could tell he was struggling not to start shouting. "Then I need you both to do us a favor, and if you do, we promise not to get mixed up in your relationship anymore." "What type of favor?" I asked, wanting to get to the damned point. My father seemed to be weighing his words carefully. "In a month, Lester Enterprises will be celebrating its 60th anniversary. We're going to have a charity reception. All kinds of people will be there, and all the money we raise will go to an organization that feeds people in developing countries. It's a vital affair for the company. Nicholas, you know that perfectly. We're undertaking new projects, and we need to give a strong and unified image when we are in front of the press and the other guests." "I know how important it is. I've helped organize it," I said. "And I don't know what it has to do with my relationship with Noah." "It's very simple. If you both show up at the party as a couple, You can imagine the articles in the press. Everyone will focus on you and how scandalous your relationship is. No, Nicholas, don't interrupt me, he said when he saw I was about to cut him off. I'm well aware of what kind of relationship you both have, and however much we dislike it, you're within your rights. Your stepbrother and stepsister. You're not related by blood. But many won't see it that way. I need to present a solid image of our family. And if you show up acting like a couple, lots of people at that party will be confused and look down on us. I'm talking about older people, people with lots of money who simply don't accept that kind of conduct. This is ridiculous. No one's going to notice us. My God, no one cares what we do or don't do. That would be true if you hadn't spent the past few years being seen with the kinds of girls who end up in magazines. You know perfectly well that the press has always had its eye on you, Nicholas. Just look how they crowd around you every damned time you decide to show up at some function. Noah looked at me askance, and I cursed between my clenched teeth. Damn it. Are you asking me to go to the party alone and act like Noah is my little sister? I'm asking you to take a friend, a female friend, and avoid the spotlight. Noah will go with a date too. We'll pose like a family for the cameras. We'll have dinner, chit-chat, negotiate with some of the big players in attendance, and then everyone can go home and back to their normal lives. Before I could explode, Noah butted in. Sounds fine, she said. I glared at her. Screw that. You're not going to a major event like that with some dickhead who thinks you're on the market? No way. Rafaela now opened her mouth again. Nicholas, this is just what I'm talking about when I say you need to calm down. It's just a party. Your father is telling you how important it is. This doesn't mean Noah's going to marry some other guy. For the love of God, if she wants to go alone, that's fine with us too. I took a few deep breaths and stood. We'll go. We'll pose for the cameras as you wish. But I'll warn you, when they eventually figure out what's going on with us, Dad's gonna look like a fucking liar. We walked out to the backyard. I was so mad that I stared wordlessly at the waves breaking on the cliff below the house, trying to calm down. I felt Noah's arms embracing me from behind and her cheek leaning softly on my shoulder. Putting a hand on top of hers, I felt a little better. It's not such a big deal, Nick, she said. I turned and looked at her sternly. For me, it is. Noah, I can't stand people thinking you're not mine. But I am. You know I am, and it's just a stupid party. We'll be there for a few hours at the most. Don't overthink it. I shook my head. It's important, though. This is the last time I give in to something like this. I kissed her. I want to shout to the whole world that I'm with you. I can't believe you don't feel the same. She shrugged and smiled. I don't care what anyone else thinks. You know I'm yours. That should be enough. I sighed and kissed the tip of her nose. It should be, but it isn't, I thought to myself. Things needed to change.
23. Noah. I was going to meet up with Jenna that afternoon. I hadn't seen her in a month since before I'd gone to Europe, and I had the feeling she was avoiding me. Finally, she'd agreed to let me come to her house. As I was waiting by the door, I couldn't help admiring her huge front yard. They didn't have a private gate like the Lesters, but it was a far walk to reach the entrance. They had a bunch of very tall trees and yellow swings, and a small pond with frogs and pretty flowers to the right of the house, which gave it a fairy tale air. Almost all the mansions in that development were incredible, but Jenna's had something special about it. and that was probably thanks to her. "Come on in, Miss Morgan," Lisa the maid said. I smiled back at her. "Is Jenna in her room?" I asked. I could hear the video games in the background, so I knew her brothers were home at least. "Yes, she's waiting for you," she answered. Then she took off running when she heard something break in another room. I laughed as I headed toward the stairs, which were next to an elegantly decorated sitting room and a bar with hundreds of bottles of liquor meant to tempt you. I knocked on Jenna's door and went in, and I found her sitting cross-legged on her zebra skin rug, surrounded by suitcases and piles of clothes. Her hair was pulled back on the top of her head. A smile appeared on her face when she saw me, and she got up to give me a hug. "I missed you, Blondie," she said as she let me go. It was weird not to see her jumping around or dragging me over to sit on the bed so she could gossip and grill me for the latest details in my life. I could tell something was bothering her, something that kept her from being her usual energetic, entertaining self. "What are you doing here?" I asked, trying to hide my worry. She looked around, almost clueless. "Oh, this?" She sat back on the floor and motioned for me to do the same. "I'm deciding what to take to school. Can you believe it's so soon?" Despite all the times we talked about college, our independence, and how we would make sure to come see each other, I was surprised she seemed so excited to go. "I haven't even started packing my bags," I said, and remembered with apprehension that I still hadn't confronted my mother to tell her I'd be living with Nick. I also needed to tell Jenna, but something told me this wasn't the time. I spent a few minutes helping her fold t-shirts and looked around, distracted, anxious to find out what was going on with her. Jenna's room was the complete opposite of mine. While mine was blue and white and tranquil, an invitation to relax, Jenna's had pink walls and black furniture. She had hung up a big mannequin with a bunch of necklaces around its neck. We tried to untangle them before because they were super cool and we wanted to wear them, but our attempts were in vain. They'd never be more than decoration. On another wall, a black and white zebra print sofa that matched the rug was turned toward the TV across from it. She, too, had a walk-in closet, but just then it was an utter disaster. In the background, I heard Pharrell Williams playing. I was surprised she wasn't humming along. I looked at her for a few more seconds. Since when did Jenna Tavish spend more than 5 seconds in silence? I laid the t-shirt I was folding on the ground. "You can go ahead and tell me what's up with you," I said in a slightly firmer tone than I had used thus far. "What do you mean? Nothing's up," she responded. But she then got up and turned her back to me, sitting on her immense bed, which was covered in clothes and fashion magazines. "Jenna, we know each other. You didn't even ask how my trip was. I know something's going on with you. Now spit it out," I said, getting up and going over to her. I didn't like seeing her like that. My friend, my best friend, normally so cheerful and alive, all depressed. She looked up from a piece of paper she was holding in her hand, and her eyes were damp. "I had a fight with Lion. I've never seen him like that before. He's never yelled at me that way." A tear streamed down her cheek. I couldn't believe what she was telling me. Lion was a sweetie pie. He could be an asshole sometimes, the same as Nick, but that didn't change his nature. He treated Jenna like a queen. I couldn't imagine what could have happened to make them argue. "What was it about?" I asked, afraid it was because of the beating Nick took the other day and the trouble Lion had gotten into, or rather that they both had gotten into, but I decided not to say anything. Jenna wrapped her arms around her legs and rested her head on her knees. "I decided not to go to UC Berkeley," she said. I opened my eyes wide. Jenna had worked so hard to get into the same college as her father, and it wasn't just the family connection, it was Berkeley, one of the best schools in the country. "What? Why?" Jenna huffed. "You're looking at me just like Lion did, like I've committed a crime or something." She let her hair down and pulled it back again, the way she always did when she was nervous or angry. UCLA is a great school. You're going there. Nick goes there. Yeah, but Jenna, Berkeley is a huge deal. Even if you go there, you can still see Lion on the weekends. It's not like the Bay Area is on the moon. I'm not going, she said desperately. I don't know what's up with Lion lately, but he's being weird as hell, and there's no way I'm moving to another city unless I know he's okay. I nodded. I understood her perfectly. So what exactly did Lion say? He completely lost his shit. He told me I was an idiot for changing schools just because of him. He said there was no way I could put my future at risk because of us. Her voice cracked, and I could see she was about to lose it. He threatened to leave me. I opened my eyes wide with surprise. What the? He's not going to leave you, Jenna, and you're free to do what you want. He's crazy about you. There's no way he'll stop seeing you over this. Jenna shook her head, wiping away tears with the back of her hand. You don't get it. He's changed. He's different. I don't know what it is, but all he talks about is making money. The other day, she choked back a sob. You should have seen his face, Noah. I mean, not like Nicholas wasn't worse for wear too, but they could have killed him, and it was all the fault of... Her eyes met mine as she left the phrase hanging. The fault of what, Jenna? She looked away, stood, grabbed a pile of clothes, and dropped it into one of the open suitcases on the floor, making it seem as if she didn't want to look at me. Nothing. I just don't like Lion getting involved in stuff like that, doing the things he and Nick were into last year. They don't, though, Jenna. They've changed. Nicholas has changed, I said. She turned to me and laughed, with an incredulous expression. No, they haven't. Nicholas is still wrapped up in the same shit as always. I stood still, feeling a pressure in my chest that made me unable to breathe for a few seconds. What the hell are you talking about? I asked, angry now, though I didn't know why. I wasn't going to let Jenna take her bad mood out on me, let alone Nick. She was telling me a bunch of lies. She seemed to regret her words, but that didn't stop her. Our boyfriends are fools. They're still up to their necks in shit, and they're just trying to make us believe they've cleaned up their act. They have, Jenna. Nicholas doesn't hang out with those people anymore. He's changed. Again, she laughed, but this time it was cruel. I didn't recognize her just then. I didn't know who she was. She was trash-talking my boyfriend for no reason, not even making sense, as if it were his fault Lion couldn't accept her decision about what school to go to. You're more naive than I thought, Noah, honestly. You don't know anything. Now she was trying my patience. What do I not know? They're talking about going back to the races, she replied bitterly. Both of them, next week. I bet nobody told you that, did they? I was speechless. Nick will never race again, not after what happened last year, I finally managed to say. Well, it's just a matter of time till you see for yourself. As soon as I could, I left. I didn't want to keep talking to her. I didn't want to keep listening to her. Nicholas wouldn't race again. We'd both promised each other we wouldn't make that mistake. Those races had made Ronnie my enemy, and then he'd almost killed me, not to mention schemed with my father to kidnap me. What had been fun at first had turned terrible and dangerous, and that was why I didn't believe a word Jenna was saying. When I got home, it was almost dinner time. I went in trying not to make a noise and heard my mother in the living room. I didn't want to talk to her, so I crept into the kitchen, grabbed a ready-made salad from the fridge with a Coke Zero, and hurried up the stairs. Right as I was placing everything on the bed, my phone rang. Another unknown number. Shit, that could only mean one person. I let it ring, feeling my pulse speed up. I still felt guilty for telling Nicholas's mother that I would meet her to talk about him behind his back. But the social worker had called Nick to tell him she decided his sister could stay with him for a few days, and he was elated about it. There was no turning back. Maddie wouldn't arrive till Thursday. There were 2 days left.
But I knew as soon as Annabelle set foot in LA, she'd want to see me.
The phone rang again, and again I didn't pick up. Then a text message came through. See you at the Hilton at LAX at noon. A.
Shit, Annabelle Grayson had just sent me a message.
I erased it as soon as I read it. I didn't want there to be any proof of what I was about to do. I felt awful, as if I were betraying Nick, and deep down I knew that I was. But apart from wanting his sister to spend a few days with him without a social worker around or the clock ticking down, I wanted to know what the woman had to say, what her angle was apart from pumping me for details about her son. I typed a short and simple response. Okay. I lost my appetite after that, as well as what little dignity I had, at least in regards to that woman.
Come on, Noah, pick one,
Nicholas said, exasperated. I'll go for beige, I said after thinking it over for a long time. Nick rolled his eyes.
If it's beige, we'll just leave it green, the way it is, he said,
taking the sample out of my hand. Green, I said with disgust. You're going to stick a little girl in a green room? The woman who was helping us and had waited patiently while we chose a color for Maddie's room decided it was time to interrupt us. Green is very stylish, even if you're still on the fence. How far along are you? She asked, looking at my stomach and smiling. It took me a few seconds to figure out what she was insinuating. What? No, I shook my head. Nicholas turned serious and stared icily at the employee. Oh, I thought, she said, looking at Nick, then me, then my belly again. She thought I was pregnant and we were choosing the color for our baby's bedroom. Our baby. God, why did I have to think about that? It gave me an uneasy feeling.
We're choosing a color for my 6-year-old sister's bedroom,
Nicholas said, putting the samples on the counter.
Do we look like we're about to be parents? My girlfriend's 18 and I'm 22. Why don't you think before you start drawing stupid conclusions?
I was shocked. What was that outburst about? I'm sorry, I didn't. I understood how she was feeling. The look Nicholas gave her was the same one he gave me when I was upsetting him. It's fine, we'll go with white. You can tell the painters to come out tomorrow, I said, trying to calm things down. Nicholas's blue eyes looked furious, but he didn't say more. After we paid, there was an uncomfortable silence. I couldn't take it, so I forced him to look at me when we got to the car. Are you going to tell me what's up? Nicholas looked elsewhere, and that just made things worse. I was scared. Scared I wouldn't be good enough for him. Scared I couldn't have kids. Shouldn't even think about it, especially now, because if I did, I might break down and fall into a black hole and never be able to crawl out.
I can't stand people sticking their noses where they don't belong. That's all,
he said, and gave me a kiss on the forehead. I knew he was hiding something, and I knew exactly what he was thinking, but I didn't want to hear about it. Not then. I hugged him, leaned my cheek into his chest, tried to cheer up. I ignored the fear that threatened to come out at moments like that, and got into the car as if he had never uttered those words. We spent the rest of the afternoon buying furniture for the room. It would all be delivered the next day, which meant we had 24 hours to put it together if we wanted the room ready for her on Thursday. Nick was excited. I could see it in his eyes and his enthusiasm as he picked everything out. Leaving aside the flare-up over my supposed pregnancy, I'd had a good time going to the shops and toy stores with Nick. We bought a blue single bed for her and a few things to play with. Nick wanted the room to look like mine, more or less neutral and not too cheesy. When we got to his place, I was exhausted, and I flopped down on the bed as soon as I walked in. He lay down over my back, pressing me into the mattress while giving me just enough space to breathe. His mouth looked for my ear, making me shiver.
Thanks for doing this with me,
he whispered, leaving hot kisses on my neck. With my cheek pressed into the mattress, I couldn't see his face, but the feel of his mouth on my skin was enough. But despite that, I came out with the words, "I was with Jenna yesterday," uncertain how he would react to that mention of my best friend. He stopped, tensed, and I could feel his weight rising off me. I turned around and leaned on my elbows, observing him. His back was turned as he removed his t-shirt and let it fall to the ground. "Great," he replied. I frowned as he walked into the bathroom and almost slammed the door shut. I walked in after him without knocking, feeling I didn't need to. He was leaning on the sink and looked up when he heard me. "You know," I said. "We were talking." "So?" Why is he talking to me that way? You getting on the defensive only confirms to me that what Jenna told me you're up to is the truth. He turned around. "What is it I'm supposedly going to do then?" I hated when he adopted that tone of voice. I wished I hadn't even brought the whole thing up, but if it was true he was thinking about racing again. I looked at his nude torso, the scabs and scars. That had to stop. "You can't go on doing this stuff, Nicholas," I said, measuring my words. "Jenna told me Lion was going to start racing again." Without even looking at me, he walked around me and back out. "Lion's a big boy. He can do what he wants, no?" "So you're not going?" I went on, just wanting to put myself at ease. "No, I'm not going." He turned and stared at me. And honestly, I couldn't give less of a shit about what Jenna has to say about me or our relationship. That got to me. Jenna's not what matters. It's that you shouldn't have gotten into that fight with Lion. You told me all that was over. It is over. Noah, honestly, I already told you. Lion was in trouble and I lent him a hand. He exhaled, came over, and hugged me tightly. I didn't know it would get out of hand like that, but I won't make the same mistake again, okay? No more fights, Nick. No more dangerous situations, you promise? I asked, arching my body as he started kissing my neck. I promise.
24. Nick. When I opened my eyes that morning, the first thing I saw was Noah's face a few inches away. Her head was resting on my shoulder and almost her entire body was on top of mine. I had to struggle not to laugh. It was as if she had tried to climb me and had gotten stranded halfway up. I brushed a lock of hair out of her face and let my thumb stroke her skin covered in freckles. Those freckles that drove me wild, not just on her face, but on her breasts, her thin shoulders, her lower back. I loved being the only person who knew every inch of that body perfectly, where every mark, every curve, every wound was. I looked at that little tattoo behind her ear, same one I had on my arm. I had decided to get it because I liked the idea of a simple thing being so strong if you just tied it the right way. But now it meant so much more. Now I like to think I had gotten it because of her. It was ridiculous, but the idea kept going around and around in my mind. Both of us getting that same tattoo, because somehow we knew we'd end up finding each other. My phone rang. I stretched my arm out and grabbed it. It was Anne, Maddie's social worker. I still couldn't believe my mother had agreed to let me have her for my birthday weekend, but I wasn't going to complain. This year there would be no parties, no stripteases, nothing out of this world. This year, I would spend the day with the two girls I loved most in the world. Maddie was excited to be with me. She couldn't be happier. I talked to Anne for a few minutes to find out when the flight would be in and where we would meet her, and I hung up with a huge smile on my face. Finally, I would be with my sister, the way I'd always wanted. The painters got there soon afterward. I'd wanted them there before 7 because I had to leave for the office at 8:30. When I showed them the room, they said it was small enough that they'd be done in a few hours. I wasn't happy about leaving my girlfriend asleep in my apartment with those guys, so I woke her up just as they were getting started. "Noah, get up," I said, patting her on the shoulder. She grunted and kept sleeping. I got dressed, watching the clock on my bedside. If I didn't want to be late, I needed to leave right then. "Don't you know what the words summer vacation mean?" she said, turning in the sheets and burying her head under my pillow. God damn it, I didn't have time for this. I grabbed my phone. On the third ring, Steve picked up, alert and awake as always. "Nicholas? I need you to come to my apartment and stay with Noah till the painters are done." Noah opened her eyes when she heard this. "You're kidding, right?" she said, sitting up and rubbing her eyes like a 4-year-old. "No, I wasn't joking one bit. I'm on my way now," Steve said. "I'll wait here," I said, and hung up. Noah crossed her arms, angry, staring at me. "You honestly need a shrink." I smiled, ignoring her tone, and continued putting on my clothes. I was going to be late, but I didn't care. Better than leaving Noah alone with 2 strangers. "I'm just taking care of you," I said, knotting my tie. "I know how to take care of myself," she replied, getting up and walking past me to the bathroom. I sighed as I heard the water start to run in the shower. She could get mad if she wanted to, but there were too many crazy people in the world to take those kinds of risks, especially with her. She'd already been kidnapped once. I'd make sure she never was again. She came out 10 minutes later, her hair dripping, wrapped in a towel. "You're still here?" I smiled. She looked sexy when she was pissed. "Steve's parking, so I'll head out now. Where's my kiss?" She was to die for. I walked over to her and slipped my tongue in her mouth until her legs trembled. "I'm gonna get you wet," she warned me, taking a step back. "I always get you wet, so I guess that's fair," I responded with a smile. "You're gross," she said, but her anger was gone and her eyes told me lust had replaced it. We went back to kissing, but just as things were getting hot, the doorbell rang. Noah pulled on my tie, trying to keep me there, but I walked off. I was in a hurry. I couldn't waste more time. "See ya," I said, turning around. As I shut the door behind me, I looked back to see her staring at me, letting the towel fall on the wooden floor. Fuck. I got to work in the nick of time. My office was at the end of the hall, and I went straight there, not even stopping for a coffee. I knew my father was coming in that day, and God forbid he saw me arrive late. He wasn't above making me the coffee boy for the whole staff. What I didn't expect was to find him in my office, talking calmly with a girl I'd never seen in my life. She was sitting in my chair and smiling politely at something my father had just said. They both turned when I walked in. My surprise turned to anger when I saw a second desk on the other side of the room by the window. My window. "Hey, son," my father said with a friendly smile. At least he was in a good mood. That was new. "What's going on?" I asked, looking back and forth between the girl and the desk. "Nicholas, this is Sophia, Senator Aiken's daughter. She's going to be doing an internship here. I offered it to her." My eyelids dropped as I looked at the senator's daughter. I had no idea what my father had offered her. My guess was he was just trying to get in good with her father. At any rate, I didn't know why any of this should have to do with me. "You've been interning here for a long time. You're about to graduate, and I told Sophie you'd be happy to help her out. Give her a leg up in the field." "Fuck no." Sophia smiled at me dryly, probably with aversion. Fine. I was happy to know the feeling was mutual. My father, probably bothered by my silence but too polite to mention it, just stared at us before saying, "Well, Sophie, I hope you like it here, and you've got my number if you need anything. Otherwise, Nick will help you out." "Thank you, Mr. Lester. I'll keep that in mind. And thank you again for this opportunity. I've always wanted to work with Lester Enterprises. I think the steps you're taking to expand the business are crucial. A knowledge of the law is the most important thing when you're moving into new markets. With your son's help, I'm sure we can make something big happen." So, she was an ass-kisser. At least, she was good at it. My father gave her an approving look, and me an admonishing one, before walking out. "I can tell you're a politician's daughter," I said. "You're in my chair. Move it." She smiled and got up slowly. I couldn't help looking her up and down. Black hair, tan skin, brown eyes, long legs, and a pearl gray tube skirt and a spotless white shirt. A real daddy's girl. "Don't let my looks deceive you, Nicholas. I'm here to stay." I ignored the remark, sat in my chair, opened my email, and got to work.
25. Noah. Maddie would be there soon, and we needed to finish her room. I had told my mother I'd be staying there during some of the days she was with Nick, and since I didn't want things to go even further south between us, I went home like a good girl once I'd made sure all the junk had been cleared out of Madison's room and there was space for the furniture to be brought in and assembled. Nicholas would be supervising everything, and he wouldn't see me until after I'd spoken with Annabelle Grayson. Time passed quickly afterward. I had hoped to be able to better prepare myself, but before I knew it, the morning of Annabelle and Maddie's arrival was there. I was nervous. I knew Nicholas was too. He had sent me a bunch of photos asking me if I liked the room, if his sister would like it, if we should change the furniture, if it might be better to put the bed under the window instead of in the corner, if the dresser was big enough, if she'd like the remote control train as much as he did. I laughed on the other end of the line. "Nick, she's going to love it. Anyway, your sister's coming to see you, not her new room." He paused. "I'm nervous, Freckles. I've never spent more than a day with her. What if she starts to cry all of a sudden because she misses home? She's a little kid, and I'm a grown man. Sometimes I don't know how to deal with that stuff." I smiled in the mirror in front of me. I loved when he worried like that. Nick, who was always so self-assured, so commanding, so bossy, when he let down his guard and showed me how tender his heart was, all I wanted to do was hug him. "I'll try to be over there most of the time," I said, sitting on my bed and looking up at the beams in the ceiling. "What? You're going to be here the whole weekend, no?" he replied, changing to a more serious tone. I bit my tongue. Just then, someone knocked at my door. "Can we talk for a moment?" my mother asked, coming in and observing me. I nodded, happy for the first time in my life to have my mother interrupt a conversation with Nick. "My mom wants to talk. I'll call you tomorrow, okay?" I hung up before I regretted it, setting my phone down on the mattress next to me and watching my mother pace back and forth. She looked distracted and a little upset. We hadn't had the best time lately, either of us. It had been weeks since we'd really talked, and things would certainly get worse when I told her about my plans. "Are your suitcases almost packed?" I knew she was feeling me out. I never packed my bags until the day before. I'd inherited the habit from her. We didn't understand why people needed weeks to pick out their clothes, shove them in a suitcase, and zip it. But still I shook my head, thinking I'd take advantage of this attempted reconciliation to tell her I would be living with Nick. "Almost. Listen, Mom," I started to say, but she interrupted me. "I know you're champing at the bit to get out of here, Noah," she said, grabbing a shirt and folding it distracted. I took a deep breath, watching her eyes glaze over. "Mom, I don't—" "No, Noah, let me tell you something. I know the past few days have been difficult, that we haven't gotten along well since we returned from Europe, and believe me, I get it. You're in love, and you want to spend all your time with Nicholas. I just would have liked for this," she pointed at the two of us, "to stay intact. You and I have always gotten along well, even when you were going out with Dan." I frowned, hearing my ex-boyfriend's name, but I let her go on. "You used to come running in my room to tell me how the night had gone, and all the romantic stuff he'd said to you, remember?" I nodded, grinning. I could see where she was going. Now that you're getting close to the time you'll leave, I just wanted to tell you I've tried to give you the best things I could. I really wanted you to consider this place your home. I wanted you to live here, surrounded by all these opportunities. Even when you were little, I dreamed of seeing you in a room like this, with more toys and books than I could have ever hoped to give you on my own. Mom, I know. I was unbearable when you told me we were coming here, but I understand why you did it, and you don't need to explain anything, okay? You gave me everything you could, and I know it's hard for you to see me with Nicholas, but I love him. She closed her eyes when she heard this and forced a smile. I hope you grow up to be a wonderful writer someday, Noah. I know you will, and that's why I want you to take advantage of every opportunity life gives you. Study, learn, and enjoy college. These are going to be the best years of your life. I will, I whispered, and though I smiled, I felt a little guilty that I couldn't bring myself to be sincere with her and tell her about Nick. The next morning I got up early. I was nervous and went down to breakfast, trying to put out of my mind what I was about to do. Maddie would be there in a few hours, and there was no chance that her mother would back down now. I repeated 1,000 times over that I was doing this for him, that this was forgivable, but deep down in some hidden corner of myself, I also wanted to get to know Annabelle and find out what she wanted from Nick and why she decided to leave him behind. I barely ate any breakfast, half a piece of toast and a coffee with milk. Nick informed me that he would be picking up Maddie at the same time I was meeting with his mother, so I had time to come up with something when, inevitably, he asked me where I'd been. While he was distracted taking Maddie to lunch, I would dispatch that clandestine meeting as quickly as possible. I was well aware of what kind of woman Nick's mother was. She was the typical posh millionaire's wife who liked to blab about all the yachts, horses, and mansions she had all over the world. Since I didn't want to draw anyone's attention, I put on a light blue high-waisted flounce skirt and yellow Chanel top I'd had for some time. Jenna had given me some white Miu Miu sandals. Very pretty, very expensive. But whatever, they went well with the outfit. This was one of the few times I'd gone out dressed head to toe in name brands, but I didn't want Annabelle to intimidate me. Everybody knows a well-dressed woman is a powerful woman. When I got to the Hilton, a man in elegant clothes walked over to my convertible. I gave him the keys, praying he wouldn't scratch it. My sandals clacked on the sidewalk. The automatic doors opened, and inside I found an elegant reception hall, with little chairs distributed strategically over thin beige and brown rugs. In the back was an enormous split stairway, just as in my house. I had no idea where to go, so I walked to the desk where two well-dressed girls smiled at me. "How can we help you, miss?" one of them asked, and I could tell from her eyes that she was admiring my outfit. She must have been asking herself how a girl her same age could have all that I had and be facing her from the other side of the counter. There were times when I was thankful not to be the type of person who cared about fashion and money. I had never wanted this stuff. It had never mattered to me. I was by nature a simple person and in no way saw that girl as less than me. "I'm supposed to be having lunch with Annabelle Grayson?" "I don't know if she's left me a note or something," I said hesitantly. The girl looked at her computer, nodded, and smiled. "Mrs. Grayson is waiting for you in Andiamo. If you go down that hall, you'll find the door on the right. Enjoy your lunch." I smiled and tried to maintain my composure as I walked over. Just as I reached the restaurant, my phone buzzed. I looked at the message. It was a photo of Nick and Maddie in McDonald's. I smirked as I saw her gap-toothed smile. Her two front teeth had fallen out. I couldn't imagine what Nicholas was saying to the poor girl. Still grinning, I wrote back to say I'd catch up with them soon. Then I put my phone on airplane mode. I looked around at the cozy, unpretentious dining room with its elegant chairs the color of milk tea, the white tablecloths on the square tables, the white plates and garnet napkins, the well-tended decorative plants. As soon as I walked in, the scent of freshly made pasta and pesto invaded my senses. I took a deep breath when I saw Annabelle and walked over to her. Her outfit was graceful as I'd imagined, a beige pantsuit and an attractive black blouse. She was wearing stiletto heels, which made her several inches taller than me. She smiled and I stretched out my hand before the situation got uncomfortable. I had no idea what the custom was when you were secretly having lunch with your boyfriend's mom, who'd abandoned him 10 years ago. "Hi, Noah," she said warmly.
Mrs. Grayson,
I replied with good manners. She sat down and motioned for me to do the same. "I'm glad you accepted my invitation." After saying this, she brought a glass of wine up to her lips, leaving a red stain on the rim. So this was it. I took a deep breath. Her blue eyes were piercing just like her son's, and I felt a shiver run up and down my spine. "You're a very pretty girl, Noah, but I'm sure you know that. If you weren't, my son wouldn't have taken an interest in you naturally." I forced a smile. That remark rankled me as if she were saying Nick's in my relationship was something superficial, empty. But then her relationships probably all were. All the money she'd invested in trying to look like a 30-year-old made it obvious that was the kind of person she was.
we could probably spend hours talking about nothing, Mrs. Grayson,
But you made me come out here for a reason, and I'd just as soon get to the point, I said, trying to be nice, hard as that was. My suspicions were right. I didn't like that woman, and I never would. "You wanted me to do you a favor. Tell me what it's about." Annabelle smiled, maybe even with admiration. I think she liked my being so direct with her. "I want to have my relationship with my son back, and you're going to help me," she said. She took an envelope out of her designer bag and handed it to me. It was made of high-quality, thick marbleized paper, with Nicholas's name written on the outside in calligraphy. "All I need is for you to make sure Nicholas reads this letter." I looked at the envelope with distrust. I had no idea how I could convince Nick to read it. Plus, giving it to him would mean admitting I'd seen his mother, and there was no way I was doing that. "I'm sorry, but I don't know how a simple letter will help you get your son back. You abandoned him." The hatred in my eyes must have been evident to her. The same hatred I felt any time someone hurt a person I cared about. I just couldn't keep it inside. "How old are you, Noah?" she asked, shoving the envelope toward me. 18. 18, she repeated, as though savoring the word, smiling like an angel. The kind of smile appropriate for a child, not a grown woman, and certainly not her. "I'm 44. I've been in this world a lot longer than you. I've lived through many more experiences than you, and so before you judge me the way you already have, you should stop and think about the fact that you're just a little girl, and the worst thing that's probably ever happened to you is when they took you away from your home and moved you into a mansion in California." "You don't know one thing about my life," I said in an icy tone. The image of my dead father shot through my head, and I felt a sting in my chest. "I know a lot more than you think. I know things even you don't know, things you'd prefer never to know. And with just a few phone calls, I can make all that come out." A diabolical smile appeared on her face. She picked up the letter, stood, and walked over beside me. Slowly, nimbly, she slipped it into my bag, which was hanging on the back of my chair. "Make sure Nicholas reads this," she whispered. "Otherwise, this whole fantasy you've been living and all this money that's rained down on you from heaven will go up in smoke." I stood, feeling something like an electric shock. "Don't get in touch with me again," I said, trying to control myself after that threat of, I didn't know exactly what. "Don't you worry. I have no intention of doing so. But I repeat, if you don't want your worst nightmares to come true, be sure to do what I've asked." I turned around and walked out without even ordering anything to eat, ignoring the malice implicit in her words, passing through reception and emerging outside. I'd been an idiot. an out-and-out imbecile for meeting with that woman. Nicholas had warned me. He had talked to me about her, about how cruel she was, but I'd been stupid enough to let myself get dragged in, and she told me a pack of lies, because that's what they were, lies, and I wasn't going to think about them for one more minute. I took out the letter, tore it into a million pieces, and scattered them in every trash can I passed. For me, that meeting had never happened.
26. Nick. Noah had her phone turned off for the whole afternoon. It was starting to worry me. I tried not to let my nerves get the better of me. Regardless of the situation, that never helped. My sister was with me. Anne had brought her as promised, and I was happy she'd be with me for the next 4 days. I wasn't going to let anything ruin that time for me. And as for Noah, I tried to tell myself she'd just let her battery run out. "Nick!" Maddie shouted in that unique voice of hers. We'd gone to Santa Monica to the pier. I'd always told Maddie about that place, about the beach, the attractions, how the kids could climb into the Ferris wheel and see the ocean from way up in the air. But my little sister, unlike most normal children, had taken off for the aquarium and had her face pressed against the glass, looking at the mollusks and sea creatures on display. I walked over to her. "Mad, be careful. One of those monsters might break the glass and get you," I warned her, grabbing her around the waist and heading toward the exit. Night was falling, and I wasn't sure what time she usually had dinner or went to bed. "You cold, midget?" I asked her, then took off my jacket, bent over, and draped it over her shoulders. A smile appeared on her puffy little lips. "Are you happy I came?" she asked, and her innocent eyes told me the answer mattered more than it should. I smiled and zipped her up. She looked like a ghost in that garment that was nearly dragging on the ground, but it was better than her getting sick. "Are you happy to be here?" I asked, trying to roll up the hem. "Of course I am," she shouted. "You're my favorite brother. Didn't I ever tell you that?" I laughed, like she had any other ones to compare me with. "No, you never told me that, but you're my favorite sister, too. So it works out perfectly, no?" She smiled, and it touched my heart. "You want to go on the Ferris wheel?" I asked, and she replied with an enthusiastic, ear-splitting, "Yes!" The pier was packed with people and their families, and the breaking waves made you want to never leave. The evening was precious. Just as I was about to take out my phone to call Noah again, I heard her. As I looked into the crowd, I saw her smiling from ear to ear. I was sure I was doing the same. "Hey, Maddie," Noah called, dazzling as always, capturing the attention of my sister, who ran off toward her. "Noah!" she shouted, and I laughed watching them. My joy grew even further as I watched Noah bend down, pick her up, and hug her gently. Maddie had taken to Noah easier than I had thought. Of course, Noah was a joy to be around, but Mad wasn't easy, I had to admit. I adored her because she was my sister, but she could be curt and a brat. She didn't get along with everyone. She didn't like people invading her personal space unless she really trusted them. And, if I were honest, she was a little spoiled, like every 6-year-old girl whose parents bought her everything. She was my princess of darkness, I liked to say. But Noah adored her and she adored Noah, so there was nothing to worry about. When I reached them, Noah gave me a strange look, as though she were relieved to see me or something like that. I smiled and pulled her in for a hug, squeezing Maddie between us. "Noah, let's all 3 get on the Ferris wheel." Maddie kicked her legs back and forth so we'd set her down, and took off running toward the rides. Watching her, I wrapped an arm around Noah's shoulders and kissed her head as we followed. "You okay?" I asked. "Of course. Your sister's gorgeous," she said, changing the subject. "Without her 2 front teeth?" I asked. It's taken all the self-control I can muster not to make fun of her freckles. Noah laughed, but said nothing more. She was acting strange, but I decided to let it go for now. We met Maddie at the head of the line and paid for 3 tickets. She was talking non-stop, recounting all that she and I had done and how she had taken an airplane to get here and how happy she was to be staying with me. Noah followed her, amused, occasionally turning toward me with a grin. It was chilly, without a cloud in the sky, and the sunset was gorgeous from where we sat. Noah leaned into me, staring out into the ocean and the last glimmers of light. I draped an arm around her and pulled her in closer. She met my eyes and smiled, as only she could. Maddie fell asleep in the car. That was normal. She'd gotten up early and had had a busy day. As I drove along the interstate with Noah driving her own car beside me, I couldn't help but think of my conversation with Lion that morning. He'd called to tell me the races were next Monday. After Noah's kidnapping, I'd kept my distance from the gang and the streets. I didn't want any of that to affect my life, especially now that it could endanger my girlfriend and my family. But Lion was Lion, and he lived in that world. And, unfortunately, I couldn't take him out of it. Not unless he was willing to change. It's not that he liked it, but it was quick and easy money. And that's why he had asked me to go with him and race on his team as we'd always done. I'd offered to lend him the money, but Lion was too proud to accept it. I'd agreed to drive with him because I knew he needed the cash and because, apart from last year, there'd never been any problems. I'd always loved cars and racing at night in the middle of the desert, with all that adrenaline, that speed, the feel of victory. I loved it. Noah would kill me if she found out. Jenna had already been dropping hints, and though I thought I had convinced her that I wasn't mixed up in Lion's doings, I'd have to do more to get her off my back. Lion swore to me Jenna didn't know when the races were, and anyway, it would be one and done. We'd go there, race, win, and return home. No problems. The one thing I could do to clear up any of Noah's suspicions was hang out with her on the same Monday as the races. We'd have dinner on the other end of town, as far as possible from the track, and then I'd stand her up. I'd come up with some excuse why I couldn't help it, and that way I'd know, at least, that she was as far from me as possible, somewhere safe. She'd be furious, but I'd make it up to her when I was back. Satisfied with my plan, I parked the car, got out, and went to open Noah's door once she was parked too. "Everything okay, Freckles?" I asked, caressing her cheek and pushing her hair out of her face. She'd been quiet all evening, and now that my sister was asleep, I could pay more attention to her. I noticed she was dressed up. "I'm tired, that's all," she said, getting out without even looking at me. "What did I do this time, Noah?" I asked, mentally analyzing everything I'd said and done since we'd met each other on the pier. She grinned. That calmed me down slightly. "Nothing, silly," she said, and I relaxed further when she turned and stood on her tiptoes to kiss me. I wrapped my arms around her waist and pulled her in. Her kiss was soft. Mine was hard. My tongue opened her lips and tasted her with delight. She didn't hold back, but she seemed distracted. I pulled back to look at her. "You're hiding something, and I'm going to find out what it is," I said, half joking. I opened the back door and smiled like an idiot looking at that gorgeous little girl asleep next to her dreadful stuffed rabbit. I unbuttoned her seatbelt and picked her up. Then I went around to the trunk, pulled out her tiny suitcase, and, with Noah at my side, took the elevator up to my apartment. I didn't want to wake Maddie up, so I took her straight to bed. "Sleep tight, princess," I said, kissing her cheek. I closed the door behind me and saw Noah there waiting for me, leaning against the wall next to the bedroom. We needed to talk, and I wanted her to be first. "You want to take a bath with me?" she proposed with a mischievous smile. I smirked, took her hand, and led her to the bathroom, opening the tap and watching the tub fill up. "You look good today. Very elegant in that outfit," I observed, pulling carefully on her hair tie. When it fell, her hair spread like silk over her shoulders. "What did you do this morning? Apart from ignoring me, I mean." She looked at the buttons on my shirt and with trembling fingers started to undo them one by one. I grabbed her hands, stopping her, a little anxious about whatever she was hiding. "I hung out with my mom," she said. "My battery went dead. That's why I missed your calls." I nodded and let her continue. When she had taken off my shirt, she leaned forward and I closed my eyes, feeling her lips on my skin. Nothing compared to Noah's caresses. The feeling was incredible. They made me feel so good, so at peace with myself. She was my drug, made just for me, able to drive me absolutely wild. I opened my eyes and cupped my hands over hers as they surrounded my neck in turn. I wanted to have her in the bath, relaxed. Maybe that way I could figure out what the hell was going on. I took off her top and that skirt that made her skin glimmer. Then I knelt and took off her sandals. Her body was incredible, athletic, not too thick or too thin. I could spend hours just admiring it. She took off her bra and underwear and slipped into the water. I wanted to tell her it was hot, but she didn't react. She just sank in up to her shoulders. I got in too, and when she moved forward to make room for me behind her, I wrapped her in my arms. I clenched my teeth. It was burning. "Jesus, Noah," I complained in those few seconds till my body got used to it. "Are you not on fire right now?" "No," she responded distractedly, lifting some soap bubbles and observing them. I pressed my cheek to her ear and enjoyed just being with her, undisturbed and comfortable. But it upset me not being able to guess what was going on in her head just then. "Can I ask you a question?" she said, breaking the spell. "Sure. But you have to promise you'll answer me truthfully." With my hand on her stomach, I began to trace little circles around her belly button. I was curious to know where she'd go with this, so I said yes, even if I wanted to toy with her for a moment beforehand. I let my fingers go a little lower than they should have, and I heard her breathing grow more halting. "Do you think your father loved your mother? Before they got divorced, I mean?" I hadn't expected that, and instead of clearing up my doubts, it left me even more disconcerted. I guess he loved her, yeah. But in almost all my memories, they're either fighting or Dad's away working. My mother wasn't an easy woman, but he brought his own share of problems. I remembered all those times he ditched us because he had to work or because he was just too tired. When I was little, I started thinking fathers usually lived far away and only came home when they were tired or hungry. Of course, when I got older and could go to friends' houses, I realized it wasn't like that. That fathers could be around, and it could be lots of fun. One of my classmates' dads used to take him to school and pick him up every day. And they would go out for pancakes and play baseball in the neighborhood park. I was jealous of him. He made me realize fathers could spend time with their kids. I got lost for a moment in those memories, and it wasn't until Noah turned that I realized I'd been transported to another time. I forced a smile and let her pull my head close and kiss me. "I shouldn't have asked," she said. I pulled back so I could look in her eyes. "You can ask me anything you want, Noah. My life hasn't been a fairy tale, but it's been close to it, if I compare it to what some people have to go through. Not everyone's made to be a parent, and some people really try and fail anyway." I wasn't going to sit there and cry about how my parents hadn't gotten along. My childhood hadn't been perfect, but it would be ridiculous to piss and moan about it, especially in front of her. Noah felt bad for me. I could see it in her magnificent eyes, even though my life had been a walk in the park compared to hers. Maybe my father had been a selfish asshole when I was a kid, but at least he hadn't tried to kill me. Sometimes my mind would mess with me, making me imagine Noah as a little girl, not much bigger than Maddie, hiding from her dad, forced to jump out a window. How could she even waste a second of her time pitying me? "You think normal families exist?" she asked me. I knew what she meant. The kind of family you see in movies, with normal parents who go to work, and their biggest worry is how to pay the mortgage at the end of the month. Was that what she'd been thinking about all afternoon? Had she said something to her mother that morning? I was furious at the thought of Rafaela pestering her about how our relationship couldn't be. I sat there thinking about it for a few seconds. That's the kind of family you and I are going to be. What do you say? But no worries about the mortgage, obviously. Noah laughed, but I wanted to show her how serious I could be. "Now it's my turn to ask you the questions," I said. "Where do you want to do it? In the bath or in the bed?"
27. Noah. I couldn't get those words Nicholas's mother had uttered out of my head. Her threat frightened me, but I didn't want to keep going down a road that I wasn't certain I could travel on my own. I felt guilty for tearing up the letter. I had no right to do it. It wasn't mine, but I didn't want the woman hurting Nick again. What had Nick said that morning when the painters were there? That he wanted to protect me? Well, that's what I was doing for him too. Nicholas was my medicine, my distraction, my safe place. I turned around to face him, thankful the tub was big enough to do so when he asked, "Where do you want to do it? In the bath or in bed?" He had a dark look in his eyes. I could tell he needed me, especially after delving into his past. I needed him too, because if I kept hammering away at this issue, I'd uncover truths better left buried, at least for now. I sat in his lap and our mouths joined soothingly. We needed each other just then. The day had been intense for both of us, even if in completely different ways. With his hands on my back, he bent over me and venerated my mouth. My hands climbed his shoulders and touched his rugged cheeks, damp from the water. His fragrance overwhelmed me and warmed me from inside. "You're so beautiful," he said. His mouth left my lips and followed my jawline, nibbling until he reached my neck. My hands felt his chest, his abs, and he pulled me into his torso, skin to skin, without an inch between us. "You're so warm, so soft," he kept repeating as his tongue tasted my naked, wet skin. I let out a gasp as I felt his hands move up and down my back, and he tipped me backward, resting his mouth on my left breast, tasting me while I hungered for his caresses. I sat up and pressed into his hips. He sought my mouth with his, and our tongues toyed with each other as if in a dance. "Look at me," he said, and when I opened my eyes, I saw his were fixed on my face. They were the same blue I was used to, but something was different, something hard to express in words. "I love you, and I'll love you for the rest of my life," he declared, and I felt my heart stop, then race again. He lifted me slowly with his arm around my waist and lowered me on top of him with a gentleness almost as moving as his words. When he penetrated me, I opened my mouth to let out a cry, but his lips silenced me with a deep kiss. "Can you feel it? Can you feel the connection? We're made for each other, babe," he whispered in my ear as he moved gently in a slow rhythm that drove me crazy. His words continued in my head as he pleasured me the way only he knew how, and only he ever would. "I love you, and I'll love you for the rest of my life." "Promise me?" I said, as a horrible fear gripped me, body and soul, a fear of losing him, a fear of not having what I was experiencing just then for the rest of my life. His eyes were shadowed with desire, and they looked at me confused. "Promise me you'll love me always. Promise me," I almost begged him. Without answering, he got out of the tub, carrying me, his hands firmly gripping my thighs. I wrapped my arms around him and buried my face in the hollow of his neck, biting my lower lip to keep from screaming as I felt him so deep inside me while he carried me to the bedroom. Both of us were dripping wet. He laid me down on the bed without pulling away. "What's the point in promising?" he asked, as our breathing synced up. I was about to explode, and he knew it. His hands fed every part of my body that needed his touch. "You've got me under your spell. I'm more yours than I am my own. I'll do whatever you ask, whatever you want. I promise, babe." And with his words and his body glued to mine, I stopped feeling so cold. The next few days were amazing, sharing all those moments with his sister, moments we could never have experienced at a distance, with the few hours he was normally permitted to see her. For Nick's birthday, we went to Disneyland, and even if it was a place for kids and we spent the day just chasing Maddie around, I loved seeing Mickey and his gang sing Nick happy birthday. A year before, around that time, we had just started going out, and if anyone had told me then that I'd be seeing him with a pair of mouse ears on, eating a cake shaped like a Disney princess, I'd have told them they were out of their mind. The time passed quickly, and soon it was time to take her back to the airport. The stewardess who said she'd look after her until she made it to Vegas was waiting for us next to security. After those days together, the goodbye was harder than we had imagined. "You okay?" I asked Nick as we went back out to the car. He was holding my hand, squeezing it so tightly it was almost painful. "I will be," he said. I didn't want to press him because I knew Nick didn't like to talk much, especially when it was about his feelings. His sister was his weak point, and knowing she was leaving to stay with parents who barely even had time for her didn't help matters. It wasn't until he'd been driving for 10 minutes that he spoke to me again. "Should I just drop you off at home?" An alarm started going off inside me. Jenna had called me the day before while Nick was giving Maddie a bath to tell me she had found out the races would be on Monday. I didn't want to believe her then, but if it was true, then Nick wouldn't want me around. I almost said no, that I'd stay at his place. But I couldn't do that to my mother. She was mad enough as it was. Plus, I needed to finish packing my bags. School would start in 5 days. I needed to talk to Mom, even if what I really wanted to do was tell her after I'd already moved in with Nick, and there was no turning back. It was risky, but it would be easier to ask for forgiveness rather than permission. "Yeah, home's good," I said, looking out the window, trying to decide what to do about the races. When we got to the house and he parked in the driveway, I assumed he would get out, at least to say hi to his dad, but he didn't even cut the engine. Still stranger, he asked, "Should we have dinner tomorrow?" Surprised, I said, "What?" He smiled, but his eyes looked preoccupied. "You and me, we can go somewhere nice. What do you think?" He reached out and stroked my hair as he proposed it. I didn't see that coming. Maybe Jenna was wrong about the races. "Will you pick me up?" He looked toward the house. "I don't think I can. I've got work all day. It would be best if we just met there. I'll text you the details." There wasn't a trace of hesitation on his face. Maybe he was being sincere. Jenna could be wrong about all that. I smiled. I hated doubting Nick. He wouldn't lie to me. He wouldn't go to the races not without telling me, especially after all that had happened. "Cool, I'll see you there then," I said, resting a hand on the door. "Hey," he said before I got out. "Thanks for being with me these days. It wouldn't have been the same without you." I touched his cheek, leaned in, and kissed him. As his face pushed into mine, I prayed he wasn't lying to me. Jenna came by the next afternoon. I'd never seen her so depressed. She and Lion were going through hard times, and it didn't help at all that she was absolutely convinced they'd be racing that night. When I told her Nick would be waiting for me at Cristal, a fancy restaurant downtown, she looked at me with disbelief. I know what I'm talking about, Noah, and there's 100% chance that our fucking boyfriends are going to get in trouble tonight. I sighed and tried to find a pretty dress to wear. I was tired of trying to convince Jenna that Nicholas wouldn't lie to me, least of all make me go to a restaurant if he was planning to bail on me. How are you and Lion doing? Is he still mad at you? I asked, more to change the subject than for any other reason. Sitting on the sofa by my dressing table, Jenna went pale, making the blood red of her nail polish stand out more. If by mad you mean our relationship now consists of screaming at each other and then fucking like crazy afterward, then yeah, I guess he's still mad at me. Well, that's putting it delicately, I replied, somewhat surprised by how blunt she was. Jenna wasn't the naive little rich girl people thought. But even if she tried to make light of things, I could tell she was a wreck, and even more nervous about that night than she let on. If her theory was correct, Lion would take part in any race he could get into, regardless of the law, regardless of the fact the people who showed up for those events had almost killed us the last time we'd been there, as long as he could make some cash. And we both knew that if Lion kept going down that road, it was likely he would end up in jail, just as his brother had. By the way, I saw Luca the other day, she said, getting up from the couch and flipping through my hangers. I looked at her reflection in the mirror. What's he like? I asked wearily. To be honest, he seemed really nice, but sort of, I don't know, like I got goosebumps when I met him. She stopped to look at a plain white shirt. Her mind was clearly elsewhere and had been for more than a month. He's handsome, not like Lion, but you can tell their parents must have been good-looking. He's got the same green eyes, but they're mysterious. He seems like he's got secrets, and I guess Lion doesn't want me to know them because when I went over there the other day, he did everything but kick me out. Her voice quivered as she said this. I hated seeing her sad. The old Jenna was nothing like the one I had in front of me now. Where was that eternal smile, that glimmer in her eyes, the nonsense she loved to spout at all hours of the day? I wanted to give that idiot Lion a piece of my mind. Why don't you come to dinner with me and Nick tonight? I proposed. I knew Nick would be fine with it. Jenna was his friend, and he'd probably help me get her in a better mood. Jenna shook her head, exasperated. You honestly still think he's taking you to dinner? I took a deep breath. Nicholas wouldn't lie to me, Jenna, and he wouldn't leave me hanging. She paused, reflecting on my words. Fine, but I'm only doing it so you're not by yourself when the idiot doesn't show up the way he told you he would. That way we can go find them together. I shook my head, but I couldn't help feeling a bit of uncertainty as I heard her. A few hours later, we were freshly showered and dressed for the night. Jenna had dragged her feet, and I had to convince her to find a nice outfit and throw on some makeup. We weren't going to McDonald's after all. Finally, she put on a pair of leather shorts and a white blouse with flats. I chose a snug black dress and a pair of white platform heels. I let my hair down and put on lipstick, too. Jenna rolled her eyes at me, but she didn't say anything. Just then, I got a message from Nick. The reservation's under my name. Grab a couple of drinks and wait for me inside. I showed the message to Jenna, but she ignored me as we left my room. It took us nearly an hour to get to the restaurant. There was a reservation for 3 under Nick's name, just as he had promised. The place was pleasant, with little French-style tables and soft romantic lighting. It was funny being there with Jenna, with all those candles around, but it was also hard to imagine being there with Nick. That place was too cheesy for him. Jenna started cracking jokes while the couples around us stared at us, clearly irritated. Noah, take my hand. Maybe they'll think it's our anniversary, and they'll rain confetti on us from those lamps overhead, she said with a ridiculously flirty expression. I laughed, and we drank a glass of white wine. At these fancy places, they never asked for an ID. As we waited for Nick to appear, 40 minutes in, the jokes weren't funny anymore, and I had a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. The sound of my phone vibrating pulled me out of a trance, and I scowled as I read the message that had come through. "Hey, Freckles, sorry I can't come tonight. We're up to our ears in work, and if I don't finish the reports I've been asked for, I can kiss my internship goodbye. Please don't get mad. I'll make it up to you. You and Jenna have dinner and enjoy yourselves." I could feel a fire burning inside me, something I'd been trying to suppress the entire time we'd been waiting. I couldn't believe he'd been so stupid to think this strategy would work. I looked up at Jenna, who seemed to feel sorry for me despite everything. "Where the hell are those damn races?"
28. Nick. As soon as I hit send, I knew there was trouble in store. That was right when we were leaving my apartment. I wasn't happy about any of this, but I could feel the adrenaline flooding my nervous system, and a part of me had missed that. I mean, things were great now, but the fights, the races, all the crazy shit I used to do had been an escape valve for me, and it wasn't easy just giving all that up. I told myself I was doing this for Lion, but I was doing it for myself, too. I wanted to do it. I even needed to. All the memories my mother had stirred up, my little sister saying bye to me at the airport, the feeling that Noah was hiding things from me, and the inability to help with her nightmares had all kept me in a state of constant nervous tension, and it didn't help knowing that everyone was trying to keep us apart. Time and again, I told myself she was safe with Jenna, far from all this shit, that neither I nor anyone else would put her in danger. I didn't want her there that night. There were times when I just needed to be alone, and this was one of them. I put on my helmet and got on my motorcycle. Lion and Luca were going to drive the cars to our destination. This year, the races were in the city, not the desert. The course wouldn't be long, but the stakes were incredibly high. If we won, we'd walk away with a big pile of cash, and Lion needed it. The music was blasting as I maneuvered my bike between the people. Lots of them clapped and whistled when they saw me arrive, and I was psyched when I pulled up to join my gang. I couldn't deny it. I had missed this. "Look who's here," Mike, Lion's cousin, said, walking over.